The 13th started as a normal working day at the office of the goods delivery company. None of the employees paid attention to the date until about 10 a.m. One of the managers, Tom, dropped the phrase, "I hope today will be without trouble." The usual chatter in the kitchen, the noise of printers and the smell of coffee. The staff was in a routine. Some were checking emails, others were answering customer calls. Everything went on as usual until the lights went out. For a couple of seconds, no one paid much attention to this, except for Ellie, the girl from the quality control department. Her desk was next to the server room, and when the lights went out, she noticed that a thick, oddly smelling haze began to escape from under the door. "Tom, come here," she shouted, without getting up from her chair. Tom came up and opened the door of the server room, recoiled. The interior of the room was black with soot. Wires, server racks, and even ceiling panels seemed to melt. "Someone has overloaded the system," he said nervously, watching the thick smoke fill the space. A few minutes later, the fire alarm went off and the evacuation began. But something went wrong. When the staff went down to the parking lot, it turned out that some of the people remained in the building. Those who were on the upper floors did not come out. First of all, everyone thought they were just stuck in the elevator because of the power outage. But the strange thing was that none of them answered the phone. "The connection is up. Probably because of the fire," said Mike, an IT technician, checking his phone. The office director, Ms. Wilson, decided to send several people back to find out what had happened. She called rescuers, but because of Friday evening the service was overloaded with calls. Ellie, Tom and Mike, not waiting for help, decided to go back inside. As they entered the building, they could already sense that something was amiss. The air was still, there was a smell of burning, and the glass doors leading to the corridor were cemented on both sides. "It's not just an electrical fault. It feels like someone is deliberately blocking the exit," Tom whispered, paying attention to the inscription that appeared on the inside of the glass, "You will not leave." "This hasn't been here before," Ellie said, looking around nervously. They went up to the 3rd floor to check the conference room where the staff were supposed to be. But the room was empty, except for one phone lying in the middle of the table. There was an unread message on the screen. "Someone is waiting in the server room. Be careful." Mike grabbed the phone, trying to figure out who it belonged to, but the owner of the number was missing from the company's employee list. "This is too much," he muttered, putting the phone back on the table. Footsteps. They were somewhere far away, on the top floor, and they were getting louder. Ellie froze, listening. It's not like walking. The hum grew louder until something hit the ceiling above them. There was a dining room on the 4th floor. Upon entering, the group discovered something inexplicable. Tables were overturned, and dark red stains were scattered on the walls, as if someone had spilled ketchup. However, the smell was not one that could be confused with sauce. Ellie pressed the sleeve of her sweater to her nose, fighting the urge to vomit. "There's someone here," she whispered. At that moment, the phone rang in the lobby. It was a stationary device, although the building should no longer have electricity. Tom picked up the phone. "You shouldn't have come back. You need to run." They ran downstairs, but the doors were blocked. The panic was growing. Ellie pointed to a side staircase leading to the basement. At some point, Mike stumbled, and a note fell out of his jacket pocket, which he seemed to have been trying to hide until that time. Ellie picked it up, quickly reading it aloud. It all started with the 13th server. "Don't touch him." They stopped in the hallway in front of the door leading to the basement. The old wooden structure was covered with deep scratches, as if someone was desperately trying to get out. Ellie looked at Tom nervously. "Did you know about this server? What is the 13th in question?" Tom, unlike her, looked strangely calm. 13th server. It was experimental. 2 months ago, the management installed it without our knowledge. None of us were supposed to touch it, not even the IT department. Ellie clutched the note in her hand, trying to connect everything in her head. Why didn't you tell us about this before? Because I thought it didn't matter, Tom snapped, pushing open the basement door. The basement was filled with a strange hum, as if a low vibrating echo was coming from the depths of the earth. Mike turned on his flashlight, illuminating a long concrete corridor hung with old wires and ventilation pipes. There was a pungent smell in the air, making it difficult for each of them to breathe. After a few meters, they came across a metal door with a sign, 13th server. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. There he is, Tom said, putting his hand on the door. Ellie took a step back. Are we really supposed to go there? Could it be a trap? But Tom ignored her. He opened the door, and the heavy metal sash opened with a booming sound, exposing the inside of the server room. Inside, there was a single server cabinet surrounded by a multitude of cables, randomly tangled and extending into the ceiling. On the screen of the monitor connected to the server, the message was flashing. System failure. Re-upload after 5 minutes and 47 seconds. Mike looked at his watch. If this happens, the system will start up again, and perhaps we can regain control of the building. But Ellie noticed something else. On the floor next to the server was a battered notebook covered with greasy stains. She picked it up, opening the first page. The words were written on it in large letters. It's their secret. Don't trust anyone. Tom came closer, snatching the notebook out of her hands. That's nonsense. We need to focus on rebuilding the system. Tom, wait, Ellie tried to object, but her voice was drowned out by a sharp sound when the server started making strange clicks. The monitor blinked, and the countdown began to accelerate. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Mike rushed to the cables, trying to turn off the power. Something's wrong. The system does not obey commands. But the server wasn't their main problem. At this time, there was a screeching sound behind the team. The door they entered through slammed shut, and they heard a thud. Someone's here, Ellie whispered, shining her flashlight in the direction of the sound. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. They were confident, measured, and getting closer by the second. It can't be rescuers, Mike said, clutching his head. Maybe those employees who stayed in the building? Ellie asked, but even she didn't believe it. The door swung open. There was a figure in the hallway, a tall man in a black uniform. His face was hidden behind a mask, and he was holding a huge metal tool in his hands. He took a step forward. "Get out of there," he said in a low voice. Tom turned the light on him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man was silent. Instead of answering, he lowered the tool, hitting the floor with such force that the concrete cracked. Ellie screamed. "Run!" They rushed to another exit, but the basement was built like a maze. The narrow corridors, locked doors, and lack of light made it difficult for them to navigate. Ellie looked at Thomas, who continued to pull on her arm. "Tell me the truth. What kind of server is this? Why would anyone want to kill us because of him?" Tom didn't answer until they were in a small storage room, barricading the door. "It wasn't just a server. This is a project of our management. They wanted to create a control system over people." Ellie looked at him in horror. "What do you mean?" "They developed a program that could be embedded in consciousness through visual images and sounds. This server is the first working prototype." Ellie was in shock. "Are you saying this is all an experiment? And those who stayed in the building? They were probably tested," Tom said hoarsely. At this time, Mike, who was standing against the wall, screamed. "They found us." The thuds on the door were getting louder. Ellie grabbed the notebook, flipping through the pages in search of an answer. She found a short entry on the last page. "If you want to get out, destroy the server. It's the only way out. We have to go back," she said, getting up. "Are you crazy?" "We won't get to him," Tom replied. Ellie sighed and looked at Mike. "We don't have a choice. You saw for yourself that this is not just a technical malfunction." Mike nodded, and they rushed back to the server room. The basement corridors were getting narrower and narrower. The air was heavy, as if the concrete walls were being deliberately compressed around them. The ceiling lamps, covered with a thick layer of dust, were flickering dimly, casting shadows that seemed alive. Ellie walked ahead, clenching her fists, trying to suppress her panic. Every sound, the creak of a pipe, a drop of water, the rustle of their own footsteps, echoed in their minds, as if someone was watching them. Who was this man? "What is it?" she asked in a whisper, turning to Tom. "I don't have an answer. Perhaps one of those who followed the experiment." His voice sounded subdued, as if he was trying not to show how scared he was. "If he's part of the project, why did he warn us to leave?" Mike looked over his shoulder, as if expecting someone to grab him from behind at any moment. "Maybe he has his own motives," Tom replied gloomily. They reached the server room, but the door was ajar. Ellie felt a cold stream of air rushing out from inside. There was a strange hum in the room, like a heartbeat. The server was flashing red, illuminating walls covered with unfamiliar symbols. "What the hell is this?" she whispered, looking at the patterns. "It's a code. They purposely left it so that no one could figure out what was going on," Mike said, leaning closer. "But that doesn't explain where these symbols came from." Ellie raised her hand to one of the inscriptions on the wall. His fingers were sticky with what looked like dried blood. There were obviously people here. And they didn't just write. They were leaving something behind. There was another note on the floor next to the server. This time the text was clearer. "Do you still think you can turn it off? Try. This is no longer a program. It's a mechanism." "What does that mean?" Ellie asked, showing the note to the others. Mike looked up at the server. "Perhaps they meant that it has become autonomous. He controls the processes himself, makes his own decisions." Tom went to the server console and tried to enter a shutdown command. A warning flashed on the screen. "You were warned." Then the text changed to, "Will you ruin their lives like they ruined yours?" "Who are they?" Ellie asked, peering at the screen. Tom shook his head. "I don't have time to figure this out. If we don't stop this, we will stay here forever." He pressed the confirmation key. The server shook as if resisting, and the lights in the room flickered. The rumble grew louder, turning into an almost deafening roar, and then everything went quiet. For a moment, it seemed like it was over. But suddenly the screens in the room started to light up, one by one. They displayed surveillance cameras. Ellie gasped, looking at the image. These were their colleagues, those who could not leave the building. They were sitting in a room, motionless, as if paralyzed. "They're alive," she said. "We have to get them out." But then one of the screens started showing something else. The camera was focused on their group in the server room. "They're seeing us," Mike said softly. A new message appeared on the screen. "Now it's your turn." There was a crash. Chunks of plaster began to fall from the ceiling. Ellie turned to the door, but there were already figures standing there. It was their colleagues, the ones who were on the screens. But their faces. They were empty, as if everything human had been taken away from them. "That's impossible," Mike muttered. One of them took a step forward. He was holding a metal rod in his hands, which he gripped with such force that his knuckles turned white. Ellie screamed. "It's not them. We have to run. We can't just leave them." Tom objected. But the people were moving closer, their steps synchronized, their movements mechanically precise. They're not our colleagues anymore, Mike finally realized. This is the server. He controls them. They rushed to the ventilation, the only escape route. Ellie got up first, pushing open the bars. Hurry up. They're already here. Mike's last words were lost in the din. One of the people grabbed his leg, pulling him down. Ellie tried to hold him back, but Tom pulled her by the arm. We don't have time. They won't stop. Ellie climbed into the vent, hearing Mike screaming downstairs. His screams suddenly stopped. We abandoned him, she whispered, moving forward. But Tom didn't answer. When they got outside, there was dead silence. The fire alarm went off, and the building seemed calm. Ellie turned to look at him, standing in the parking lot. We can't just leave. We have to do something, she said. But Tom was already moving away. His face was pale, his gaze blank. It's too late. Everything is already running. Ellie watched him get into the car and drive away, leaving her alone. She turned back to the office. There, behind the glass doors, she saw the figures again. They stood motionless, as if they were waiting for her to return. Ellie stared into the dark hole from which they had just emerged. The building behind them seemed dead, but it had its own threat, too quiet, too calm. She clenched her hands into fists, trying to banish the feeling that they were being watched even now. But now what? Mike died, Tom ran away, leaving her alone. A couple of hours later, while still within sight of the building, Ellie heard a noise. It was the sound of an engine, quiet, steady, approaching. Tom's car was coming back. What the hell? She whispered, clutching the stone in her hands just in case. The car stopped, but the door didn't open. Ellie moved closer, pressing herself against the concrete pillar. She looked inside and realized that Tom was still driving. His face tilted to the side, as if he had fallen asleep, or lost consciousness. She opened the door and gently touched his shoulder. Tom? His body went limp, falling into her arms. There were deep cuts on his chest, as if someone had deliberately driven the knife blade too slowly to cause more pain. The pocket of his shirt was cut open, and inside there was a note. Choose, stop them, or leave and live. You know where to find a way out. Ellie felt her legs go limp. Who wrote these notes? Why are they watching their every move? She couldn't leave Tom here, not even dead. Dragging his body into the back seat, she got behind the wheel and started the car. 20 minutes later, when she was on the road heading towards the city, Ellie began to feel that something was wrong. She looked in the rearview mirror and noticed, Tom's head was in a different position now. It's impossible, she muttered. The headlights picked out something on the road. A metal barrier, as if specially built to block the passage. She twisted the steering wheel, trying to slow down, but the car skidded on gravel, and they crashed into a sign. Ellie hit her head on the steering wheel, hearing the humming sound of a damaged engine. When she woke up, it hadn't been more than 10 minutes. When Ellie opened her eyes, she immediately felt that she was no longer alone. Tom's body disappeared from the back seat. Her breathing became ragged. After getting out of the car, she felt the night getting strangely cold. Looking up, she saw a man. The figure stood on the road in shadow, illuminated only by the remnants of the headlights. Who are you? Ellie screamed, her voice cracking with panic. There was no response. The man just raised his hand, pointing to the place where they came from. Her mind was fighting with itself. Escape? Go back? But her legs wouldn't obey her anymore. She went where the gesture indicated. After a while, Ellie found herself at the building again. But something has changed. There was another car in front of the doors now. She recognized it immediately. It was Mike's car. Inside, on the passenger seat, she saw a folder with documents. An autonomous data processing system. Experimental studies of the effects on the human psyche. She flipped through the pages, reading about the project they had developed. The idea was to create a system that could manage the team's teamwork while minimizing emotional mistakes. The system collected data from conversations, observations, and painful losses. Ellie shuddered when she read that the first experiment went wrong, but they decided to hush up the results. "They used us," she whispered. But a voice inside her told her that something didn't add up. The noise came again. This time it was the elevator in the building. There was someone inside him. Ellie felt her whole body tense up. The elevator stopped. 3 people got out of it, all in formal suits. "Miss West, are you still here?" They knew her name. They knew who she was. "We didn't expect you to stay," said one of them, a man with short gray hair. Ellie felt cold sweat trickle down her back. "Who are you?" "We're just observers. Everything that happened here was under your control." She took a step back, realizing that this conversation would never end in her favor. "You know how to complete this project, Miss West. The only question is whether you are willing to pay the price." Ellie stood in front of men in formal suits, feeling the adrenaline rush through her mind. The words "price" and "control" echoed in her head, like a mockery of all her attempts to survive. "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Stop it," she shouted, feeling the tremor in her voice betray her fear. "Oh, but you understand, Miss West," the gray-haired man replied, taking a step closer. His face remained calm, but there was something terrifying about that calmness. He handed her a tablet, on the screen of which the countdown was displayed. 0:59, 0:58. "The choice has always been yours," he said. 2 buttons appeared on the screen, Start and Reset. "What is it?" Ellie asked, although she was already beginning to guess. "Your team. Mike, Tom, and even you. You were all part of the experiment. Unfortunately, this experiment has now come to an end. You can either activate the system or terminate it. But remember, any choice will have consequences." Ellie looked at the men, then back at the tablet. As if in response to her doubts, the door of the building opened from behind, and a stretcher was wheeled out of the darkness. Mike was lying on them. His eyes were open, but he wasn't moving. He's dead," Ellie managed, not believing her own eyes. "Not yet," the gray-haired man said softly. "But if you press reset, it will remain in this state. Eternal oblivion." "And the launch?" The man smiled for the first time. "You'll save his life, but yours will be a little shorter." Ellie froze, unable to breathe. The choice was monstrous. She slowly raised her finger to the screen, feeling a growing desperation squeeze her chest. "What do I get in return?" "What is it?" she asked, trying to make sense of the situation. "Answers," the man replied. Her finger hovered over the button. The time on the screen was coming to an end, 0:10. 00:09. "You were playing with us like with toys." Ellie screamed. "Perhaps," the gray-haired man nodded, his voice sounding almost gentle. "But some toys choose themselves." Ellie pressed the start button, everything happened instantly. A flash of light hit her in the face, there was a metallic hum, and the world around her disappeared, leaving only cold and silence. She felt her body becoming light, as if she was withdrawing from reality, dissolving into the void. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a small room. There was a monitor on the wall, on which an image was being broadcast, Mike, alive, but connected to the machines. Tom was there, whole, but clearly depressed. The gray-haired man's voice came from the speakers. "You saved them, Miss West. They're free now. And you've become part of the system." Ellie rushed to the door, but it was locked. A message appeared on the screen, "The surveillance has begun." The experiment continues. She screamed, realizing that her life now belonged to these people. She would never leave this room, she would never know what it was all about. Outside, beyond its borders, the world continued to live. Ellie's car was found empty, with a blood-stained seat. No one ever found out what happened to her, Mike and Tom. And the system continued to work, leaving new participants in an endless game of survival. And somewhere in that system, in the dark, Ellie was alive, and dead at the same time. 1. Forever. Thank you for watching this video to the end. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like it and write in the comments what you think about this story. Your feedback is very important. Until new meetings and new stories, there will be even more intriguing and exciting plots ahead. Thank you for your support and see you soon. Sometimes the most frightening stories don't happen at night or in abandoned houses. They happen in the most mundane places where we go every day, unaware that we might end up in someone's nightmare. This story is not just a scary story, it is a real event that has left behind many questions and horrifying details. Imagine, a young man who decided to spend a weekend in peace and quiet, rented a room in a small family motel. An ordinary trip to take a break from the city. But from the very beginning, something went wrong. Someone knocked on his door on the very first evening. No one answered when he asked who was there. Later, he discovered that the door to his room was slightly ajar, although he was sure that he had locked it at night. That was just the first oddity. The next morning, he found a strange note under his door. Leave the light on. It's important here. What would you do in such a situation? He decided to stay, blaming it all on someone's bad joke. And maybe that was his mistake. On the third night, he woke up to a strange sound. It was like scratching or a soft rustling behind the wall. When he got to the door, he saw that there was another note on the floor. Asterisk, if you can hear them, they already know you're here. Underscore. This person has not been in touch anymore. All that was left were his belongings and a surveillance camera that captured something that could not be explained by logic. So, this story is not just a set of frightening facts, it is a real chronicle of how an ordinary place became something completely different. If you think that this will never happen to you, watch it to the end. The young man, let's call him Adam, was a programmer. Living in a bustling city tired him, and he dreamed of escaping for a while to a place where he could just disconnect from the hustle and bustle. When he came across a website with budget motels, he chose one that was slightly off the tourist routes. The place looked cozy in the photos, and the reviews were a little strange, but nothing criminal. People wrote about outdated furniture or bad Wi-Fi, but nothing that could alert him. Adam arrived there late at night. The motel was small, with 5 rooms, and stood next to a dense forest. At the reception desk, he was met by an elderly man who looked tired and seemed a little annoyed. He quickly handed over the keys and muttered, "Breakfast is from 7 to 9. Be careful with hot water, it happens intermittently." The room turned out to be quite simple: a bed, a small table, a lamp, and the same old-style TV that was mentioned in the reviews. Adam, already exhausted from the long journey, did not pay much attention to the strange smell in the room, a mixture of dampness and something chemical. When he went to bed, there was a knock from the hallway. Barely audible, as if someone had accidentally bumped into the door. Adam went out to check, but the hallway was empty. He thought it was the wind, even though the windows were closed. The morning began with the fact that he was awakened by a knock on the window. When he looked out, a young woman in strangely outdated clothes was standing in front of him. She didn't say anything, just looked at him. Adam froze, and then, gathering his courage, opened the window a crack and asked, "Is there something you want?" The woman looked him straight in the eye and said, "Are you from number 3? "Yes," he replied, feeling his body tense up. "You'd better leave." Before he could ask any questions, the woman disappeared around the corner of the motel. He ran out after her, but found no one. He didn't know then that the third issue had a story of its own. At breakfast, in the small dining room, where everything was covered with a layer of dust, he tried to start a conversation with the owner. The man replied dryly that this woman sometimes visits the guests, and advised them not to pay attention to her. She's just not right in the head. It's not your problem, he said, giving Adam a look that Adam couldn't call friendly. But now Adam had a question: why the third room? In the evening, he decided to take a walk around the motel. The forest started just 3 meters from the parking lot, and he noticed that the path led somewhere deeper. After a few minutes of walking, he came across the remains of a stone well overgrown with bushes. It looks ancient. When he crouched down to take a closer look at it, it seemed to him that something was shining inside. He was curious, but the strange feeling of being watched made him come back. When he returned to the room, there was a note on the floor. It looked like it had been written a long time ago, the ink almost faded. Pack up and leave. No one stays after the third night. The note sent a chill down his spine. He thought it was someone's stupid joke. Maybe the same elderly motel owner who was having fun this way. But something inside told him to be on his guard. He didn't sleep well that night. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, he was awakened by the sound of water. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the faucet in the bathroom was open and the water was draining into the sink. The bathroom light was flashing, creating an unsettling atmosphere. As he got closer, he noticed that the water in the sink was muddy, as if with dirt. Adam turned off the faucet and looked at the mirror. His heart stopped. On the fogged glass was written, "Are you from number 3? Adam decided it was time to act. He took out his phone, but found that there was no signal. It was no longer a joke. He went to the front desk, but there was no one there. However, there was an old folder on the table. When he opened it, he saw the photos. These were people he had never seen before. They were all standing in front of the door of the third room. On the back of one of the photos was the inscription, "The Last Guest." He didn't even have time to turn around when he felt someone put a hand on his shoulder. Alex had driven a few miles away from the motel, but his hands were still shaking on the steering wheel. The words on the note found in the back seat sounded like an echo in his head: "You can't leave." He felt trapped, despite the fact that the car was speeding along a deserted highway. Intuition told him that this was far from the end. Something dark and inexplicable was following him. The headlights illuminated the road, but the surroundings seemed eerily still. No other cars, no lights from houses or shops. It was as if the whole world was frozen, watching his attempt to escape. On the side of the highway, he noticed a roadside cafe with a flashing neon sign. Alex decided to stop, not so much because of hunger, but because of the need to be among people, to feel that he was not alone in this frightening night. After parking the car, he looked around. The cafe looked shabby, with cracked windows and peeling paint on the walls. But the light inside was warm, and the smell of coffee and roast meat was slightly soothing. He entered, nervously scanning the room. There were 3 customers inside: an elderly woman knitting, a middle-aged man in work clothes who looked suspiciously at the newcomer, and a young girl with bright red hair leafing through a magazine. Behind the counter stood a sullen cook with an apron stained with grease. Alex sat at the farthest table, so that he could see the entrance. He felt paranoid, but there was nothing he could do about it. After ordering coffee, he thought about what had happened. A red-haired girl walked by, stopping next to her for a second. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she remarked with a slight grin. Alex forced a nervous smile. "You could say that." The girl nodded, clearly interested in his condition, but did not ask any more questions. She returned to her table, but while Alex was drinking coffee, he could feel her eyes on him. Suddenly, the door of the cafe opened with a bang, and a man entered the room. His clothes were dirty and his face was covered with fresh cuts. He looked like a fugitive who had just escaped from some terrible mess. The man, seeing Alex, instantly tensed up. He went straight to his table, ignoring the other customers. "You were there too, weren't you?" he asked, sinking into the chair opposite. "Where?" Alex tried to appear calm, even though his heart was pounding. "In that damn motel." The stranger's voice was shaking with rage and fear at the same time. Alex wanted to say that he didn't understand what was being said, but the man's bloodshot eyes didn't give him a chance. "I saw you leave. They won't let you go, just like they didn't let me go. You already had a note, right? This is just the beginning. They will play with you until you break down." Alex froze. The man continued, "First they send warnings. Then they start taking it away." Alex felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "Who are they? What is it?" he asked, feeling his voice tremble. The man leaned closer, his face now inches away from Alex. "The ones who stayed at the motel. You can't see them, but they're always there. You made a mistake coming back." The red-haired girl suddenly got up from her seat and walked over to their table. "I'm sorry, but both of you seem a little worried," she said, taking a quick glance at the man. "Maybe you both should exhale and stop scaring the others." But her voice was interrupted by a loud crack. The headlights of the car parked outside started flashing. Alex turned to the window, and his heart started pounding in his chest again. It was his car. But he knew that he had turned off the engine and taken the keys. Now her headlights were turning on and off rhythmically, as if someone was inside. The man in front of him paled. "They're already here," he muttered, taking off. The red-haired girl, on the other hand, looked more annoyed than scared. "Calm down, it's probably someone joking," she said, heading for the door. Alex wanted to stop her, but the words stuck in his throat. She went outside, and seconds later, the lights in the cafe flickered and went out. In the silence that followed, there was a sound, quiet but distinct. Footsteps. But their source was unclear. Alex heard the stranger start muttering to himself, and an elderly woman with knitting suddenly screamed and fell to the floor. A man in work clothes rushed to the exit, but the door through which the red-haired girl had just passed now wouldn't budge. Alex felt the cold air touch his skin. This coldness was unnatural, as if it penetrated his bones. In the darkness, he could barely make out the figures of the other customers, but the sound of footsteps was getting closer. At some point, Alex realized that they were not walking on the floor, but on the ceiling. Alex clutched the table, feeling his body tense with terror. The footsteps that sounded on the ceiling grew louder and closer. He tried to figure out what was going on, but his mind refused to accept reality. Soon the footsteps stopped, and a heavy, suffocating silence fell. Suddenly, the door that the red-haired girl had just entered opened with a loud creak. He could see her shadow appearing in the doorway. But it wasn't her. It was the man who had just been sitting across from him. His face was distorted with horror, his eyes were dilated, and his clothes were soaked with something dark and sticky, like blood. "They are. What is it?" he whispered, almost losing his voice. "You shouldn't have stayed. They know everything." Alex stepped back in horror, barely able to stand on his feet. He didn't understand what the man was talking about, but something inside was bubbling with fear. He tried to open his mouth to ask what was going on, but he couldn't make a sound. His whole body seemed to freeze, blocking any possibility of movement or speech. The man looked at him, and there was something creepy in his gaze, something empty and lifeless. He wasn't alive. It was obvious. It seemed that his soul had long since left, leaving only a shell that continued to move and speak. Suddenly, the man turned abruptly and rushed towards the door, screaming shrilly. His words sounded like something from another world. They're already coming for us. We're all dead. Alex tried to stand up, but his legs wouldn't work. Fear paralyzed him, forcing him to sit rooted to the spot. He felt a chill seep into his bones, and the air around him became heavy, as if it was filled with unbearable pressure. A figure appeared from the corner where he had just been paying attention. A woman in an old-fashioned dress. She walked slowly, like a shadow, her footsteps made no noise, although other people could be heard running around in panic on the floor. She didn't look like a real person. She had no expression on her face, her eyes were empty, without a soul. Alex realized that this was not a person, but something that had captured his mind and was not going to let go. "You're from number 3, she whispered with a smile that wasn't human. She took a step forward, and the entire space around her seemed to shrink. Alex felt his soul shrink in that hazy, inhuman presence. Suddenly, the lights started flashing again, and everything was plunged into total darkness. At that moment, Alex managed to stand up, his legs seemed to come to life, but his body still couldn't be controlled. He ran to the door, trying to escape from this nightmare, but when he turned the handle, the door wouldn't budge. He tried to open it again, but now it was locked. Behind him, he heard a soft but distinct sound, as if someone were quietly scratching their fingers on glass. "You can't leave," a voice said, echoing in his head. It was the same woman, but now her words sounded like a warning, as if she was talking about something inevitable. Alex turned around again. She was standing right in front of him, her face very close to his now. He felt her cold, dead gaze, which seemed to pierce right through him. She raised her hand and, without saying a word, touched his face. He felt his skin turn to stone, his body freeze, and the feeling of death filled every cell. It was as if his own life was leaving him, leaving only an empty shell. He couldn't move, couldn't scream, all that remained was to be a part of that darkness. Reality began to blur. He had lost all sense of time, consumed by this nightmare in which there was no escape. Suddenly, like a loud bang, images burst into his brain. They were fast, like flashes. The blurred faces, the walls, the endlessly repeated scenes from his life, intertwined with strangers, familiar, unfamiliar, it was an eternal gallery of the damned. Alex felt his consciousness begin to collapse, consumed by what was around him. Everything was dissolving. And then, like the last moment before the darkness swallowed him up, he realized, the motel was not just a place, but a trap. People who once stayed here disappeared, and their souls became part of something more terrible than fear itself. A place where no one was alive, and no one could leave. He felt his feet sliding on the floor, and suddenly, a door appeared in front of him. Not the one that didn't open. The door that led into the light. A faint ray pierced the darkness, and Alex felt his hands, gaining strength again, reaching for that door. But when he opened it, everything was gone. The motel. Fear. People. All. He was in a different place. On the street. In a normal world. But there was a mark on his arm. Dark, sinister. The entry in his phone, which he couldn't erase, said, "You're not alone. We are always there for you." When Alex tried to stand up, his legs wouldn't work. It was as if he was stuck in a chair, unable to get up. The silence around them was so thick that you could drown in it. The sounds of footsteps coming across the ceiling were now getting louder and clearer. He could feel the cold seeping out of every pore of his skin, as his body was literally covered in sweat. At that moment, he saw something in the corner of the room. Shadow. Vague, but clearly defined. He tensed, his breathing quickened, and his gaze stubbornly fixed on this figure. The shadow became darker, and its outline began to move slowly, as if someone were sliding along the walls. Alex tried to scream, but his voice wouldn't come out. He gritted his teeth, trying to force himself to do something. Suddenly, the door of the cafe burst open with a bang, and a man burst into the room. He was badly battered, his clothes were torn, and his face was stained with blood. He looked at Alex with desperate fear in his eyes, his face distorted with pain. "You shouldn't have come in here," he whispered, rolling to his feet with difficulty. "They keep an eye on everyone who comes here. And now you're in their network. You're next." Alex tried to stand up, but his body was paralyzed. The man, without waiting for an answer, abruptly walked up to the counter and grabbed a bottle with something dark, like ink. He drank it in one gulp, and then his gaze became blank, detached. The man turned and headed for the door, as if under hypnosis. That's when Alex realized he wasn't the only one who was here against his will. "This person is the last guest mentioned in the folder at the reception desk. He was one of those who couldn't leave, who was trapped in this place." With each step, the man became more pale, and his movements became more unnatural. Alex felt his own body finding its strength again. He got up and ran to the door, not knowing what was waiting for him behind it. He ran outside, and the cold wind met him with a brutal thud. He rushed to his car, hoping that he would be able to get out. But as soon as he touched the door, he felt a strange vibration under his hands. The car stood as if not moving, as if frozen in time. Alex turned around, trying to figure out what was going on. And then he saw her, the woman in the old-fashioned dress who had appeared at the motel window. She was standing at the edge of the road, looking straight at him, her eyes glassy, empty. She took a step forward, and with each step, her figure became more and more of a blur, as if she didn't exist at all. But Alex couldn't look away. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his heart, and at the last moment he realized that he could not avoid what was about to happen. The woman froze right in front of him, her lips moving, uttering only one word. "It's too late." Alex stood in the middle of the street, his mind seemed to go blank. Everything that was happening seemed so alien, unreal, that my thoughts were confused. He wanted to run away, but he didn't know where to go. He could feel his pulse speeding up, and that strange woman's voice was spinning in his head again, "It's too late." And that's when he realized, this is not an accident. Everything that happened in this place was part of some kind of plan. And he seemed to be just his pawn. Suddenly, there was a dull sound like thunder. The ground shook under his feet. Alex instinctively closed his eyes, but after a few moments he opened them again. Everything was covered with thick, yellow smoke. The sky, already dim, darkened even more. When he looked back, the motel was engulfed in flames. The building was literally cracking from the explosions, the walls were collapsing, crumbling into fiery clouds. Alex could feel the heat, even though he was a considerable distance away. He tried to figure out what was going on, but everything was happening too fast, too chaotically. The explosion was the result of Alex not knowing, or maybe not wanting to know. This place was not just an abandoned motel, it was a refuge for those who took psychotropic drugs, for those who were under control. The building was an entire laboratory, hidden from the world, a place where experiments with consciousness were conducted. All this time, he was taking pills that were slipped to him under the guise of ordinary drugs. But in reality, they were part of the control, part of the game they were playing with him. Psychotropic substances altered his perception, creating illusions and manipulating his mind. Everything he saw, the woman, the murders, the strange events, was the result of manipulation of his mind. He stood on the edge of a collapsed world, and his thoughts seemed to merge into one empty space. A state of apathy gripped him, and despite the flames, smoke, and destruction, he felt strangely cold. Everything was predictable. Everything he had been through didn't matter now. "I don't care," he whispered to himself in response to the threatening fiery flashes. His gaze dimmed, and he stepped forward, towards the disappearing horizon, into the abyss where no one could find him. Alex wasn't worried anymore. He realized that everything that had happened was just the end of his own illusions. The exploded building, psychotropic pills, the woman in the window, these were all just fragments of an empty world that could no longer captivate him. As Alex walked, seemingly exhausted, tired of everything that was happening, his steps became slower and slower, and his gaze dimmed. He didn't notice the silhouettes appearing in his path. The world around him was disappearing, as if he was in some kind of nightmare that couldn't end. He stopped trying to make sense of what was happening. He didn't care. But suddenly, from the depths of the fog, there was a sharp sound. It took him a while, but he soon realized that these were footsteps, someone else's footsteps. He turned, barely catching sight of a figure standing in the darkness. He froze, but it was too late. The dull sound of a gunshot pierced the air, and Alex felt the bullet pierce his body. The pain was searing, unbearable. He didn't even have time to realize what had happened. His body seemed frozen at the moment when he was already falling. Fragmentary thoughts flashed through my head, but my consciousness quickly clouded over, and the last sounds became strangely quiet and muffled. Death himself closed his eyes with a quick, merciless blow. His last breath escaped with difficulty, and the world around him was swallowed by darkness. Whoever fired the shot didn't show up, didn't leave a trace. He just disappeared into the void, like everything Alex had ever known. The building that exploded continued to burn, but it no longer meant anything to him. A dark world full of manipulation and fear engulfed him, leaving no memory, no hope of salvation. Jason was driving along an abandoned highway. The night was dark, and the rain was pounding on the roof of his old sedan. The radio barely picked up the signal, and the silence in the cabin became more and more depressing. He hadn't seen a single car in the last 2 hours, and the fuel gauge was slowly creeping down. He knew that if he couldn't find a gas station or a motel, he would spend the night in a car in the middle of the desert. When the neon sign of the Traveler's Paradise Motel appeared in the distance, Jason felt relieved. This place looked old-fashioned, but for the tired driver it seemed like a real salvation. The parking lot was almost empty, except for a couple of rusty cars that looked like they'd been there for decades. There was a strange silence inside the motel. The reception desk was shabby, with a worn, jangling bell. The receptionist, a middle-aged man with gray hair and cold eyes, was sitting at the counter, writing something in a journal. "Good evening. I need a room for one night," Jason said, putting his credit card on the counter. "Number 8. Second floor," the receptionist replied shortly, handing him a key with a faded keychain. His eyes met Jason's for a second, and he added, "There's no elevator, the stairs are on the right." As Jason climbed the stairs, he noticed a strange detail. The stairs creaked, as if someone had recently passed through here, even though the area was empty. The hallway on the second floor was narrow, and the walls seemed to absorb the sounds. Every step echoed hollowly, as if someone was following him. Room 8 looked standard, a bed with a sagging mattress, a bedside table with a telephone and a small TV. Jason threw his bag on the bed and decided to take a shower. The bathroom was old, with peeling paint on the walls and a cracked mirror. When he closed the door, he noticed the words scratched on the back of it. "Don't leave the lights off." This inscription caused him an unpleasant feeling, but he attributed it to teenagers who might have stayed here before. After the shower, he lay down on the bed and turned on the TV. There was local news. The host was talking about a series of murders in the area, but Jason didn't think much of it until he heard. The last incident occurred at a motel on Route 47. The police found the body of a man in room 8. Jason froze. This was the room where he was currently staying. He turned off the TV, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. It seemed to him that something was moving outside the room. He got up and cautiously approached the door, listening. Through the crack under the door, he noticed a shadow moving back and forth. Jason squeezed the door handle, but didn't open it. Instead, he returned to the bed and tried to calm down. "It's just a motel employee or a neighbor," he thought. That night, Jason woke up to a strange sound. It was a rattling sound coming from the closet. He turned on the light and walked slowly to the door. When he opened it, there was nothing inside except an old coat, but the screeching stopped. He lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come anymore. Suddenly he heard a whisper. Someone was talking right at the door. "You're next." Jason jumped up, grabbed his phone and dialed 911. The operator answered, but the connection was immediately cut off. At that moment, the door of the room began to slowly open. A man in dirty clothes stood on the threshold, his face was stained with blood, and he was holding a knife in his hand. Jason rushed to the window, trying to open it, but the frames were boarded up. The stranger stepped inside, closing the door behind him. "This place, it chooses who stays," he whispered, approaching. In desperation, Jason grabbed a desk lamp and hit the man on the head. The stranger fell, but after a second he began to get up, as if the blow had not hit him. Jason ran out of the room, but the hallway was darker than before. He ran up the stairs, but instead of exiting, he found himself in another corridor. All the doors around him were closed, and there were traces of blood on some of them. He stopped at one of the doors from which the screams could be heard. When he opened it, he saw a woman tied up on a chair. There were deep cuts on her face. "Help me," she whispered. Before Jason could approach, the same man with a knife appeared around the corner. "You're not leaving here, and neither is she," he said, lunging at Jason. Jason desperately closed the door, holding it with his whole body. He understood that there was only one way out, to fight or die. Jason held the door fiercely, feeling the man on the other side trying his best to kick it down. His breathing quickened, and his hands were shaking, but he gathered the last of his strength and, loosening his grip, abruptly opened the door, hoping for a surprise. The attacker lost his balance and stumbled into the room. Jason wasted no time. He grabbed a nearby chair and hit it on the man's head. There was a dull crunch, and he fell, frozen. The woman in the chair began to cry softly. "We don't have much time. They'll be back," she whispered. "Who are they?" Jason asked, cutting the ropes that bound her. "The staff at this motel. They're not human. They catch people like you, leave us here to disappear." Her words sounded crazy, but Jason couldn't afford to doubt them. Something was really wrong with this place. As soon as he released the woman, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the hallway. She grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the window. "This is the only way," she said, pointing to a narrow fire escape. "It's boarded up," Jason objected, remembering his attempt to escape. "No, it's their trick. Try again." He pushed the frame with all his might, and the boards on the window suddenly gave way. The woman was the first to climb the stairs, followed by Jason. When they were outside, an icy wind hit them in the face. The stairs stretched down, but each step creaked so loudly that it seemed to wake up the whole motel. Halfway down, the fire exit door burst open with a bang, and two figures ran out. They were a man and a woman in staff uniforms. They had hammers in their hands. "Run! Stop it!" the woman screamed, accelerating her descent. Jason followed her, but the ladder suddenly creaked and broke. He managed to grab the edge, hanging on by his hands. A muddy area with broken concrete was waiting for him at the bottom. The woman turned around, but instead of helping, she screamed. "They're getting close." With the last of his strength, Jason pulled himself up and found himself back on the narrow metal frame. It was impossible to descend now. There was only one way to the roof of the neighboring building. "Jump!" A woman who was already standing on the roof shouted. Jason, without hesitation, ran and jumped. The blow was hard, but he survived. When he got up, the woman was already stepping back, looking somewhere behind him. "What have you done?" "What is it?" she whispered. Jason turned around and saw the motel receptionist standing on the edge of the roof. He was calm, as if being here was part of his plan. "Do you think this is the end?" "This is just the beginning," he said, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The woman grabbed Jason by the arm and dragged him to the edge of the roof, where there was a rope ladder. "Come down. Faster." As soon as they started to descend, the roof began to shake. The administrator, along with 2 other pursuers, was approaching, but the stairs were too long. They didn't make it. When Jason and the woman were on the ground, they ran towards the highway. This time they were lucky. The headlights of a truck flashed in the distance. They ran out onto the road, waving their arms. The truck stopped. "What's going on here?" the driver asked, clearly frightened by their appearance. "We need help. Get out of here," Jason shouted, jumping into the cockpit. When the truck started moving, they looked back. The Traveler's Paradise Motel disappeared into the darkness as if it had never existed. Jason thought the nightmare was over, but the woman next to him whispered, "They'll find us. They always do." The truck sped down the highway, its headlights cutting through the thick darkness. There was a tense silence in the cabin. The driver, an elderly man with a wrinkled face and a cigarette in his mouth, kept casting wary glances at Jason and the woman. "You look like you've escaped death. Who's chasing you?" "I'm sorry," he muttered. Jason looked at the woman, not knowing what to say. She beat him to it. The gang. They wanted to rob us. We barely left." "A gang?" The driver narrowed his eyes. "I've been driving here for 20 years, I haven't seen any gangs here." "It's true," Jason added, trying to sound convincing. "They're hiding." The driver snorted, but didn't say anything else. The car sped off, leaving the motel and everything that had happened there behind. An hour later, the woman suddenly grabbed Jason by the arm. "Do you hear that?" "What is it?" she whispered. Jason listened, but apart from the hum of the engine, he heard nothing. "What?" "They're watching. I'm sure." "Come on," Jason tried to reassure her, even though he could feel the anxiety starting to rise inside. The driver turned off the engine, stopping the truck at an old diner on the side of the road. "I need to rest." "And you too. You look like you're about to fall." The diner was barely lit, and the neon letters on the sign were flashing, creating an ominous atmosphere. There was no one inside except for a tired-faced waitress and a couple of customers. "Sit here, I'll be back soon," the driver said and walked away towards the toilets. Jason sat down at a table, looking around. The woman remained standing at the door, warily studying the street through the glass. "You know this isn't the end," she said suddenly, without turning around. "What are you talking about?" "They won't stop. We broke their rules. You know how that sounds, right?" Jason began, but stopped when he noticed a shadow flickering outside the window. "Listen to me," the woman turned sharply, her face contorted with fear. "They're not human. They're like machines. They know where we're going." The door of the diner creaked open, and 2 men in gray jackets entered the room. They looked like ordinary visitors, but their cold gazes clung to every detail. "Hush," the woman whispered, retreating to the counter. The waitress approached Jason with a notebook, but instead of asking about the order, she leaned closer and whispered, "Are you from there too?" Jason stared at her, dumbfounded. "What? A motel? Are you from there?" He nodded, not knowing what to say. The waitress quickly put a napkin on the table, on which it was written, "Do not go outside. They're already here." Jason felt a lump of fear rise in his throat. "We have to leave," the woman whispered, grabbing his arm. But at that moment, one of the men in the gray jacket turned his head in their direction and froze. "They've spotted us," she whispered. The man got up from the table and moved towards them. Jason jumped up, grabbing the woman by the hand, and together they ran to the door. But the second man was already standing in the way, blocking the exit. "Over here!" the waitress shouted, pointing at the back door. They rushed there, feeling their pursuers literally breathing down their backs. The back door led them into a narrow alley. The driver's car was still in place, but when Jason and the woman ran up to the cab, the driver was already dead, his body mutilated beyond recognition. "Damn it!" Jason cursed, looking around. "They're very close." A woman shouted, and at that moment men in gray jackets appeared from the alley. Without thinking, Jason started the truck. The engine roared, and he hit the gas. The wheels spun, kicking up gravel, and the car took off, almost knocking over one of the pursuers. "What now?" "Stop it," he shouted, turning to the woman. "We have to find a place where they can't find us." "But there are almost no such places left," she replied, squeezing into the seat. The truck sped along the highway, immersed in the absolute silence of the night. Jason tightened his grip on the steering wheel, glancing briefly at the woman, who was now holding a knife taken from the cockpit and peering intently into the side mirrors. "What makes you so sure they won't leave?" "What is it?" he asked, trying to collect his thoughts. "You don't understand who we're messing with. These are not just people. They're..." She paused, looking at the headlights ahead. "Stop it." Jason slammed on the brakes. A police car was parked on the road with its flashing lights on. The silhouette of a uniformed officer got out of the car and raised his hand, signaling to stop. "We're lucky," Jason muttered, rolling down the window. But the woman abruptly grabbed his hand, squeezing it with force. "No. Don't say anything." The officer came closer, his face was hidden under his cap, and his voice sounded too monotonous. "Good evening. Have you violated something?" "No, officer, it's just..." Jason began, but suddenly noticed that the badge on the policeman's uniform was missing. The woman pushed open the door on the other side of the cabin and ran out, disappearing into the darkness. "Hey!" Jason shouted, trying to stop her. The policeman, ignoring her escape, continued to stare at Jason. "You need to go back. It's safer there," he said in a cold, lifeless voice. Jason felt cold sweat trickle down his back. It wasn't a policeman. Suddenly, the officer reached for his holster, but instead of a weapon, he pulled out a knife with a long curved blade. Jason didn't wait. He pressed the gas pedal all the way down, overtaking the figure of the policeman, who did not even try to jump to the side. The truck took off onto a deserted country road, the headlights illuminating only a narrow lane ahead. Jason had barely turned when the figure of a woman appeared in front of him. "Are you crazy?" "Stop it," he shouted, stopping. She looked scared, but tough. Her fingers were still clutching the same knife. "It's not over, Jason. We found the worst place to be. Why didn't you tell me about this before?" "Because now we have no choice," she whispered, nodding at the gloomy figure standing on the hill ahead. For a moment, it seemed like it was just another stalker. But Jason noticed the details, a knife dripping with something dark, tattered clothes, and a face full of calmness. The woman suddenly turned pale. "That's him." "Who is he?" "A maniac. They work for him. This is their leader." Before Jason could understand anything, the man on the hill raised his hand. Other figures began approaching the truck from different directions, men and women in gray jackets, armed with knives and crowbars. "Damn it! Get in the car." The woman rushed back into the cab, and Jason hit the gas again, driving a few meters away from the figure on the hill. "Are you sure this isn't the end?" "Stop it," he shouted, as an eerie hum of voices sounded behind them, as if it were an alarm for their death. "They won't stop until they get what they want." "And what is it?" She looked at him in silence, and Jason suddenly realized that he would never know the truth. Ahead, the road split. One path led back to the highway, the other into a dense forest. "Which way?" "Into the woods," she said. "They hate the forest." Jason didn't understand why, but he obeyed. The truck flew into the narrow road, cutting through bushes and branches that whipped against the windows. But they weren't alone. From behind, in the headlights, he could see their silhouettes, dozens of figures racing after them at superhuman speed. Jason could feel his heart pounding with panic. The woman in the cab next to him pressed herself against the door, as if she was going to jump out at any moment, but she held on. "Who are they?" His voice was shaking, but his gaze was focused on the road, on every pothole that could send them into a ditch. "Do you really want to know? Or do you want to survive?" The woman looked at him from under her brows. The truck flew onto a forest road, the trees closed over them in a dense corridor through which the moonlight barely penetrated. The headlights picked out bushes and driftwood, but something was moving ahead. "Damn it!" Jason swerved sharply, feeling the rear wheels start to slip. A man stood in front with a crowbar in his hands. Without moving, he just waited for the truck to crash. Jason pulled the car back onto the road, narrowly missing him, and glanced in the rearview mirror. The man didn't even move, as if he knew they would come back. "They're just playing with us," the woman muttered, clutching the knife. "Who are they?" Jason shouted again, his voice cracking. "The people who pay for these motels. Those who wait for people like us." "What are you talking about?" She closed her eyes, as if she was going to tell something that had been hiding inside for a long time. "These places. These are not just motels. These are traps. And everyone who goes there becomes a part of the game." "Games? Are you kidding? Listen up." She grabbed his arm. "Did you see how this policeman didn't even dodge? How did those figures stand as if they were waiting for us? These are not random people, they are organized." "Who organized them?" She was silent. At that moment, there was a loud crack. The branches ahead broke under the pressure of something heavy. Jason slammed on the brakes. A truck was parked in front of them. His cabin was empty, but the engine was running. "It's them," the woman whispered, her face turning white. "They what?" She opened the door and ran into the woods, leaving him alone. Jason didn't know what to do. He looked at the abandoned truck, at the headlights that blinded him, and felt something around him becoming unbearably quiet. Suddenly, a man came out from behind the truck. His face was expressionless, and he was wearing a work uniform. But there was something strange about his movements, slow but purposeful. Jason didn't wait. He turned his truck around, intending to brake back onto the highway. But the road was blocked. 4 cars were parked bumper to bumper, blocking the way. "Damn it!" Jason slammed on the steering wheel. He opened the cabin door and ran into the woods. Branches whipped at his face, and his feet slid on the damp ground. He could hear footsteps behind him. Someone was chasing him, but he didn't look back. After a few minutes of running, he came across a house. It was a small wooden cottage, covered with moss and almost merging into the forest. Jason stormed inside, slamming the door behind him. "Help me!" "Stop it!" he shouted, but there was nothing inside. The room looked abandoned. Dust covered the furniture, and torn newspapers littered the floor. He walked over to the table where the notebook was lying. Opening it, Jason began to read. "If you're here, it's too late. They won't stop. These are not people. This is..." Then the text was torn up, as if someone had torn out the page in a hurry. Suddenly, there was a creak of floorboards. Jason whirled around. "Who's there?" His voice was trembling. A figure appeared in the shadow of the doorway. She took a step forward, and Jason recognized the woman. "You left me." He shouted, but her face was different. Empty. She raised the knife. It's the only way out, she whispered. Jason froze, his breathing coming in short gasps. The woman in front of him held a knife as if it was the only tool capable of ending their agony. What are you doing? He croaked, trying to hold her gaze. You don't understand. Her voice became emotionless, her eyes empty. They'll never let us go. There was a soft creaking sound from behind, as if someone had walked across the floor behind him. Jason turned around, but saw no one. Who's here? The voice betrayed him, trembling in the silence. It doesn't matter, the woman slowly came closer, the knife still in her hands. Only one thing is important, we are already a part of it. What? Jason shouted, stepping back until his back hit the wall. What's going on? She looked at him, and tears glistened in her eyes. We're the next story, she whispered, and her lips twitched as if she couldn't believe her own words. At that moment, all the doors in the house abruptly flew open. A draft filled the room, blowing newspapers off the floor. Jason turned around, his eyes searching for a way out, but there was only silence. The woman took another step forward. You can run if you want. But remember, they already know your name. Jason rushed to the door, his legs barely obeying him. He flew out into the street and ran deep into the forest, not understanding the road. Every branch, every rustle seemed like the sounds of a chase. He ran until he was on the road. He saw headlights in the distance. The car. Hope flared up inside him, and he waved his arms, running out into the middle of the road. The car stopped. The driver slowly opened the window. Are you okay? The man asked, his voice calm. Jason, covered in dirt and wounds, leaned against the car door. Help me. I'm being hunted. The man nodded, took out a bottle of water from the glove compartment and handed it to Jason. Get in, I'll drive you. Jason collapsed into the passenger seat, his head falling against the back. He could feel the adrenaline gradually leaving his body. Thanks, he muttered, looking out the window. The car started moving. But after a few minutes, Jason noticed that the road looked familiar. Too familiar. Where are we going? What is it? He asked, trying to keep calm. The man looked at him for a moment, and Jason saw a cold, emotionless expression in his eyes. To where you need to be, he replied, turning onto the very forest road that started it all. The truck stopped at a familiar motel. The lights were on in the windows. The car door locked with a distinctive click. Got a job at one of the branches of a huge supermarket chain. He had just moved to a new city, leaving behind everything, friends, relatives, and a past life. Walmart seemed to him the perfect place to start. Shifts here started late at night and lasted until dawn, but, as the manager said, it was the quietest part of the day, there were few visitors, the work was almost always routine. The first days passed quietly. The store was living its usual life, customers were rummaging through the shelves, one of the employees was filling the shelves, and everything in the warehouse was boiling with constant unloading. Kevin quickly settled in, became friends with a guy named Todd and a girl named Sam, who also worked night shifts. But he soon noticed that the night shift wasn't as quiet as it seemed at first glance. There was always a strange smell in the hall. Somewhere in the far corner, among the shelves of discounted goods, there was a heavy, musty aroma. No one paid any attention to this, although Kevin noticed more than once how some employees winced as they passed by. You'll get used to it, Todd said one day, when he noticed Kevin pausing at the very corner. We have an old warehouse here, sometimes something goes bad there. Kevin nodded, but the strange feeling wouldn't let go. In the third week of work, he received a task, to help Sam sort out a batch of goods that arrived at the store in the afternoon. It meant going to a warehouse that he had only glimpsed before. The warehouse turned out to be completely different from what he had imagined. Instead of neat rows of boxes, this place looked like a real maze: narrow passageways, piles of pallets, the light from dim lamps that barely penetrated through the layers of dust. Cardboard boxes, pieces of film, and even some rags were scattered on the floor. "Welcome to chaos," Sam laughed, noticing his confused look. "It's better not to get lost here." She quickly pointed to two large boxes labeled "Preponderance to the Third Zone" and explained where they needed to be moved. When Kevin pulled the first box, he felt something inside it pumping strangely, like liquid. "What's that?" "What is it?" he asked, glancing at Sam. "Don't even think about opening it." Last month, Todd opened one of these boxes, and it turned out that it was frozen meat that had thawed and rancid. "Do you want to know what the smell was?" Kevin shook his head, continuing to pull the box. But the thought that there could be anything in such boxes bothered him. The next night, Kevin stayed at work later than usual. One of the colleagues did not come on shift, and he had to finish some of the work alone. The store was empty. Only the humming of the refrigerators broke the silence. When he entered the storage area, he thought he heard a sound. Quiet, muffled, like a rustle or someone's footsteps. He stopped and listened, but he didn't hear anything else. Deciding that they were just rats, he continued his work. But after a few minutes, the rustling was repeated. Now it was coming from the back of the warehouse, from a section where employees rarely entered. Kevin froze. "Hey! Is anyone there?" His voice echoed loudly. There was no response. Kevin decided to check it out. When he reached the far corner, he felt a chill. Even the air seemed different here, heavy, dense. There was practically no lighting, only a faint glow from the lamps at the beginning of the corridor helped to distinguish the outlines of the boxes. And then he saw the door. It was half open, and there was darkness behind it. Kevin reached for the door, but suddenly he heard a sound that made him stop. It was a thud, like something hitting a metal floor. He took a step back. Something inside him told him that it was better to turn around and leave. But curiosity got the better of him. Kevin went inside. There was another warehouse behind the door. This room was smaller than the main one, but it was a complete mess. Broken boxes, some metal parts and scraps of paper were scattered on the floor. Kevin noticed that the smell he had smelled in the gym had intensified to the point of nausea. The light was even dimmer than in the previous room. The single lamp hanging from the ceiling flickered, creating an eerie play of shadows. Kevin noticed strange stains on the floor. They looked like traces of something sticky. The spots stretched to the far corner of the room, where there were huge metal containers. Maybe it's just spoiled food, Kevin tried to reassure himself. He took a step forward, trying not to make any noise. It seemed to him that he was alone, but the feeling that someone was watching him did not let go. As he approached the first container, he noticed that there was something like a serial number stamped on its lid. However, there were also deep scratches on the metal, as if someone had tried to open it manually. He walked around the container and saw another one. This time, the lid was ajar. Kevin froze, trying to see what was inside. As soon as he looked inside, there was a loud crash from behind. He whirled around, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. "Todd? Sam? It's you?" "Stop it," he shouted, but there was no answer. The crash was repeated. This time the sound came from somewhere behind the shelves. Kevin glanced at the container and saw that there was some dirty cloth inside. From the outside, it looked like ordinary trash, but something in its depth seemed wrong. Not wanting to stay here any longer, he decided to leave the warehouse. But when he turned around, his eyes stopped on the wall. There, among the scraps of paper, was an old plaque. It said, "Recycling Department. Access is for authorized personnel only." Next to the sign, he noticed a note taped to the wall. The paper was tattered, and the text was barely legible. Kevin held out his hand and read. Don't stay at night. Keep the door closed. If the container has been opened, inform the manager. At that moment, the lights in the room flickered, and Kevin noticed movement in the shadows. Who's there? Stop it, he shouted, trying to keep his voice steady. Again, there was no response. Kevin decided to run. He rushed back to the door, but it wasn't there. Where the exit had been, there was now a bare wall. He froze, looking around for another way. But the warehouse, which seemed so simple a minute ago, has turned into a real maze. Footsteps. This time they were very close. Kevin turned around and saw that someone was standing between the containers. The figure was indistinct, hidden in the semi-darkness, but the way it moved was enough for Kevin. It wasn't a man. He ran, not understanding the road. Boxes and pallets fell under his feet, he almost fell several times, but adrenaline kept him moving. When he reached the end of the warehouse, he saw the door again. It looked old, like everything else here, but it was ajar. Without thinking for a second, he rushed to it and opened it. The main room of the store was behind the door. It looked as if nothing had happened. Kevin looked around, panting. The store was empty. Todd. Sam, he shouted. But instead of answering, he heard a strange sound. It was coming from the loudspeakers installed throughout the store. It was a creaking sound, like someone moving something heavy on the floor. Then a voice sounded. Dull, monotonous. All employees must leave the building immediately. Kevin rushed to the exit. When he reached the front doors, they did not open. At this time, the lights in the store began to go out. The lights went out completely. Kevin was left alone in the pitch darkness. Panic rolled over him like a wave, but he tried to keep at least some sanity. By touch, he began to make his way along the wall in search of at least some kind of exit. Footsteps. Heavy, thudding footsteps began to sound behind him. They were unhurried, but every second of them made Kevin's heart clench with horror. Who's there? Kevin's voice faltered, but he tried to sound confident. There was no answer again, but the footsteps were getting closer. At that moment, his fingers came across something smooth and cold glass. It was one of the storefronts. Kevin remembered that he had a phone in his pocket. With shaking hands, he pulled it out and turned on the flashlight. A ray of light cut through the darkness, illuminating a showcase filled with boxes. The footsteps suddenly stopped. Kevin turned, illuminating the space behind him. No one. He froze, trying to catch at least some movement or sound. Silence. Oppressive, absolute silence. And then he heard a whisper. Quiet, barely discernible. It was coming from somewhere above, as if from loudspeakers. Why are you here? The words were clear but unnatural, as if they had been recorded and played back on an old tape. I'm just a security guard. I do not know what is going on. Kevin shouted, his voice echoing through the empty store. The whispering stopped. But suddenly, something moved behind him. He turned around, pointing the flashlight at the source of the sound. One of the huge trolleys that were used to move goods was slowly rolling down the aisle, as if someone invisible was pushing it. Kevin stepped back, but then noticed that something was hanging on the handle of the cart. It was an old Walmart employee's uniform. There was something glistening in his jacket pocket. Gathering his strength, he came closer. The fabric was dusty and smelled of something rotten. Kevin took out a small object from his pocket. It was a badge. There was a name on it. John Harper. Employee of the Month. He saw a scrawled text on the back of the badge. They're watching you. Don't trust the exit. Kevin dropped his badge and jumped back. His breathing became erratic, and his heart was racing. And then he realized that he was hearing footsteps again. This time they sounded from two sides. The phone's light flickered and then suddenly went out. Hell, no, no. Kevin frantically tried to turn on the flashlight, but the phone screen remained black. In the darkness, the footsteps continued to approach. They sounded louder and louder, and then abruptly stopped. Kevin felt the cold air on his neck, as if someone was standing right behind him. He didn't turn around. Instead, he rushed forward, blindly trying to find a way out. His legs stumbled, he bumped into shelves and boxes, but he did not stop. And then a faint light appeared in front of him. It was a service exit. The door was ajar, and dim lamplight could be seen behind it. Without thinking, Kevin rushed to the door. He flew into it, tripping and falling to the concrete floor. The light blinded him, and he could finally see where he was. It was a long hallway with many doors on both sides. There was another note on the floor. It said, "You opened the door. Now everything will begin." Kevin got to his feet, breathing heavily, and looked around. The hallway was narrow, the walls were painted gray, and the ceiling was covered with peeling plaster. The light came from old lamps that hung on rusty chains. Some of them flickered, making a barely audible crackle, giving the place an even more sinister appearance. He picked up the note, trying to find some clue in it. The paper was damp, as if someone had recently held it with wet hands. "You opened the door. Now it all starts." The words stuck in his mind like a warning, but they didn't explain anything. Kevin moved away from the door, leaving it open, and began to move down the hallway. The air here was stale, reminiscent of the smell of an old basement. As he passed one of the doors, he noticed that it had no handle. The wooden surface was riddled with deep scratches, as if someone was trying to get out from inside. "What the hell?" he muttered, cautiously backing away from the door. He kept moving forward, looking back all the time. His footsteps echoed dully, giving the feeling that someone was walking behind him. After a few minutes, he reached the end of the corridor, where there was another door. This time it looked massive, made of metal, with a small window at the top. Kevin looked into it. There was a small room behind the door. There was a table in the center, and an object was lying on it. It looked like an old dictaphone. There were cameras in the corners of the room, pointing at the table, and the red lights of their work were flashing, creating an eerie atmosphere. Kevin slowly opened the door. The hinges creaked, breaking the silence that weighed on my ears. When he entered, the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening sound, as if someone had pushed it from the inside. "Hey! Stop it!" he shouted, turning around, but he saw no one. The recorder on the table flashed green, as if inviting him to turn on the recording. Kevin's hand involuntarily reached for the play button. Click. A voice, old and hoarse, came from the speaker. "If you're listening to this, it means you've already gone too far. This store is not just a place. It's a trap that you locked yourself from the inside." Kevin tensed up. The voice continued. "Did you notice the doors without handles? Did you notice the cameras? It's all part of the game. We're watching you, and you won't be able to leave until you finish it." He felt cold sweat trickle down his back. "A game? What kind of game?" he whispered, looking around the room. The recorder was silent for a few seconds, and then the voice added, "Find the answers or find your death. Good luck." There was another click, and the recording stopped. Kevin looked around the table, trembling. There was another object under the recorder, a small map. It showed a schematic representation of the floor plan. Several rooms were marked in red. "This can't be real," he muttered. But at that moment, the light in the room flickered, and rapid footsteps were heard in the hallway. Kevin ran out the door and pressed himself against the wall, trying to be inconspicuous. The footsteps grew louder. They were fast, chaotic, as if someone was running in a panic. A figure flashed by in front of him. It was a man dressed in the same guard uniform as his own. Only this man's face looked distorted, his eyes were bulging, and his mouth was open in a silent scream. The figure disappeared around a bend, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Kevin realized that there might be no way out of this game. But what did the red marks on the map mean? He ran down the hallway, checking the plan. His legs were aching with fatigue, but fear drove him forward. Soon, he found one of the marked rooms. The door was ajar. Behind it was a storeroom full of shelves with goods. On one of the shelves was a box tied with a rope. Kevin walked over to her and untied the rope. Inside, he found an old photo album. Each photo showed the store's employees. But their faces, they were crossed out with a red marker. He saw his picture on the last page. It was taken recently, maybe today. The face in the photo was also crossed out. Kevin, horrified, dropped the album. At that moment, the pantry doors slammed shut. "No! Let me out! Stop it!" he shouted, rushing to the door. Voices were heard outside. They were speaking at the same time, in different languages, but the general meaning was clear. "You're next." Kevin felt his breathing slow down, as if the air had become thicker and time was beginning to stretch out. He didn't take his eyes off the album lying on the floor. His picture with the red cross on his face was the last straw in a series of events. This is no longer an accident, not a coincidence. It's something more, something purposeful. He quickly got up from the floor, gathering his remaining calm. His gaze fell on the map, which he was still clutching in his hand. There are a few marked rooms left. Wasting no time, he went out into the hallway, full of flickering light and a growing sense of persecution. "All this, it has to be explained by logic," he whispered, trying to convince himself. His footsteps echoed down the hallway, each sound seeming louder than it should be. The lights were flashing more and more often, and somewhere far away there was a barely perceptible noise, as if someone was moving heavy objects. The next room was very close. The door was closed, but there was a sign on it, Warehouse 17. At first glance, there is nothing unusual, except that there should be no warehouses with numbers higher than 10 in the building. Kevin slowly opened the door. It was dark inside, with only a faint light from the hallway illuminating the first few steps. Cardboard boxes, torn packages, and some old things were scattered on the floor. Something glittered in the depths of the room. He entered, trying not to make any noise. The dim light of the flashlight illuminated a metal cabinet on which was engraved the inscription, "Nothing personal, only rules." Rules? What the hell are the rules? He exhaled, slowly coming closer. There was a piece of paper on the cabinet. Kevin took it, trying to ignore how the cold metal seemed to stick to his fingers. Lines of text similar to instructions were printed on the paper. "Don't go where you're not invited. Don't try to figure out what's going on. Don't look for the guilty. If you see familiar faces, it's not them. Leave when you can." The last line was written in red pen. "You're late." Kevin's heart sank. What does it mean? Who left these rules? He glanced behind him, feeling the cold air pass over his neck. The hallway was empty, but the feeling that he wasn't alone became almost unbearable. A sharp sound interrupted his thoughts. There was a creaking sound behind them, as if something heavy was slowly moving across the floor. Kevin turned around, shining his flashlight into the depths of the warehouse. There was something moving in the shadows. "Hey! Who's there?" His voice faltered, but he forced himself to speak anyway. There was no response. Instead, a hand emerged from the darkness. She was wearing a dirty glove, with a torn cloth revealing chafed skin. A head appeared behind her. A man dressed in a store employee's uniform was looking at him. His eyes seemed lifeless, and his face was covered with what looked like ashes. "Do you work here? Help me!" Kevin shouted. The man did not answer. Instead, he took a step forward, as if testing something. Kevin stepped back. "Hey, wait! Stop it!" he shouted, but the figure continued to move. Kevin rushed to the door, quickly slamming it behind him. He pressed his back against the wall, breathing heavily, when the sound came again, footsteps, but this time fast, hurried. They were getting closer. He ran. The floor plan in his hand was his only clue, his only hope. Kevin turned left, then right, weaving between the corridors. The footsteps did not lag behind, it seemed that they were multiplying. Ahead, he saw another marked room. The door was ajar, and light was shining through. Kevin stormed inside, slamming the door behind him. The room was strange. There were dozens of photographs on the walls. Each one showed a man in a store employee's uniform, but all the photos were old, as if they had been taken decades ago. The faces in some of the pictures were crossed out in red, while others were erased. A large photograph hung on the central wall. He was a man in his 50s, wearing a formal suit. At the bottom of the photo was a sign, "Manager of the Year, Harrison Cole." There was a dictaphone on the floor under the photo. Kevin picked it up without thinking and pressed the button. Click. The voice was low, confident. "Welcome to our family business. We don't just work here, we keep traditions alive. Those who violate them pay a price. If you're hearing this, it means you've already gone too far. Find a way out. And remember, they're always watching." The recording ended. Kevin lowered the recorder and looked at the door. An inscription slowly began to appear on it, as if someone had scratched it from the outside. "You won't make it. What should I do next?" Kevin felt fear wash over him. The inscription on the door continued to grow, as if an invisible hand was furiously carving the words deeper into the wooden surface. He took a step back, trying to find some sort of plan of action. Suddenly, the door flew open with a loud bang. But there was no corridor behind it, nor those who were chasing him. There was a warehouse there, the very warehouse where it all started. The boxes were on the floor, and light was barely coming from a broken lamp. It looked like he had made a circle. Kevin froze, feeling his breath catch in his throat. In the middle of the warehouse, in the same place where he found the album, there was another item. It was his own jacket. She was wearing a badge that he had never worn, Kevin Jensen, intern, electronics department. He lifted his jacket, hoping to find an explanation. But when he turned around, there was a man standing behind him. The one who appeared in the shadows is an employee in a dirty uniform. He was closer now, and Kevin could finally make out his face. It looked familiar. The man raised his hand, pointing at the badge. His voice was a hoarse whisper. "Your shift starts." Kevin tried to step back, but felt something hard under his feet. He looked down. There was a new piece of paper on the floor. It was printed on. "Welcome to the family. Please follow the rules and remember, your life is part of our tradition." When he looked up again, the light was gone. The warehouse was plunged into absolute darkness, and the silence was broken only by slow footsteps approaching from all directions. His shout broke the silence, but there was no response. Only the warehouse doors slowly slammed shut, leaving him in a gloomy void. Later, on the morning shift, the manager walked around the store, checking the departments. Stopping at Warehouse 17, he looked around the door with a slight smile. There were barely discernible letters on its surface. Kevin. A new employee. "Welcome to Walmart," he murmured before continuing his rounds. Kevin was never seen again. The house was in perfect order, as if it had been cut out of a fashion magazine about interior design. Sunlight poured through the windows, framing the bright accents of the modern decor. Matthew and Sarah, a young married couple, moved here a few months ago to start a new life. There was enthusiasm in their eyes, the work was going well, their 2-year-old son Jake was laughing every day, and they spent the evenings with friends over wine and conversations. Sarah loved cooking, and Matthew was really passionate about gardening. Every morning, he started by checking the plants in the yard, watching the roses they had planted together, and then came home with a bouquet to put it in a vase on the kitchen table. These rituals seemed unshakable, as did their happiness. But one detail still gave Sarah a strange feeling. Basement. She rarely went there, the space was dark, dusty and served only as a storage for unnecessary things. The stairs leading down creaked with every step, and the light bulb blinked, as if warning that it was better to leave this place alone. Matthew just laughed at her concern. Basements always seem gloomy. But it's just a basement, Sarah. It's okay. It all started with the little things. At first, Sarah noticed that someone was moving things in the basement. The boxes they stacked in the corner ended up in the middle of the room. She didn't think much of it, deciding that maybe Jake was playing nearby, and then Matthew accidentally left the basement door open. "Were you looking for anything downstairs yesterday?" she asked her husband at dinner. "No. And why would I go there? All my tools are in the garage," he waved away, without taking his eyes off the plate. An unpleasant feeling settled in her chest, but she decided not to dwell on it. It's just a coincidence. After a week, Jake started acting strangely. He was looking at the stairs to the basement and saying, "Dad's there." Matthew joked that his son wanted to play hide-and-seek, but Sarah was alarmed. "Jake, did you see someone downstairs?" The kid just shook his head and giggled. One night, Sarah woke up to a crash. It seemed to her that the noise was coming from the basement. She pushed her husband. "Matt, get up. There's someone there." He got up reluctantly, picked up a baseball bat, and headed downstairs. Sarah remained waiting at the door, clutching the phone in her hands, ready to dial the police. But Matthew returned a few minutes later, shrugging his shoulders in disbelief. "Nothing. One of the boxes just fell down." "You're worrying too much." Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. After a few days, she decided to figure it out on her own. While Jake was sleeping and Matthew was at work, Sarah went down to the basement. She turned on the light and carefully examined the space. There were those boxes in the corner, but now there were strange scratches on them, as if someone had tried to open them. She noticed footprints on one of the walls that looked like dirty fingerprints. Suddenly, her gaze fell on a small metal hatch in the corner. She had never paid any attention to him before. She came closer and pulled the handle. The hatch was locked. That it seemed strange to her. She went upstairs, took a screwdriver, and came back to open it. The hatch led to a narrow passage ending in another door. Sarah's heart was pounding so hard that she thought she could hear it all over the basement. She slowly opened the door and found herself in a small room. There was a table with several chairs, shelves were filled with canned food and bottles of water, and there was an old mattress in the corner. Her breathing quickened. It was like a shelter. Sarah heard a faint sound. A rustle. She whirled around, but saw no one. Not wanting to stay there any longer, she hurried back upstairs, making sure everything was closed. When Matthew returned home, Sarah told him about the discovery. He stared at her for a long moment before answering. "You're just too impressionable. This is probably the old shelter of the previous owners. Don't wind yourself up." But something in his tone made her uneasy. After a week, Matthew began to avoid talking about the basement. He was working late more and more often, and Sarah felt more and more lonely. One evening, when she was putting Jake to bed, she noticed that the basement window was ajar. Sarah knew she was definitely closing it. Fear gripped her. She called the police. When the officers arrived, they thoroughly searched the house and basement, but found nothing. They only advised her to be careful. Sarah closed the front door behind the police and tried to calm down. Her hands were shaking, and her heart was still racing. She looked at Jake, who was already asleep in his crib, and was relieved to see that the baby hadn't realized something was wrong. She knew the police hadn't found anything, but she was haunted by those footprints in the basement. She couldn't explain their origin. Maybe it's just old trash. Dirt came from somewhere, or... She didn't finish, unable to complete the thought even in her mind. The next day, Sarah decided not to go down to the basement anymore. She put the key in the drawer and locked it in case Jake decided to play there. Let Matt handle it, she thought. But now the silence of the house was uncomfortable for her. Sarah began to notice that she sometimes heard footsteps, even though she was sure she was alone at home. A couple of times it seemed to her that someone was looking at her through the window. She even ran outside to check, but everything was empty. Matthew returned home later and later. He waved it off, saying that he had a difficult project at work, and asked not to worry. But Sarah sensed that he was hiding something. One evening, when she was cooking dinner, the lights suddenly went out in the house. Jake screamed from his room, and Sarah rushed to him. She hugged the baby to her, trying to convince him that everything was fine, that it was just a power outage. But she couldn't believe it herself. While she was comforting Jake, she heard a sound. A creak. Light, but tangible. It was the sound of the basement door opening. Sarah froze, her heart stopped for a moment. She slowly turned her head towards the stairs. Darkness enveloped everything, but she knew the door was locked. Sarah dialed Matthew's number. Her hands were shaking so much that the phone almost slipped out of her fingers. Matt. Where are you? She tried not to panic, but her voice betrayed her condition. I'm still at work. Is everything okay? No. The lights are out, and I can hear sounds in the house. Please come soon. Sarah, calm down. Maybe it's just an old house. I'll be there in an hour, okay? An hour? But Matt had already hung up. She hugged Jake tighter, feeling the baby tremble in her arms. She had to be strong for him. Turning on the flashlight on her phone, Sarah slowly went downstairs, heading for the basement door. She had to check if it was closed. But when Sarah reached the stairs, the door was open. She could barely keep herself from screaming. She knew she had left it closed. Unable to wait any longer, she called the police again. This time, she wasn't going to just sit around and hope for the best. When the officers arrived, they searched the basement again. One of them found the door to that hidden room and looked inside. It's really weird here, he said, surveying the space. But there's no sign of anyone here. Sarah began to doubt her own sanity more and more. She spent the whole night sitting in the kitchen, holding Jake in her arms and waiting for Matthew to return. When he returned, he looked worried. Are you sure you're not overexerting yourself? He asked. Sarah couldn't believe her ears. Are you serious? Matt, there's definitely something going on here. Maybe it's just an old house, he repeated, and she realized that she shouldn't expect any help from him. The next few days passed quietly, but Sarah remained alert. She locked all the doors, checked the windows, but the feeling of anxiety did not disappear. One night, she heard the creaking again. This time, she decided to go check it out herself. Leaving Jake asleep in his crib, she picked up a kitchen knife and headed for the basement stairs. The light was on. Someone was clearly downstairs. Sarah felt the adrenaline rush through her. She slowly descended the stairs, holding the knife in front of her. She saw fresh footprints on the floor. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the corner of the room. Don't be afraid. She froze. The man stepped out of the shadows. His face was dirty and his eyes were cold. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said, taking a step forward. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Sarah's voice was trembling. "I lived here. Before you. This is my home." She stood there, unable to move, while the man continued to speak. His tone remained calm, but there was a threat in his eyes. "You took my place. But I'm not leaving." Sarah froze, as if a cold had pierced her body. The man in front of her was covered in cuts, his skin looked inflamed, and bloodstains could be seen through the torn, damp cloth he was wrapped in. His face was disfigured, one eye was almost completely covered by a scar, and his mouth was distorted by deep wounds, as if someone had once tried to silence him forever. "I didn't mean to scare you," he said, his voice hoarse and broken. "But you left me a choice. This is my home. You took it from me." Sarah slowly raised the knife, keeping her eyes on the stranger. Her voice was trembling, but she tried to speak firmly. "Go away. Immediately." The man grunted, taking another step forward. His movements were slow but deliberate, like someone who was used to being careful. "You don't understand," he whispered, his voice becoming menacing. "You live on my rights. You put your things where my place should be. I warned you. I tried." Sarah thought of those strange sounds, footprints, and open doors. It was him. All this time. Her fear turned to anger. "You have no right to be here. I'll call the police," she shouted, taking a step back. The man grinned, and that smile made her shudder. It was twisted, unnatural, and his voice had become quiet and almost soothing. "You've already summoned them. What did they find?" "Nothing. They think you're going crazy. Tell me, Sarah, are you sure they'll believe you next time?" Her breathing quickened. She knew he was right. The police already considered her a hysterical woman. But it was impossible to retreat. She had to protect Jake. Gathering her strength, Sarah shouted, "Get out of here, or I'll call for help." The man seemed oblivious to her threat. He just tilted his head, examining her carefully, as if studying her fear. "I didn't want it to be like this," he said softly. "But you're forcing me." Suddenly, he turned and disappeared into the shadows of the basement. Sarah rushed upstairs, slamming the door and locking it. Her hands were shaking so much that the key almost fell out of her fingers. Sarah didn't sleep a wink that night. She was sitting in Jake's room, holding a knife in her hands, and listening to every sound. She understood that this man would not leave just like that. The next day, Sarah tried to persuade Matthew to move out. She begged him, telling him about meeting a stranger, but Matt just sighed in exasperation. "Sarah, I'm tired of your stories. It's just stress. You need to rest. Maybe go to your mom's with Jake for a couple of days, and I'll figure it out." She couldn't believe that he didn't believe her. Annoyance mixed with despair. Over the next few days, the man returned again and again. He knocked on the basement door, sometimes whispering her name. His voice was low and hoarse, bone-chilling. "Sarah. Sarah, come out. I need to talk." She tried to ignore him, plugged her ears, turned on the music. But he didn't stop. One day, she was woken up in the middle of the night by a loud bang. Sarah ran to the stairs, but the basement door was in place, locked. She heard his voice from the other side. "I've been patient, Sarah. But you're not giving me a choice." Sarah felt fear envelop her again. She knew she couldn't wait any longer. "We need to act." Sarah was prepared. She replaced the locks on the doors, installed an alarm system, and even bought a can of pepper spray. She wanted this nightmare to end once and for all. That night, the man knocked on the door again. But instead of calling out to her, he began slowly knocking her out with his shoulder. Sarah sat with Jake, trembling, clutching the knife in one hand and the phone in the other. When the door started to crack, she realized she couldn't wait any longer. She called the police and screamed, "If you come in, I'll kill you. Can you hear me?" The noise stopped. There was silence for a moment. Sarah forced out her breath. But then she heard him laugh. Muffled, hoarse, coming from somewhere deep inside. "You won't do that, Sarah. You are afraid. But I'm not." Sarah felt her heart pounding in her chest. It wasn't just fear, it was desperation, the clear realization that no amount of security measures would protect her. The man wasn't just crazy, he was part of that shadow, part of that horror that she was trying to push out of her life. He was there. She heard that laugh again. Now he wasn't just deaf. He was filled with anger, almost joyous. With each raucous sigh, she found it harder to breathe. It wasn't just a man. It was something that stuck into her life and wasn't going to go away. "You can't hide from me, Sarah," he said again, and his voice seemed completely normal now, as if he were standing right outside her door. "I'm here where you can't see, and it's only going to get worse. Everything that you have built, I will destroy." Sarah raised the knife and squeezed it in her hands, her fingers squeezing around the handle, as if she wanted to tear it out of reality itself. She felt her blood run cold. His words were like a curse, like a shadow that no simple action could erase. He knew she was afraid. He knew she was alone. When she turned back to the door, she noticed her eyes boring into the footprints he had left on the floor. Blood caked in the places of his steps where his wounds touched the ground. It didn't look like the usual footprints. They were revived. Thick liquid, punctuating every scratch, as if his wounds kept opening, even in moments of silence. Suddenly, the door rattled. She couldn't stand it, the wall on which she had been trying to find support all this time cracked. He was here. The door flew in, and the man stood in the doorway, his body covered in blood, his eyes, though covered with scars, staring at her with such terrible determination that it became difficult for her to breathe. "You don't understand what you've done, Sarah," his voice was still hoarse, but now with a new, even more creepy intonation. "I warned you." Sarah dropped the knife, grabbed Jake and jumped back to the window, but the man did not give her a chance. He stepped forward, his body, despite all the wounds, moving like mechanisms twisted to the limit. He was faster than she realized. Before she could exhale, Sarah felt something cold touch her skin. His hands, black and inflamed, squeezed her shoulders. "You're not leaving, Sarah. Your steps, your attempts, it's all useless." She tried to resist, tried to pull away, but his strength was enormous. He wasn't just a man. He was something much worse. "What have you done to me?" Her words came out in a hoarse, strangled voice. You're not human." The man grinned, and his distorted face was covered in blood, as if his skin was tearing again in real time. He didn't answer. He didn't need any answers. He was too close. For a moment, she felt his fingers penetrate her shoulder, embedding themselves into her flesh. It was painful. It hurt to the point where she almost couldn't understand what was going on. "You don't believe me, Sarah. But you can already see. You see how it ends. All you wanted to do was leave. But I'll be back. I'll always come back." Sarah felt her strength waning. Fear and dread squeezed her inside. But now she had one thought, one goal: she had to survive. She couldn't let this monster take everything. She gathered her strength, remembered Jake, and felt his presence as the last anchor that held her in reality. Horrified but furious, she pushed him away, causing his face to contort into an even angrier mask. The second Sarah pushed him away, she felt something cold and sharp enter her back. She didn't even have time to realize what had happened, as her body was instantly engulfed by overwhelming pain. The man's hand, no longer just a man, slid down her back, leaving deep cuts, and then, with terrible ease, pulled something out of her body that shouldn't have been there. Her gaze fell to the floor. Everything has slowed down. She saw the bloody footprints on the floor, but she couldn't figure out what had happened to her. She tried to scream, but no sound came out of her throat, only a moan full of impotence. The man seemed oblivious to her suffering. He stood like a statue, his face was no longer distorted, but instead was almost calm, as if he had just completed a long and important ritual. But despite his outward composure, his eyes were filled with some kind of dark joy. "You don't understand, Sarah," his voice was low, almost a whisper. "You've become a part of something bigger than you ever imagined." Her eyes began to dim, and her last remaining strength was rapidly draining away. She tried to stand up, but her legs wouldn't obey her. She felt the world around her disappearing, as the sounds began to get lost in the void. But before the darkness engulfed her, she noticed something that really threw her off balance. Jake. The boy, her son, stood in the doorway, his eyes filled with horror. He didn't move. He didn't scream. His face was as white as chalk, his lips were trembling, and he was holding a knife in his hands. The man noticed him, and in the blink of an eye, his face took on an expression that Sarah wouldn't have had time to describe even if she could. He turned to the boy and whispered, "You've made your choice." Jake raised the knife, and at that moment, Sarah realized the most terrible thing. She only had time to notice how the tip of the knife descended into her son's chest before her own life faded away. Think about the office. You often imagine a boring, measured life, monotonous keystrokes, phone calls, endless meetings. For most, it's a place where routine consumes everything. But it was different in this office. This was the beginning of a story that shouldn't have happened. From the outside, the building seemed ordinary: glass walls, gray concrete, and a featureless facade. Inside there are spacious open space areas, meeting rooms with soft lights, long corridors with carpeted floors. This place belonged to a large consulting company. Everything looked too perfect. However, as in any place where dozens of strangers are hiding, it is better not to reveal some secrets. Maria joined this company a month ago. It was a step forward in her career for her. She moved to another city, rented a small apartment not far from work, and met her colleagues. Her boss, Mr. Collins, was strict but fair, and her partner Lisa was friendly, if a little annoying. But one feature of the office attracted her attention: the 7th floor. There were several empty offices there. None of the staff went in there. There were scratches on the button on this floor in the elevator, as if someone had tried to erase it. One day, Maria, trying to set up her corporate email, came across a strange letter in the shared archive. The subject of the letter was, "The 7th floor is closed until further notice," and the date of dispatch was 5 years ago. She decided to ask Lisa. "Why is the 7th floor closed?" Maria asked casually at lunch. Lisa froze, her face slightly pale. "It's not for us," she replied evasively. "There are archives." "What kind of archives?" Maria narrowed her eyes. "Doesn't the company store everything in the cloud?" "It doesn't matter," Lisa smiled nervously. "You'd better not go in there." Maria stayed late that evening. The office was quiet. The light reflected dimly in the glass partitions, and a slight hum could be heard from the air conditioners. She decided to go to the 7th floor to finally understand what lies behind the prohibitions. The elevator jerked when she pressed the 7 button. The cabin rose with a sharp creak, and then stopped. The doors opened and she found herself in a long hallway. It was gloomy here, only emergency lighting illuminated the room. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust, and old posters of the company hung on the walls. One door, slightly ajar, caught her attention. There was a sign on it that read, Office 712. There were office desks behind the door, stacked with boxes of documents. Maria went inside. There was a folder with documents on the first table. Flipping through it, she found the reports with the seals and surnames of the employees. But one name made her freeze: Mark Henderson. Maria had already seen this name. It often appeared in the internal mail system. But here's the strange thing: no one in the office ever mentioned the brand. In addition, his profile in the corporate database was listed as inactive. The next day, Maria decided to find out who Mark Henderson was. She asked her colleagues, but no one could give a clear answer. Her persistence began to arouse suspicion, and even Mr. Collins advised her not to pursue the matter. Focus on your work, Maria. We have a lot of tasks that require your attention. But Maria couldn't stop. Something was wrong. She returned to the 7th floor again. This time, she decided to record everything on her phone. This time, she found an old laptop in room 712. It was password protected, but there was a note on the screen. The password is the date of the last meeting on this floor. Back at the office, Maria started looking for that date. In the archive files, she came across an emergency report. The document stated that there had been a serious security breach on the 7th floor, after which the floor was closed. But there was something else: a list of participants in the meeting, among whom Mark Henderson's name was again listed. Turning on her laptop, she discovered an old correspondence. In the messages, employees discussed the dangers of working with confidential data. Someone wrote, "We've gone too deep. This threatens not only the company, but also us." Next, audio recordings. Maria turned on one of them. The conversation was muffled, but there were snatches of phrases. "We can't let it leak. If anyone talks, they're finished. The 7th floor must remain closed." One evening, when Maria was working late again, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "You know you're meddling in something else?" a man's voice said. She tried to find out who it was, but the call ended. When she left the building, she noticed that she was being followed. Darkness enveloped the parking lot, but Maria clearly saw someone's shadow. There was another surprise waiting for her at home. There was a box on the doorstep of the apartment. There are photos inside. She was in every one of them, near the office, on the 7th floor, even in the parking lot. The last photo was the most frightening, of her sleeping in her bed. Maria decided to report this to the police. But the next day, when she came to the office, Mr. Collins called her into the office. "Maria," he began, looking at her carefully, "you have violated the rules of the company. We have to terminate the contract with you." She realized that it was no accident. Maria walked out of Mr. Collins' office, feeling her heart pounding in her throat. Everything inside turned upside down. The termination of the contract looked like an attempt to shut her up, get her out of the way. She picked up her things, avoiding eye contact with her colleagues, who were whispering behind her back. In the parking lot, as she was putting a box of documents in the trunk, she noticed something amiss. Her car was covered in a thin layer of dust, as if it hadn't been touched in a long time. It was strange, she had definitely washed it in the morning. But what bothered her most was the word written with her finger on the dirty glass of the trunk. "That's enough." Maria quickly got into the car and started the engine. She felt trapped. Her thoughts were racing, and her hands were shaking. She looked around, but there was no one there. Just an empty parking lot, flooded with yellow lights. In the evening, sitting at home with a glass of wine, she tried to calm down. But every shadow outside the window seemed suspicious. Every rustle made her turn around. The phone rang again. The number was unfamiliar, but she answered anyway. "It won't stop, Maria," the voice was cold and quiet. "You know too much. She tried to say something, but the phone was silent. The call ended. Maria started searching the internet for everything she could find about the 7th floor, the company, and Mark Henderson. It turned out that the company had already had a scandal 5 years ago, but the information was carefully hidden. Several employees disappeared, but the cases were hushed up, and there was no public investigation. One name came up in her search, a security guard who was working at the time. His name was George Wilson, and he was the only one who gave a comment to the press. He mentioned something about a strange, sealed room and informal meetings. The next day, Maria found George. He lived in a small trailer on the outskirts of the city. After knocking on the door, she heard someone slowly approach her. The door opened, and an elderly man with a frightened look appeared on the threshold. "Who are you?" "What is it?" he asked hoarsely. "My name is Maria. I worked for the company where you were a security guard. I need to know about the 7th floor." George paled and waved her in. "You have no idea what you did when you got in there," he began, sitting down opposite her. "This place was closed for a reason. People were silenced." Maria tried to get more details, but George spoke flowerily, as if he was afraid to say too much. The only thing she understood was that experiments were being conducted with employees on the 7th floor. No one knew exactly what was going on, but many people had disappeared. "I saw one of them being carried out," he finally confessed. "He had eyes, empty ones. It's like there's nothing left inside." These words made Maria go cold. Returning home, she noticed that she was being watched again. At the intersection, in the reflection of the rearview mirror, she saw a black sedan. The car followed her all the way to her apartment. When she entered the entrance, there was a note on the apartment door. "Do you think you have somewhere to run to?" At that moment, she was seized with animal fear. She called the police, but their response was cold. "We don't have enough grounds to file a case, ma'am." Maria felt despair rising in her throat. She couldn't sleep at night. Lying in bed, she listened to every rustle. It was too quiet. Suddenly, she heard a light knock on the window. When she got up, she pulled back the curtains, but saw no one. When she returned to bed, she noticed that the bedroom door was slightly ajar. She could have sworn she was closing it. When she turned on the light, her heart started pounding like crazy. On the wall, directly in front of the bed, someone had written, "You're next." Maria slowly sank to the floor, panting. She realized that she was left all alone. Her disappearance was not an event. Her colleague simply decided that she had left because she couldn't stand the stress. The 7th floor remained closed. A few months later, a new employee, Anna, joined the office. One day, while working late, she noticed that the scratch on the 7 button appeared on the elevator again. Anna hesitated for a long time to press the 7 button. She was new to the office and had only heard snatches of strange conversations about the fact that the 7th floor had been closed for a long time. It was said that this was related to the renovation, but the tone of the colleagues betrayed alarm, as if no one wanted to discuss this floor. One day, when she stayed late at work, the elevator, as if of its own accord, stopped on the 7th floor. Anna froze. The elevator doors didn't open immediately, but she felt something change in the air. It became difficult to breathe, as if the space was filled with invisible tension. When the doors finally opened, darkness appeared in front of her. Only the dim light of the emergency lamp illuminated an empty corridor full of dust. Anna stepped back, about to press the door closure button, but she heard a voice behind her. "You wanted to know the truth, didn't you?" She turned around, but there was no one in the elevator. For several days, Anna tried to put the incident out of her mind. She told herself that it was a dream or a hallucination due to overwork. But thoughts of the 7th floor wouldn't let her go. In every conversation with her colleagues, she caught hints that everyone here knew more than they wanted to admit. She had a lot of questions, especially for Liam, an employee from the IT department. Liam was attentive to details, his job required him to notice everything. Anna decided to talk to him, hoping that he would be able to shed some light on what was happening. 7th floor. What is it? He asked when she started talking over coffee. His face darkened. It's better not to go there. I'm serious. Why? What's the big deal? Anna insisted. Just trust me, Liam lowered his gaze. This place, it breaks people down. Anna felt her insides go cold. She couldn't understand why she was so drawn to this place, as if something inside was pushing her to search. That evening, Liam came over to her desk, clearly worried about something. I didn't want to tell you, but if you're going to climb anyway, it's better to know what you're dealing with. He handed her the flash drive. There are camera recordings here. Look at their houses. Just don't do it in the office. At home, Anna turned on the flash drive. There were several video files on it. The cameras installed on the 7th floor filmed strange things. People went there, but did not return. The last video was particularly frightening. It showed a woman dressed in a formal suit walking slowly down the corridor of the 7th floor. She stopped in front of the door at the end of the hallway and looked directly into the camera. Her face was calm, but there was panic in her eyes. She whispered something, but there was no sound. Then she opened the door and went inside. The camera recorded the door slamming shut, and the light in the hallway flickered and went out. Anna realized that it was Maria, the employee no one else was talking about. The next day, Anna couldn't stand it. She stayed late again, but now she had a purpose. She decided that she had to see the 7th floor with her own eyes. Before that, she tried to talk to Liam, but he avoided her. Gathering up her courage, she went to the elevator. The 7 button was on the scoreboard, even though she hadn't pressed it. It seemed strange to her, but she went inside anyway. When the doors opened, a cold wind greeted her. The hallway was empty, but something about the atmosphere made her shiver. She headed for the door at the end of the hallway, the one she'd seen on the tape. The door was ajar. Behind it was a room filled with papers, folders, and monitors. In the center was a large metal table, on which lay a sealed envelope. Anna took it and opened it. There was a photo inside. It showed her standing in front of the door on the 7th floor. There was a text on the back of the photo. You knew it would end like this. Anna felt the ground give out from under her feet. At that moment, the light in the room went out. She heard footsteps behind her. I told you this place breaks people down, Liam's voice rang out. He stood in the doorway with a cold expression on his face. Why are you here? What is it? She asked softly. I tried to stop you. But you came here anyway. Now you have no choice. Liam stepped forward, and Anna noticed that he had a knife in his hand. Liam, wait. Stop it, she screamed, backing away. We can discuss everything. Discuss it? He smiled bitterly. This is not a place for discussion. This is the place where they decide who will leave and who will stay. He rushed at her, but Anna managed to grab a metal pipe lying on the table and fight back. They fought until she managed to run out of the room. However, the corridor seemed to have changed, the doors disappeared, the walls narrowed. She raced forward until she fell into the darkness. The office reopened a few weeks later. No one talked about Anna, and the 7th floor became a myth again. But now they sometimes heard strange noises there. And so the new employee, named Jack, stayed late. The elevator opened on the 7th floor. And Jack, not understanding what was happening, stepped inside. Jack stepped into the elevator, and the doors closed behind him. The cabin moved gently upward, but when the scoreboard blinked and flashed the number 7, he frowned. After all, he didn't press that button. When the doors opened, he was greeted by a dark, gloomy hallway. The faint glow of an emergency lamp flickered faintly in the distance. Jack cautiously took a few steps forward, but the feeling of anxiety was literally suffocating him. He looked back to make sure the elevator was still in place. The doors remained open, but there was a strangely dim light inside. "Is anyone there?" "Stop it," he called, but his voice sounded muffled, as if the corridor was absorbing the sounds. It seemed to him that someone had slipped aside in the distance, but it could have been just a trick of his eyes. However, he noticed something under his feet. Paper. Jack bent down and picked up the paper. It was a picture of a girl with long dark hair standing in the same hallway. On the back was written, "You're next." Jack felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around abruptly and saw that the elevator had closed the doors. Panic began to overwhelm him, but he forced himself to take a deep breath. "It's just someone's stupid prank," he thought, even though his heart was pounding. He continued down the hall. As he approached the dim light, it began to seem to him that the corridor was getting narrower. The air became denser, heavier. When he reached the end, he saw the door slightly ajar. "Hey, who's there?" "Stop it," he called again, his voice trembling. Jack pushed the door open. The room was a mess: scattered papers, folders, overturned chairs. There was a large metal table in the center of the room, and there was a photograph on it. He came closer and saw myself. The photo showed him standing at the elevator door. He felt panic coming over him. Turning abruptly, he rushed to the exit, but the door through which he entered slammed shut with a deafening crash. Jack tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. At that moment, heavy footsteps sounded behind him. He turned around and saw a shadow. At first it seemed to be just a silhouette, but then Jack made out a man in a gray suit. His face was hidden in shadow, but Jack noticed a knife in his hand. "Who are you? What do you want?" Jack shouted, backing away. The man didn't say anything. He only slowly approached closer and closer until he was within arm's reach. Jack darted to the side, trying to grab something for protection, but the man was faster. The knife flashed in the dim light, and the cold steel pierced Jack's side. He fell to the floor, clutching at the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. The man bent over him, but said nothing. His eyes finally became distinguishable, empty, indifferent, as if he had been deprived of emotions for a long time. Jack tried to get up, but his legs wouldn't obey him. The last thing he heard was the sound of footsteps retreating. Then the corridor fell silent. The next day, the office was full of people again. No one noticed Jack's disappearance. The staff continued to work as if nothing had happened. A sign appeared on the elevator: "Floor 7 is closed. Please do not use it." No one asked any unnecessary questions. The new employee, Sarah, just got a job a couple of days ago. In the evening, after lingering for reports, she went to the elevator. As soon as the doors opened, the scoreboard flashed and the number 7 appeared. Sarah smiled, thinking it was just a glitch. "Well, let's see what's in there," she muttered and stepped inside. The elevator started moving. Her hobby was unusual. She found little-known urban legends, complicated criminal cases and strange disappearances, posting them on her blog. This earned her some popularity, but not money, and it seemed that her stories were of interest only to enthusiasts like her. One evening, while scrolling through forums with mysterious cases, Ellie came across a strange post. It was written by a user named Netwatcher77, who claimed to know about a place on the web where the most horrific stories that have ever been published are collected. Ellie was interested. The post contained a link, but the warning in the comments was creepy: "If you're not ready to see the truth, don't log in. These are not just scary stories, they are a part of reality that is better not to know." Of course, such words only fueled her curiosity. She clicked on the link. The site she visited looked like an ordinary blog, but with a minimalistic design, a black background, red headlines, and a static page without ads or comments. At the top of the screen was written, "Cases that should never have been made public." The first story she discovered was about a missing group of teenagers. The article described their search, the evidence they found, and the sudden suspension of the investigation without explanation. The second story concerned a man who worked for the police, but mysteriously disappeared. His last note was published as a photograph. "I didn't find what I was looking for. They're watching." Each subsequent story was worse than the previous one. The description of events was full of horrifying details. There were photos that were clearly taken without permission, and even videos that looked so realistic that they seemed to be taken from real crime scenes. Ellie couldn't stop herself. She was overcome by a mixture of fear and a thirst for exposure. She made bookmarks to come back later and started looking for mentions of this site on other forums. She noticed that the site was almost unknown, not a single open discussion, only rare links. A few days later, she discovered that she had received a letter from an unknown recipient. "You're digging too deep. Stop before it's too late." Ellie took it as a joke or an attempt to scare her. However, the next day, she noticed something strange. Her laptop started working slower, and in the evening someone called her from an unknown number, but there was only a whisper on the other end. When Ellie went back to the site, she found a new tab that hadn't been there before. There was a list of names on it, and one of them shocked her, Allison Price. That was her full name. Her heart skipped a beat, but she decided to check it out. Clicking on her name, she saw a photo of her house, taken, it seems, from the street. There was a short text under the photo: "Every action has consequences. Some doors are better left unopened." Ellie closed her laptop in a panic. She tried to distract herself, but her mind kept returning to the picture of the house. Who took this picture? And most importantly, when? She began to suspect that someone was following her. The next day, she reopened the website. Now her name is gone, but a list of places with dates has appeared. One of these places was familiar to her, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, where a man disappeared a few years ago. Ellie decided it was time to figure it out. She took a camera and recording device with her to document everything she finds. The warehouse was quiet and smelled damp and musty. As she shone her flashlight on the path, she noticed boxes of films and photographs. Each of them had the faces of people similar to those who disappeared in the published stories. She recognized one of the photos. It was the policeman from the second story. There was a folder with his personal file nearby, but the notes had been torn out. Someone had chalked a circle on the floor and left an inscription inside it: "Whoever enters here will find the answers, but will lose their freedom." Ellie started recording everything on camera, but then she heard footsteps. Startled, she turned off the flashlight and hid. Through the darkness, she saw the silhouettes of two men. They were checking the boxes and talking about a new entry in the archive. Ellie realized that these were the organizers of the site. Quietly leaving the building, she ran home. Already there, looking through the recordings, she discovered that more had been recorded on her camera than she had seen. One of the men was looking directly at the camera, despite the fact that the camera was hidden. The next day, Ellie tried to take her mind off the experience. She postponed the investigation, deciding to focus on her studies. However, the thought that someone was watching her wouldn't let go. In the evening, when she was sitting at her laptop, there was a knock on the door. It was strange, usually no one came to her without warning. Looking through the peephole, she saw a young man in his mid-20s. His face seemed tense, and he was holding a bundle in his hands. "Are you Allison?" "What is it?" he asked as soon as she opened the door. "Yes," she replied cautiously. "They told me you were here. Please let me in. I do not know where else to go." His voice was trembling, as if he was on the verge of hysteria. Ellie froze. It was something strange and suspicious. "Who sent you?" "What is it?" she asked, without opening the door completely. "I found your address on the website. I was told that you can help, please." "Website?" Those words hit like a bolt out of the blue. Ellie slammed the door shut and turned the lock. Blows were heard from the other side. "You have to help me. They're after me. They're watching. You are welcome." His screams grew louder, and then suddenly stopped. Ellie didn't dare look out the window or open the door until she heard footsteps receding. She tried to calm down, convincing herself that it was a random person, but the next night the situation repeated itself. This time it was a woman wearing a dirty coat. "You're here. I found you. Let me in." Her voice sounded pleading. Ellie refused again. The woman stood at the door for a while, and then turned around and left. By morning, Ellie decided to check what was going on. She went to the same website, but now it looked different. There was a post with her photo on the main page. The caption read, "If you have found her, ask for help. This is your only chance." She was terrified. Who is behind this? Why were her name and address published? For several days, strangers kept coming. Some looked scared, some looked annoyed. Some stood on the porch in silence, just looking at the door, as if they were waiting for her to let them in. Her patience was at its limit. Ellie went to the warehouse again, hoping to find answers, but instead she found something new. The boxes were removed, and the circle on the floor was erased. There was only one photo left in place. It was her face. There was a note under the photo. "Now this is your role. Failure leads to consequences." Ellie grabbed the photo off the floor, her hands shaking. She felt the silence thicken around her, as if the warehouse was holding its breath. Someone was definitely watching her every move, but she didn't understand why. On the way back home, she tried to make sense of what was happening. Why her? Why are these people looking for her? Her thoughts kept returning to that strange phrase, "Now it's your role." When she returned home, it was already late. She locked the door, turned off the light, and sat down on the couch, thinking about her next move. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. The number was unknown. "Who is this? What is it?" she asked, answering. There was a heavy, confused exhalation on the other end of the line, as if the man had been running for a long time. "They're coming," a man's voice said. "Who? Who's coming? You have to help them. They won't stop." "Who are you?" "Stop it," she screamed, but the connection was cut off. At the same moment, there was another knock on the door. This time there were no screams or requests. Just a steady, monotonous pounding that didn't stop. Ellie froze, feeling her heart constrict with fear. She went to the door and peered through the peephole. A man in a long coat was standing there. He looked completely calm, didn't make any sudden movements, just waited. "Go away. Stop it," she screamed. The knocking stopped, but the man didn't leave. He stood silently, staring intently at the door. Ellie tried to call the police, but the line was busy. The silhouette outside still moved away from the door, but after a few minutes her phone vibrated again. This time, a message arrived. "You're next." Ellie felt panic creep over her. She rushed to her laptop to access the website again, but it was blocked. A message appeared on the screen, "Access is closed. The session is over." She tried to search the internet for at least some information about the site or similar cases, but found nothing. Her only choice was to return to the warehouse and try to find out more. The next day, Ellie went there again. The abandoned building looked even more gloomy. Inside, everything was arranged as if someone was preparing for her arrival. On the floor was a folder labeled "Allison Price, dossier. Opening it, she found detailed notes about her life, addresses, photos, even small details that only she knew. It was impossible. Someone had been following her for years. On the last page it was written, "You have to choose. Open the door or stay." Ellie realized that it had to do with strangers coming to her house. A voice from a phone call sounded in my head, "You have to help them." She was torn between fear and despair. What if these people are in danger? But what if she becomes a victim herself, if she lets them in? When she returned home, everything looked the same as before. But by evening, the knocking on the door became stronger. Now several people came to her house at once. They stood at the porch, looked directly into her windows and knocked silently. Ellie moved closer to the door, her fingers touching the lock. Ellie couldn't breathe from the strain. The strange people gathered outside her house no longer asked her to let them in. They just stood there. Their figures loomed in the light of the street lamp. But something was terribly wrong, their movements seemed to be broken. One of them slowly tilted his head to the side until it almost touched his shoulder. The other was shivering slightly, as if in the cold, but the temperature outside was warm. The phone vibrated again. Message. Look into their eyes. Ellie walked away from the door, unable to figure out who could have written this. My hands were shaking, my thoughts were confused. But something inside was pushing her to do it. She cautiously approached the window and opened the curtain. Her gaze fell on the man standing closest to her. He was wearing a dirty shirt, his face was covered with spots, and his eyes. His eyes. They were her own eyes. An absolute copy. Ellie screamed and jumped away from the window, but instead of running away, her gaze fell on the woman standing next to her. She had the same facial features as Ellie in her youth, when she was about 16. She recognized herself as if she were looking at an old photograph. Fear turned to icy horror. They weren't just strangers. They were her. Different versions of her. The knocking on the door became louder, more insistent. One of the people who looked like Ellie in her earliest childhood was now banging on the window, his tiny fists sounding like hammers. "Let us go, Ellie," came a voice similar to her own, but breaking into a rasp. "You know why we're here." Her head was spinning. She stepped back into the room when the phone vibrated again. The message. "They are you. Everything you were afraid of. Everything you've been hiding. You have to choose a door or a window." Ellie realized that she really had no choice. Either she opens the door, or it gets broken. Her hands were shaking as she approached the door. "What do you want?" "Stop it," she screamed, bursting into tears. "We're not leaving," a voice answered from outside. "Until you let us inside." She froze, but suddenly the room became too quiet. No sounds from outside. No knocking. Nothing. Ellie peered cautiously through the peephole. No one. Her mind screamed that something was wrong, but her body moved on its own. She opened the door. The house was empty. There was no one on the doorstep, and the street looked deserted. Only the smell of strange decay and wet earth lingered in the air. She wanted to close the door, but she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw myself. Only her copy wasn't like that. It was a broken, ugly version, covered in scars, with a distorted face. The creature smiled. "You opened the door, Ellie. This is your home now." At that moment, the lights in the house went out. There was another sound in the darkness, a scream that belonged to her, but did not come from her throat. Ellie froze, her heart pounding. The creature in the doorway, an ugly replica of her, disappeared the moment she blinked. The house was quiet again, too quiet, but the fear that had gripped her hadn't gone away. She locked the door, then chained it again, as if that could stop the growing feeling that someone was already inside. Tension gripped her body, as if every nerve was exposed. "It's just tiredness," she whispered to herself. "I've reworked it. You just need to lie down and sleep." But my body wouldn't listen. She crossed the room, about to turn off the light, when she suddenly felt it. The moment when you're not alone. There was a faint creak of the floor from behind. She froze, trying to find a rational explanation for this. The boards, the wind, but something inside me told me that wasn't the case. Without looking back, she slowly walked towards her bedroom, forcing herself not to panic. But when she reached the door, something worked. An instinct, almost animal, made her turn around sharply. In the dim light of the night light in the kitchen, she saw a silhouette. Not a copy of her, not a fantasy. It was a man. The real one. A tall man dressed in a black jacket and dark jeans, with a hood hiding his face. He had a knife in his hand. Terrified, Ellie didn't have time to scream before he took a step forward. "What do you want?" she cried out, her voice trembling. The man was silent, his movements slow and purposeful. He raised his hand, showing the knife. Ellie took a step back, her heart pounding. "Money? Take whatever you want, just, please." The man did not answer. His steps became faster, more insistent. Ellie understood that he wasn't going to take the money. She had to do something. She rushed into the bedroom, trying to close the door, but he managed to grab her by the shoulder. She screamed, struggling to escape. She managed to elbow him in the chest, but that only angered him. He yanked her back sharply, and she fell to the floor. "Why are you doing this?" "Stop it," she screamed, choking on her tears. The man bent over her, and before she could get up, he grabbed her by the throat. The knife flashed in the dim light of the lamp, and in the next second, the cold blade bit into her neck. Everything happened too fast. Ellie felt the blood gushing out of the wound, warm and sticky. Her breathing became ragged, each breath was like a blow to her lungs. She tried to scream, but her throat only wheezed. The man took a step back, watching her. His face was still hidden, but there was something terrifying about his silence. He was watching as if he were a doll that he had just broken. Ellie gasped for air, her hands clutching her throat, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was useless. The blood continued to pour, flooding her palms, dripping onto the floor. She tried to reach for the phone lying on the table, but her strength was failing her. The room began to swim before my eyes, the light became dimmer and dimmer. Her last thought was that she still hadn't figured out why. Why did he choose her? Why did he do this? The man came closer and, looking at her already fading eyes, said softly, "You shouldn't have been looking for something you weren't ready to find." He went out, leaving her lying on the floor, and an eerie silence reigned in the house. The ambulance arrived 30 minutes later. The neighbors, hearing the scream, called the police. But it was too late. Ellie did not survive. Her story has remained a mystery. Neither the website nor the men she had seen at the house had appeared again. The police found only her fingerprints on the laptop and traces of blood. The man who killed her was never caught. When the new tenants, Jason and Sarah, moved into the house, they were full of optimism. It was an old but cozy apartment in a quiet area of the city where there were almost no people. They moved here to start a new life, to leave behind the bustling metropolis and hectic everyday life. The house was spacious, with high ceilings and lots of antique details, which Jason immediately appreciated, deciding that this house would be the perfect place for their new beginning. Sarah looked around the rooms, noting what changes needed to be made, and Jason checked all communications, wondering how long the house had been empty. At some point, they entered a large bedroom, where earlier, according to the agent, some kind of reconstruction had been done. The wooden floor creaked slightly underfoot, and the walls, covered with dark paint, created a strange feeling of isolation. "We're going to need to repaint," Sarah said, examining the old wallpaper, which was already peeling off. Jason nodded, his gaze lingering on one corner of the room. There were traces of old wallpaper on the wall, and he noticed something strange, thin lines, as if someone had scratched the surface for a long time, but the pattern had been smeared with paint. It seemed suspicious to him, but he didn't tell Sarah about it, not wanting to scare her. They continued to look around the room. There was an antique chandelier on the ceiling that wouldn't turn on, and for all its beauty, it looked a little clumsy and out of proportion. Sarah tried to turn on the light switch, but the electricity wouldn't turn on. "We'll have to deal with this later," she said, and went to inspect the closet. The cabinet was large, with double doors covered with dark spots. It stood against the wall opposite the window and was filled with old things, dusty blankets and empty boxes. Sarah carefully opened one of the doors, and there, behind the drawers, she noticed something strange, a small, almost imperceptible inscription on the wall, written in red, as if traces of something sharp. Sarah looked closer and realized with horror that it was the word, "help." Her heart skipped a beat. She abruptly closed the closet, unable to move for a second. Jason, hearing her movement, approached her, not understanding what had happened. "Is everything okay?" "What is it?" he asked, trying to look into the closet. There's something written there," she said faintly. "I can't figure out what it is." Jason, noticing her concern, came closer and looked at the closet. He didn't find anything unusual except old things. But there was some anxiety on Sarah's face that he couldn't ignore. "Sarah, are you sure you're not overworking yourself? Maybe you should take a break," he suggested. Sarah shook her head and turned away from the closet with an effort. "No, I do not know. This is strange. We have to check it out." With those words, she went to the door to leave the room, but suddenly Jason noticed something in the corner of his eye again. A small crack in the wall, just above the floor. It was a place that had clearly been opened up, as if someone was trying to hide something. "It could just be an old defect," Jason said, trying to calm her down. But Sarah, despite his words, was still worried. She couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right here. There seemed to be a shadow in the room, something invisible and unpleasant that was waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Jason looked at her, but there was concern in his eyes, too. He thought that maybe Sarah was overestimating the situation. But behind her tense posture and restless gazes, there was some hidden threat that he couldn't quite grasp, and so, when they were about to leave the room, and Sarah was checking the doors again, a sharp knock on the door made them freeze. At first, they didn't realize what it was because they weren't expecting anyone. The knock came again, insistently and sharply, as if someone was banging on the doors. Sarah felt her heart start to beat faster. "Who is this? What is it?" she asked softly, trying to look through the peephole. Jason went to the door and peered cautiously. But there was no one at the door. He opened it, looked around at the stairs and the hallway, but it was empty. He closed the door again and turned to Sarah, not understanding what was going on. "That doesn't make sense," he said with a confused expression on his face. "There's no one here." But Sarah couldn't calm down. She felt as if something unknown was piercing her mind. Fear settled in her chest and wouldn't let go. She looked around the room, and her gaze again caught on the very cabinet where the inscription had once been. She went over to him and opened the doors again. This time, the closet was empty, and her gaze wasn't on the things, but on the wall behind the closet. Where previously there was only a defect, there was now a large crack. It was expanding, as if something inside was trying to come out. Jason felt the room immediately become cramped, and the air became heavy. He walked over to Sarah and grabbed her by the shoulder. "We need to get out of here," he said decisively. Immediately. But before they could move, there was another knock. And it wasn't just a knock on the door. It was a knock that came from inside the room. From somewhere in that closet. Sarah screamed, and she and Jason turned to the closet at the same time. And suddenly, right in front of them, a new opening opened in the wall behind the cabinet. There, in the darkness, shadows flickered, and some movements were visible in this narrow corridor. The wall seemed to start moving, and the air became saturated with an inexpressible, oppressive smell. Unable to breathe, they ran to the exit, but there was another knock, and the door suddenly slammed shut, preventing them from getting out. The one who once lived here and the one who was in this house before left their mark. The Walsh family, Andrew, Lisa, and their 10-year-old daughter Emma, lived a very ordinary life in a small house on the outskirts. Andrew worked as an electrician, Lisa ran a local bakery, and Emma went to school. Their days were monotonous but stable: breakfast, work, school, dinner in front of the TV and sleep. One morning, everything changed. Andrew woke up at 6:30 a.m. as usual to get ready for work. But something was wrong. There was no birdsong outside the window, just an unusual silence. When he went down to the kitchen, he noticed that the clock on the wall had stopped at exactly 7 o'clock. "Lisa, is your watch broken again?" He called out, but did not hear an answer. The wife appeared a minute later, looking worried. "I've already changed the batteries. They just stopped." Emma came down from the top floor, fiddling with her stuffed rabbit. "Dad, I think I've seen this before," she said, and paused, as if afraid to admit it. The family considered it a strange coincidence and decided not to dwell on it. But the day began to repeat itself. Over and over again. Andrew woke up at exactly 6:30, and there was still silence outside the window. Lisa fried the same eggs, and Emma started complaining about déjà vu. "It's probably fatigue," Lisa was saying. "We all just need to rest." However, it was not possible to rest. When the clock reached midnight, all three of them found themselves in their beds, as if the previous 24 hours had not existed. With each new repetition, there were small changes. Little things that might have seemed random began to alarm them. The doors that had creaked earlier were now closing silently. Food that no one had eaten was missing from the refrigerator. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom mirror that shouldn't have been there. Andrew began to notice more and more how strangely his wife and daughter were behaving. Lisa at some point began to claim that the neighbor's cat, whom they saw every day, had changed. "He didn't have a white stripe on his back yesterday," she insisted, pointing at the animal sitting by the fence. Emma, meanwhile, began to spend more time at the window, peering at the empty road. "Mom, Dad, she's changed," the girl said one day, pointing to a tree in the yard. It wasn't that big before. Andrew didn't know how to react. He tried to convince himself that it was all just stress or a strange prank, but every day it became less logical. Andrew decided to figure out what was going on. First, he started a notebook, writing down all the events of each day. He recorded the time, the actions of family members and any oddities. For the first few repetitions, it helped. He felt that he was at least a little in control of the situation. But soon it stopped working too. Every morning, the recordings disappeared as if they had never existed. "It's just a dream," he whispered to himself, but deep down he knew it wasn't true. Lisa was falling into a stupor more and more often, and Emma seemed to get used to the repetitive day. One day at dinner, she calmly stated, "I don't think it's going to end." Andrew felt his stomach clench. "What are you talking about, honey?" "What is it?" he asked cautiously. "We are here forever." Lisa dropped her fork and looked at her daughter. "Emma, don't say that. We'll figure something out." But the girl just shrugged and went back to her mashed potatoes as if nothing had happened. The next night, Andrew woke up to a loud noise. Someone was knocking on the door. He rushed downstairs, but there was no one on the threshold. Instead, he found a piece of paper attached to the door from the inside. "How many times are you going to pretend this isn't happening?" Open your eyes, Andrew. He clutched the paper in his hand, feeling a wave of panic wash over him. When he returned to the bedroom, he couldn't sleep. The next day, the first serious failure occurred. Andrew went out into the yard to check if something had changed. And then he realized that the fence around the house, which he saw every day, had become higher. So much so that now it was impossible even to look beyond it. Is this a joke? He muttered, but there was no answer. When he returned to the house, he heard strange noises from the basement. It was Emma. She was standing in front of the washing machine, which was filled, something Andrew couldn't immediately make out. "What are you doing here?" "What is it?" he asked, but the girl only smiled. "I'm playing." Andrew decided not to panic, but soon his patience ran out. "Lisa, we need to do something," he shouted in the evening, when they gathered again for dinner. "I do not know what the hell this is, but you can no longer sit idly by." "And what do you suggest?" Lisa snapped. "We've already tried everything." Emma shrugged again. "Why are you arguing? Nothing will change anyway." These words turned out to be the last straw. Andrew began to tear down furniture, break down walls, look for at least some way out. He found a trapdoor under the carpet in the living room. The hatch led into a small tunnel that ended in a locked door. There was a combination lock on it. Lisa, who had followed him down, looked at Andrew hopefully. "Do you think this is the way out?" "There should be." But the lock required a 4-digit code. Andrew went back upstairs, searched the house for clues. Eventually, he noticed the clock. They always showed the same time, 7 o'clock. "This has to be it," he muttered. He entered 0700. The door clicked, but did not open. Instead, a mechanical voice began to be heard in the room. "The code is confirmed. The repetition time has been increased." The next morning, the day really changed. But instead of the usual events, horrors began to happen. At 6:30, the doorbell rang. Andrew opened it, but there was a man standing in the doorway with empty eyes. He didn't say a word, but began to slowly move into the house. Andrew slammed the door, but the man kept knocking. "It's them," Emma said calmly, sitting at the table. "Who are they?" Andrew shouted, grabbing his daughter by the shoulders. Emma didn't answer. During the day, strangers kept coming. They didn't break in, but their presence became more and more ominous. Andrew realized that he had to act quickly. Andrew was sitting on the living room floor, his back against the cold wall. The booming knocking outside continued, but he tried to ignore it. For the first time, the man wondered, what if everything that is happening is not a trap, but something more significant? Some kind of message? His gaze fell on Emma, who was serenely playing with a doll by the sofa. The girl seemed calm, as if these recurring days had become her new reality. Lisa, on the other hand, was rushing around the house like a caged animal, shouting incoherent threats into the void. "We drove ourselves in here," Andrew muttered. Lisa stopped, her eyes flashing with rage. "What did you just say?" "We're here for a reason," he continued without looking up. "This is not a trap or a punishment. This test." "You're completely crazy," Lisa snorted. "A test of what? How many people can stand in this hell?" Andrew thought about it. Everything that happened resembled an artificially created cycle. Repetition, increased pressure, inability to escape. But why? "Have you noticed how we change?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" "We stopped being who we were." "You're yelling at Emma." "I lost control." "And she?" Andrew pointed to his daughter, who was already standing next to them by that time. "She's resigned. Because she's a child. She just doesn't understand that we're locked up like rats." Emma suddenly spoke, looking directly at her father. Or maybe you don't understand. Andrew and Lisa exchanged glances. What do you mean, honey? What is it? He asked softly. You're always looking for a way out, like there's something better out there, the girl said, her voice sounding surprisingly mature. Or maybe this is all we have. These words silenced Andrew. The next day, he decided to test her hypothesis. Instead of looking for a way out or trying to change what was happening, he started just watching. He noticed how Emma chose the same doll every morning, as if trying to keep something constant in this chaos. How Lisa makes coffee over and over again, as if this action helps her stay afloat. And how he walks aimlessly around the house, still hoping to find answers. But no answers appeared. Instead, new disruptions began in the evening. The knocking on the door got louder. Now it didn't stop even at night. Figures began to flicker outside the windows, but when Andrew got closer, there was no one there. The food in the kitchen disappeared immediately after it was put on the table. Andrew tried to go outside, but found that now the doors wouldn't open at all. We've gone too far, he muttered. What does this mean? Lisa asked, her voice trembling. This is not a test. It's a mirror, he replied, looking straight into her eyes. It shows us what we are afraid of. Afraid of what? Myself. Emma didn't say a word that day. She sat on the floor by the window and looked out at the garden, which always remained unchanged. When Lisa tried to talk to her, the girl just shook her head in silence. And at night everything changed. Andrew woke up to the sound of footsteps. Someone was walking slowly down the corridor. He looked at Lisa, but she was asleep. Emma was also lying in her bed, but her eyes were open. Emma? She didn't answer. Andrew got up and headed for the bedroom door. It was dark outside, but he could hear footsteps retreating down the stairs. He followed the sound, feeling fear squeeze his chest. He saw a silhouette in the kitchen. It was Emma. What are you doing here? What is it? He asked, but the girl did not answer again. She was standing in front of the refrigerator, open and empty. They took everything, she said at last. Who? Emma turned around, her face serious. They don't want us to think we can leave. Andrew felt a chill on the back of his neck. Why do you say that? Because it is so. The next morning was different. Inscriptions appeared on the wall in the living room. How much longer can you take it? Do you see what's going on? Accept it, otherwise you won't come out. Andrew tried to erase them, but they wouldn't disappear. Lisa started to go crazy. It's all your business. You're digging too much, looking for something, and instead you're only making it worse. I'm not doing this. He shouted back. Emma said her piece again. Maybe if you stop fighting, it will end. Those words triggered something in Andrew's head that he was still afraid to admit. He wondered if all he really needed to do was stop trying. Andrew felt his nerves stretched to the limit by the minute, like a string about to snap. The loud knocking outside the door was no longer frightening, it was annoying. The inability to leave the house, the constant repetition of the same day, it was all unbearable. But something new began to manifest itself in this monotony. On the third day, the inscriptions on the walls were replaced by strange patterns. They looked as if they had been clawed, deep, chaotic lines that suggested bestial instincts. Lisa, noticing them, stopped abruptly, holding a mug of coffee. Did you do that? Her voice was full of disbelief. No, Andrew replied, examining the carvings carefully. They appeared on their own. Emma came closer, reached out and touched one of the lines. It's not an accident, she said softly. Are you starting your riddles again? Lisa snapped irritably. But Emma didn't back down. It's like a map, she whispered. We need to understand where it leads. Andrew began to look for meaning in the chaos. Each new day brought additional lines and symbols. He noticed that they were forming geometric shapes, and perhaps this was a way to leave a message. On the fourth day, the lines began to look like words. The choice is made. Andrew felt like something was turning over inside him. What's the choice? Who made it? Do you see this? He asked Lisa. She just nodded, her hands shaking. I don't understand what they want, she whispered. Maybe we made the choice without knowing it, Andrew suggested. Emma, who was sitting nearby, put her own back in. The choice is to stay here, or give up. These words sounded so simple that it seemed absurd. Surrender to what? Lisa asked. Emma looked at her, her eyes completely calm. To myself. Andrew thought about it. In recent days, he increasingly felt like a stranger in his own body. Thoughts became confused, the memory of the past blurred during the day. What if it wasn't the house that locked us in, but us, he thought. The thought haunted him. He began to notice strange details. For example, the fact that Lisa always cooked the same breakfast, without even noticing it. Or the fact that outside the window in the garden, the same branch was always broken, no matter what he tried to fix it. Emma seemed to know more than she was saying. Emma, what do you see? What is it? He asked one evening when Lisa had gone to bed. I see you, she replied simply. Us? You're trying to run away, but you don't know what you're running from. These words made him freeze. Should we be here? What is it? He asked cautiously. No, Emma replied, her voice sounding almost cold. You have to understand why you are here. The next day, everything started to fall apart. The walls began to crack, the ceiling seemed to tilt lower, and the light from the windows disappeared. Lisa screamed, rushing around the house. We can't stay here. We're going to go crazy. Andrew stood in the center of the living room, looking at the cracks appearing. This is not a house. It's us. What? We keep ourselves here. Lisa stopped, looking at him. Do you hear what you're saying? It's not us. It's some kind of system. No. We created this system. You're afraid to go out because you think it's worse outside. I'm afraid because I don't know what's in there. Emma stood at the door, looked at them both and said, as long as you are afraid, the day will never end. Something inside Andrew finally broke down. He sat down on the floor, put his head in his hands and said softly, we have to stop being afraid. What? Lisa came closer. It's impossible. Do you see? We are not afraid of home, but of ourselves. What we can do. What we have already done. Emma came closer and sat down next to him. If you understand this, the door will open. Lisa looked at them in horror. And if she's wrong? Andrew looked at her. Then this day will go on forever. Andrew felt his heart tighten. All of Emma's words echoed in his head, penetrating every cell of his consciousness. He knew she wasn't wrong. Something in himself, in his fears and doubts, kept them all here, locked in this endless cycle. Lisa couldn't figure out what was going on, but her eyes began to lose confidence. It wasn't just a feeling, it was knowledge. They were not prisoners at home, but prisoners of their fear. Emma, you're saying that we created this system. But how? Why? Why can't we just leave? Lisa asked, her voice filled with despair. Emma was silent for a while, and then her eyes clouded over, as if she was looking somewhere into a distant, unknown future. Because the moment you first felt fear, you chose to stay. And so it is with all of you. These words hung in the air. Andrew looked at her, and his mind began to collapse under the weight of the realization. He remembered all his attempts to escape. But they always proved futile. He tried, but every time something brought him back. He couldn't figure out what was holding him back. Lisa turned abruptly to Emma. "But if we created all this, can't we just cancel it? Can't we change our reality?" Emma just shook her head. "It's not a matter of cancellation. It's a matter of awareness. You can't change what you don't understand." Silence engulfed the room. Andrew stood there, not knowing what to do. He felt his gaze getting lost in the void, in the dark corners of the room, which seemed more and more alien. He knew that they couldn't just be objects, that it was all part of something bigger. Something that they themselves have created. Suddenly, from far away, from behind the walls, a strange sound was heard, a sound similar to the sound of the wind, but with some kind of metallic echo. He was coming from somewhere deep inside the house, as if something big was moving. This can't be happening," Lisa exclaimed. Andrew looked into her eyes. He knew she wasn't afraid of what would happen next. She was afraid that they would not be able to break this circle. And then, as if answering his inner question, Emma got up and walked to the door. "The door will open when you realize that it does not exist." Andrew felt his body paralyze. He had to do it. He should have understood. But what if he's wrong? What if it's all just an illusion and they'll never be able to get out? He went to the door, feeling how hard it was for him to take this step. Everything inside him resisted. His whole being was afraid to go out there, into the void, beyond what they knew. But he knew that if he didn't take this step, the cycle would continue forever. With each passing moment, the silence grew thicker, as if time was slowing down. Lisa approached him, but stopped halfway. "Are you sure?" "What is it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Andrew looked at her and realized that his decision did not depend on them. It was his inner awareness. He knew that they could not continue to exist in this endless day. He took the handle. "We have to stop being afraid," he said, and with each word his confidence grew. The door opened. And at that moment, the world in front of him changed. There was no light, no darkness. There was no house, no street. He stood in front of the void, but he felt no fear. The silence was absolute. It was only then that he realized that the house they called their own was nothing more than a reflection of their own fear. And now that they have stopped being afraid, they are free. But in the void, he realized something important. Reality was just a matter of choice. Andrew took a step forward. Lee and Huntley have been friends since childhood. They shared common dreams, faith, and a desire to change the world. Their lives were spent in a small conservative community, where the rules were unshakable, and each family strictly ensured that the children followed their chosen path. When they turned 17, the girls began to participate in a church mission. The goal was noble: to spread the word of God, to help those in need and, of course, to strengthen faith. "We had a rare opportunity to talk to Mr. Reed," Huntley said, looking through the list of addresses. "Is this the strange man that everyone is whispering about?" Emily asked, frowning. "Strange? Well, they say he used to be a scientist, but now he lives as a hermit. Maybe he just found God?" Huntley suggested with genuine optimism. Their task was simple: to talk to Mr. Reed about faith, ask a few questions for their school-wide project on morality and choice, and then return to the church. The streets were quiet and deserted when the girls reached the house. The high fence, the peeling paint on the walls and the massive wooden door were slightly disturbing. "Is that him?" Emily nodded at the house. "Yes. Don't worry, everything will be fine," Huntley replied, knocking on the door. The door opened. In front of them stood a man in his 50s with a neat beard and a soft smile. "Good afternoon, girls. How can I help you?" "What is it?" he asked, looking at them with friendly curiosity. "We wanted to talk to you about faith and life choices," Huntley began. "We are doing a project for the church and—" "How interesting," Mr. Reed interrupted them, opening the door wider. "Come in, my wife is just baking a pie. I think it would be nice for you to have a little snack while we talk." The house looked unusual inside. Everything was neat but gloomy, dark wooden panels on the walls, thick curtains covering the windows. There was a strange statue in the corner with a raised hand, as if calling for someone to stop. "Sit down, girls," Reed pointed to an old but clean sofa. Emily and Huntley exchanged glances, but obeyed. The man sat down opposite, curling his fingers in his lap, and smiled. "So you want to talk about faith? But you know, talking about faith is always a conversation about choice. What do you think is more important, to listen to what you are told, or to do as you see fit?" "Of course, to listen to the instructions of the elders," Huntley replied quickly, but her confidence was noticeably strained. "And if the instructions are wrong? If you've been told since childhood that the way to the light is through humility, but humility makes you weak? What then?" Emily looked at her friend, but she was silent. "I'm not sure," Emily finally said. "Sometimes humility is really useful, but it should not deprive a person of freedom." Reed clapped his hands. "A wonderful answer," he exclaimed. "You know, I've been studying these issues for a long time. And I came to the conclusion that the world is a place where right decisions often lead to wrong consequences." "How's that?" asked Huntley, surprised. "Let me show you an example," he said, getting up. "Follow me." Mr. Reed led them into the next room. There was a large board with a lot of pictures, each of which represented someone's fate: a happy family, a destroyed house, a soldier on the battlefield, a woman behind bars. "Take this woman, for example," Reed said, pointing to the photo. "Her name was Margaret. She chose a family and gave up her career. A good choice, isn't it? But what happened when her husband left her with 3 children? She ended up on the street." The girls listened with bated breath. Mr. Reed walked slowly along the board, his fingers sliding over the photographs, as if he was recalling every incident in great detail. "Here's another example," he began, pointing to a photograph of a man in a formal suit. "This is Michael. He chose a career, giving his whole life to it. A great choice, isn't it? Build yourself, succeed, earn money. But do you know how it ended? At 50, he was completely alone. His wife could not stand the eternal absence of her husband, the children grew up and did not feel affection for him. He died in his apartment, surrounded by what he considered important: awards, watches, money. And his body was found only 2 weeks later." Emily shuddered, unable to take her eyes off the photo. "It's just a tragic accident," Huntley said, trying to ease the tension somehow. "Really? Now look at this woman. This is Sarah. She dedicated her life to helping others. She worked for charities, visited hospitals, and fed the homeless. A real example of virtue. But when she needed help herself, none of those she had once helped even thought about her. She died alone, forgotten by everyone. But this is also wrong," Emily exclaimed, her voice trembling. "She's done so many good things." "Exactly," Reed replied coldly, "and that's the whole point. Whatever you choose, the world will continue to spin as it pleases. Everything you do doesn't matter to others." He turned to the girls, and his eyes shone with a strange fire. "And this photo," he pointed to the image of a man holding a small child in his arms. "This is my father. He chose a family. He worked so that we didn't need anything. He was a loving husband and a caring father. And do you know what happened? One day, on his way back from work, he was hit by a car. The driver didn't even stop. And I stayed with my mother, who broke down without him, and I grew up in a world where his ideals did not save him or us." The girls were silent. Reed's words sounded like an accusation to the whole world. "So everything is meaningless? Handley whispered, her voice trembling. Reed suddenly laughed, but there was no joy in his laughter. No, not at all. It's not pointless. It's just a reality. You can choose any path, but do not think that the world will reward you. He pointed to another photo, a group of young people with smiles on their faces. These guys decided to go against the system. They rejected all the rules, lived the way they wanted. And where are they now? One died of an overdose, another is in prison, and the third was admitted to a psychiatric clinic. But there has to be a right way. Emily couldn't stand it. Someone should be happy. Reed frowned, his gaze heavy. Happiness? It's just a chemical reaction in your brain, he said. It's not worth chasing after him. It is much more important to understand that the world is a game that you cannot win. All you can do is play in a way that leaves your mark. He walked over to the table and took out a small notebook. Here's a task for you, he said, putting the notebook on the table in front of the girls. My rules of life are written here. Read them and tell me which ones are correct and which are not. Emily and Handley looked at each other, their hands shaking as they opened the notebook. On the first page it was written. Never listen to those who promise easy ways. Help others, but only if it doesn't destroy you. Love is a weakness that needs to be controlled. Family is a duty, not a choice. People use each other to make themselves feel better. Every choice is a step towards your ultimate goal, but not happiness. It's terrible, Emily whispered, her voice shaking with shock. Now think about it, which of these rules could save the lives of the people I've told you about? Handley closed her notebook and looked at Reed. But if that's the case, why choose anything at all? The man grinned. That, my dear, is the most important question. And you found the answer to it? Emily asked, her voice trembling, but there was already a challenge in her eyes. Reed looked at her thoughtfully. There was a hint of fatigue in his gaze, but he quickly pulled himself together. I found something that works for me, he replied. Each of us decides for himself how to live his life. But I'll give you a hint, there is no right answer. Emily felt anger building inside her. So everything we do is just useless? You make us believe that every choice is doomed to failure in advance. Reed slowly approached her, his face tense, but his gaze remained calm. No, Emily, you misunderstood me. Everything you do matters. Just not for the world. But for you. But how to live knowing that everything can end like this? How are these photos? Handley spoke loudly for the first time, her voice ringing with desperation. Reed took a deep breath, as if he was about to say something important. Realize this, the only truth in life is yourself. The world does not owe you happiness, justice, or even meaning. All you have is your choices and their consequences. If you can accept it, you will be free. Are you free? Emily asked. Yes, Reed said firmly, free from other people's expectations, from the fear of mistakes, from the desire to please. The girls sat in silence, considering his words. The whole house seemed to freeze, listening to this strange conversation. But then what to do? Handley finally asked. Emily and Huntley were silent for a long time after Reed's words, thinking about them until the tension in the room became almost unbearable. Emily, who was the bolder of the two, finally broke the silence. You know, it bothers me that he talks so confidently about the choice, but at the same time keeps all these photos here. Why does he need this? Handley nodded, though there was still uncertainty in her eyes. Maybe this is some form of punishment? Or, a reminder? She suggested. Emily got to her feet and looked around. Attention was drawn to a massive door at the end of the room, partially hidden behind a shelf. Have you noticed this door before? What is it? She asked, pointing at her. Handley frowned. No, it's not. That's not the way out, is it? I don't think so. Emily came closer. Apparently, it leads to the basement. Huntley hesitantly followed her. Do you think it's worth going there? And why not? Emily looked at her friend. He left us here, as if he specifically wanted us to find something. Huntley didn't seem sure, but she didn't argue. Together they went to the door. The handle was cold to the touch, and the hinges creaked heavily as Emily pulled the door open. Beyond the door was a narrow staircase leading down into the darkness. From the depths came a slight smell of dampness and something metallic. I don't like this, Huntley muttered, but Emily had already started down the stairs. We came here to find answers, she replied, stepping deeper into the darkness step by step. When they went down to the basement, they found themselves in a spacious room lit by dim lamps on the ceiling. The room was empty except for a long table in the center, covered with a black cloth. There was a single box on the table. You're the first, Huntley breathed, holding back the tremor in her voice. Emily gave her a defiant look and walked over to the box. She just stood there for a minute, looking at it, and then she opened the lid. There was a stack of papers inside, and a small tape recorder underneath. At the very top of the stack was a note with a short inscription. The truth is always deeper than you think. This is too much, Huntley muttered, grabbing her hands to keep from shaking. What does it all mean? Emily carefully picked up the tape recorder and pressed the play button. A click, then a hiss, and Reed's voice. If you are listening to this, then you have decided to go further. Congratulations. Now you are at the place where all masks end. There are no right or wrong answers here, but there is only one rule: you have to finish what you started. What does he mean by that? Huntley whispered. The voice continued. You will find stories in the box. These are not just documents. These are the steps that people have taken to get to their goals. And each of them ended the same way, a choice that they could not make. Now it's up to you. Emily took the first sheet out of the box. It was a detailed account of a man, his life, his dreams and, the last decision he never made. Does he want us to decide something for them? Huntley asked, confused. It looks like it, Emily replied, her voice firmer. I think he wants us to see what it means to take responsibility. Emily and Huntley flinched when there was a click behind them. Turning around, they saw the massive door through which they had descended into the basement slowly closing. The girls rushed to her, but belatedly. The door closed with a thud, and soon they heard the metallic sound of a locking mechanism. No, no. Huntley tried the handle frantically, but the door wouldn't budge. We're locked up. Emily, trying to remain calm, examined the door. There's no key here, she said, her voice strained. There must be some way out. Suddenly Reed's voice came out of the tape recorder again. I'm glad you found your way to the basement, he said with a barely perceptible sneer. But I have news for you, you won't be able to leave here until morning. What? Huntley shouted. You can't lock us in here. It's illegal, Reed continued, ignoring her protests. The door is programmed to open at exactly 6 in the morning. Until then, you will stay here. But don't worry, you won't just have to sit and wait. Emily narrowed her eyes, her gaze becoming suspicious. This is a test, isn't it? You want us to do something while we're here. That's right, Reed confirmed, now you have time to think. To make decisions that others could not make. The box on the table contains everything you need. This is crazy. Huntley shouted. We are not going to participate in this. Reed chuckled. You have a choice, he said. But remember that time is running out. And, as in life, you must be prepared for the consequences of your actions, or inaction. Then the recording cut off, leaving the room plunged into an oppressive silence. This is some kind of game, Emily muttered, her gaze focused. He wants us to do something to prove to him, or to ourselves, that we can choose. This is not a game. It's a trap. Handley grabbed her arm. We need to find another way out. Do you think if he just wanted to keep us here, he would have given us this box? Emily asked, nodding at the papers. I don't care what he wanted. Handley was on the verge of panic. We can't sit here and wait for him to decide what to do with us. Emily looked at her carefully. We have no choice. The exit is locked, and nothing will change until morning. If we want to figure this out, we're going to have to do what he's up to. Handley froze, her eyes filled with fear. Are you really going to play by his rules? We have no other choice, Emily replied, taking the first sheet out of the box. But that doesn't mean I'm going to let him control us. Suddenly, there was a rustle in the corner of the room, as if someone was moving in the dark. Emily and Handley froze, their eyes fixed in the direction of the sound. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a woman. Her body was almost completely wrapped in dirty, tattered fabrics, and her face was hidden under a hood. Only the dim light coming from a single lamp made it possible to see her eyes, dim, empty, but frighteningly aware. Who are you? Emily's voice sounded harsh, and she reflexively stepped forward, blocking Handley. The woman did not answer. She slowly walked over to the table where the box stood, opened it and, as if ignoring the presence of the girls, took out a small pie wrapped in a piece of oiled paper. Is this yours? Handley asked nervously, her voice trembling. The old woman slowly raised her head, and a weathered, wrinkled skin appeared from under the hood. Her lips stretched into a faint smile. Confessor, she whispered, her voice hoarse, as if torn from years of silence. I came to lighten your burden. What? Emily narrowed her eyes in disbelief. What are you talking about? The woman continued as if she hadn't heard the questions. There is always a choice here. One for everyone. I brought a pie, to help you. She slowly unfolded the paper, and the sweet smell of baking filled the air. But the smell was strange, with a slight chemical bitterness, which made Handley feel her stomach clench. Don't touch it. Emily screamed, but the old woman had already broken off a piece and started chewing, smacking her lips and closing her eyes as if enjoying herself. No. It could be. Handley began, but stopped when she saw the woman's face turn abruptly pale. The old woman made a hoarse sound, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the floor like a bag of bones. White foam began to ooze from her mouth. Oh my God! Handley shouted, stepping back. Emily stared at the woman's body in horror. She slowly came closer, keeping her eyes on the pie, and without touching it, bent down to get a better look at the contents of the box. She's poisoned, she whispered. Poisoned? But why? She brought it herself. Handley was trembling, her voice full of panic. It's part of his game, Emily said, trying to sound confident, but her hands were clenched into fists. This is a warning. He wants us to understand that everything has a price here. Even the food. But who is she? Handley asked, sobbing. Why did she call herself a confessor? Emily looked at the woman's body, then at the box. Maybe she's one of the previous players, she replied. Maybe she decided to come back, or she was forced to. Suddenly Reed's voice came over the speakers again. Ah, confessor. I'm always ready to take on someone else's pain. It was her decision, as well as yours. Don't be afraid of her sacrifice, she has lightened your burden. But don't forget, every choice has consequences. Emily and Handley stood in tense silence, holding their breath. Their eyes couldn't tear themselves away from the woman's body sprawled on the floor. The white foam still dripping from her mouth left traces on the cold wooden floor. There was a smell of death in the room, but at the same time, there was something disturbing, ominous in the air. They were part of this game, and the further they went, the more they felt like it was all consuming them. Suddenly, with a metallic screech, a hatch in the ceiling opened. Emily shuddered and turned around abruptly. The shadow descended, and finally Reed appeared in front of them. He stood in the shadows, his face hidden, but the ominous voice they knew well pierced the silence. "Do you see?" Reed said, stepping into the light. His face was clearly visible now. It expressed neither fear nor regret, only a cold calmness. She chose it herself. No one forced her to eat. It was her choice. Just like yours. Handley looked up, her eyes full of tears and fear. "But she's dead," she muttered, clenching her fists. "Why did she do that?" Reed tilted his head slightly, as if studying her. "Because she realized that everyone is faced with a choice one way or another. Do you understand? She did what she thought was right. I ate the pie because I was looking for relief. After all, we all seek peace, even if it means going through death. It's not a tragedy, it's just part of a cycle. And as you can see, this cycle is my control. I choose how this process will unfold." Emily felt a chill run down her spine. Her gaze never left Reed, but her mind was racing with questions. "It's not human." She said it weakly, but Reed chuckled. "Who says I'm not human?" His voice was almost mocking. "We're all more than just meat and bones, one way or another. We are elections, decisions. Have you ever wondered that you don't want to be a light bulb that just burns until it burns out? The light bulb is a metaphor for your life. It shines, but in the end, no one notices it, and it just stops working. Do you really want to be like that? To be the ones who pass by without leaving a trace?" Emily and Huntley were silent, digesting his words. Reed continued, his eyes burning with a bright, restless light. "Every person is faced with the question at some point, what will happen when I stop being needed? When will my ideas, my energy, my light cease to exist? And you can stay in the shadows, exist like a light bulb that burns out, or choose to become something more than just a temporary existence. This is my control, girls. I'm giving you a choice, and you have to understand that it always has consequences. Are you saying that we should be something more?" Emily asked, her voice hoarse with tension. "But how? How do I choose not to be a light bulb?" Reed moved closer, his shadow covering the entire room. "It's simple. You need to accept the fact that every choice you make is a step towards something more. Even if it's scary. Even if it hurts. But only in this choice will you be able to understand who you really are. People live without realizing that their life is a chain of such small decisions, each of which turns them into someone else." He paused, watching them, and his words seemed to float in the air, penetrating his consciousness. "And what will happen to us?" Handley asked, her voice trembling. Reed chuckled. "It depends on you. But remember, every game ends, and your decisions will be reflected. You won't be able to avoid the consequences, but you can choose which trail to leave behind." Suddenly, while Emily and Huntley were still digesting Reed's words, he took a step forward with such lightning speed that the girls did not have time to react. Reed grabbed one of them by the throat. It was Handley. She managed to scream, but his hand gripped her neck quickly and tightly, stabbing her in the blink of an eye with a knife that seemed to have been pulled out of thin air. Handley clutched at her throat, trying to pull his hand away, but it was in vain. She looked into his eyes, full of cold ruthlessness, like in a mirror. There was despair and pain in her eyes, and Reed watched with obvious satisfaction as the life gradually left her body. You. Handley's voice was barely audible, like a dying man's whisper. Emily screamed, her panic mixed with horror as she saw blood gushing from the wound on Huntley's throat. Her friend began to lose consciousness, her body trembled, and she fell to the floor like a doll devoid of threads. "You do realize," Reed's voice was quiet now, almost philosophical, that every choice has a price. And you can't avoid the consequences. Huntley made a choice, and now she, like everyone else here, will pay for it. Emily tried to approach. Her heart was in pain for her friend, but something in her body stopped her. Reed's gaze was so commanding that her legs wouldn't obey. You killed her." Emily's voice was filled with rage and pain, but there was no regret in Reed's eyes. "She chose," Reed said with a slight sigh, as if her death was just an inevitable element of the whole game. Emily stood there, her heart pounding so loudly that she could barely hear Reed's words. But a thought was already beginning to form in her head, which was burning brighter with every passing moment. Emily felt rage and pain for her friend, for having died in such a cruel and senseless game. Reed killed Huntley with cold blood, as if playing another move in his inhuman game. But inside Emily there was a growing desire, an almost frantic desire to solve all his riddles, to understand what was behind this nightmare, and finally to take revenge. She knew that if she stayed here, if she was afraid, then everything would end the same way. Like with Huntley. And as with the woman who brought the pie. They were all just pawns in Reed's hands. But Emily wasn't ready to be like that. Her decision matured instantly. Her gaze swept across the room. She noticed on the table, next to the box that contained that strange pie, a small knife. It was rather inconspicuous, but Emily immediately felt that this was the very tool she could use. It looked like a sharpener, small, but the point was clearly sharpened in a way that could cause terrible damage. Her fingers were trembling, but she couldn't help herself. Emily crept up to the table and picked up the knife. Its metal blade, despite its small shape, felt in her hand like something more dangerous than she could imagine. It was the same knife that was used to cut the strange pie. Its threat was now in her hands. But what was especially strange was that when she took it, there was suddenly that strange smell in the air that came from the food. Emily felt her body tingle slightly, as if the knife itself carried some strange warmth, unnatural, inseparable from the food itself. She picked up the knife and noticed its shape. It was small, similar to the one used to slice bread or something small, but its point was perfectly sharpened. And something about his warmth, that strange, almost inhuman feeling that it hadn't cooled down yet, made her tense up. Emily looked at Reed, who was still standing, watching her intently. His face expressed nothing but calmness, but she saw his eyes narrow slightly. He didn't expect her to take the knife. It was a risky move, and he seemed to have long since verified that he could control everything around him. She gripped the hilt tighter, her eyes burning with determination. "You can't control me the way you controlled her," Emily said with desperate confidence. "I won't be your pawn." Reed smiled slightly, but his gaze was still cold. "You still don't understand that it's not you who's making the choice. You play by my rules, just like everyone else. Do you think you can take a knife and it will make a difference?" His voice was calm, but his words seemed to be laced with menace. But Emily was no longer listening to him. She came closer, holding the knife in her hands. Her body was trembling with tension, but she felt that everything depended on her now. She couldn't let this go on. This knife is her chance. But not just to survive. It was her weapon, her revenge. She could finally break the circle they were all in. She stood in front of Reed and raised the knife, pointing it resolutely at his chest. The world of the dark net beckons with its mystery and scares with its shadows. For some it is a space of complete freedom, for others it is a dark maze filled with terrifying secrets. Daniel, a 26-year-old software developer, has always been skeptical of stories about the dark net. Another fiction for clicks, he thought, reading another post about dark markets or live broadcasts. But one day, out of curiosity and a desire to prove that it was all a myth, he decided to immerse himself in this world personally. Daniel had been preparing for his experiment for a long time. "I downloaded a secure browser, set up a VPN, and checked the computer's security. At first, everything seemed simple: old forums with outdated information, links to closed stores, pages requiring access codes. But soon he came across a site that was different from the others. The True Stories of the Darknet, read the inscription on a dark background. The background of the page pulsed with neon hues, creating a feeling of anxious anticipation. Access to the site was paid, but the subscription cost was insignificant, only a couple of dollars in cryptocurrency. Curiosity outweighed caution, and he signed up. As soon as he entered, his eyes widened. The site offered a wide selection of recordings, text stories, videos, audio files. All the materials were allegedly real evidence of events that took place on the darknet. Some of the stories were outright fake, but some were thought-provoking. He was particularly attracted to the live broadcasts section. At first it looked harmless: closed rooms where people talked, joked, and sometimes conducted strange experiments. But one day he accidentally clicked on a link that was not signed. The screen was filled with an image from the surveillance camera. The room is empty except for a table and a chair. He wanted to close the window, but changed his mind when a man in a black mask entered the room. The man pulled out a bag from behind his back and put it on the table. Daniel couldn't take his eyes off her. The mask slowly cut open the bag with a knife, and a trembling hand crawled out. Daniel closed the broadcast, but later his curiosity overcame his fear. He returned to the site again to see what happened next. This time, the link was already inactive, but in the comments, users discussed what had happened. Some called it a staging, others claimed that it was a real crime. Daniel did not notice how he spent the whole night on the site, looking through the materials. He was particularly interested in the recordings with an unusually long title: Sleeping Patient, Observation Number 47. The description referred to a man who claimed to have been the victim of experiments by an unknown organization. The video began with a surveillance camera recording. A man in hospital pajamas was sitting in a windowless room. A voiceover demanded an answer from him: "What's your name? What do you remember?" The patient was shaking his head, muttering something incoherent. At first it looked like a staging, but then the patient abruptly raised his head, as if he had heard something that the camera had not recorded. His eyes darted around the room, and then he began to scratch something on the wall with his nails. Daniel paused the video and zoomed in on the image. The letters were clumsy, but quite legible: "They are watching." Daniel felt uneasy, but he couldn't stop. He continued to search for records related to this patient. He soon discovered that each of them was getting weirder. The last recording was short. The camera captured an empty room where one word was written on the wall: salvation. Daniel immersed himself in studying the comments. People claimed that the patient had disappeared, and the observers who posted the video seemed to have disappeared too. However, some claimed that it was a carefully planned viral project designed to scare and attract attention. But the real strangeness began a few days later. Daniel began to notice that some files on his computer had disappeared. Programs that he had never installed started running on their own. And one morning he found a file on his desktop with the title, "They are already nearby." Inside was the text: "Do you think this is a game? Are you sure you want to know the truth?" At first he thought it was a virus. He erased the file, disconnected the computer from the network, but the text appeared over and over again. A few days later, Daniel received a strange email on his email. The sender was anonymous, and the text was as follows: "Daniel, you think you're looking at them, but now they're looking at you." The attached image showed a photo of his house taken from the window of a nearby building. Daniel felt his heart tighten in his chest. He slowly looked around the room, feeling as if someone was watching him. Some inner voice kept saying that this was all a bad joke, someone's evil prank, but intuition said the opposite. He got up from the table and went to the window. His apartment on the second floor always seemed safe to him. But now, even the thick curtains did not save from the feeling that someone was watching. Daniel carefully pulled back a corner of the cloth and peered into the street. No one. The empty road was illuminated by dim lanterns, and the windows of the house next door were dark. He took a step back, trying to stop shaking. However, as soon as he turned away, a strange sound came from the next room, quiet but distinct. It was a kind of metallic squeak. Daniel froze. His brain was running through the options in a panic. Maybe a draft? Or a mouse, he thought, although his mind understood that this was self-deception. Gathering his courage, he grabbed a kitchen knife from the table and moved towards the sound. On the threshold of the bedroom, he stopped, peering into the dimness of the room. Inside, everything was as he had left it. The bed was made, a jacket was hanging on a chair, and the laptop was closed on the bedside table. But then he noticed a strange thing. The closet door, which he was definitely closing, was ajar. Damn. He whispered, feeling sweat trickle down his back. Gathering his strength, Daniel stepped forward and yanked open the door. Empty. No signs of forced entry, no foreign objects. Just clothes and boxes. He breathed out a sigh of relief, but then a note neatly taped to the inside of the door caught his attention. It was written on it in a flourish, "You can't hide." Daniel's legs gave out. His hand with the knife was shaking, and the air in the room seemed to have become thicker. The note couldn't have appeared on its own. Someone was here. In a panic, he rushed to the front door, checking the locks. Everything was in place. The windows were also closed. But then how did the note get into the closet? It flashed through my head, maybe I forgot to put it away earlier? Or is this part of some crazy prank site? He turned on all the lights in the apartment, but it did not add to the feeling of security. When he returned to the bedroom, his phone was vibrating on the bedside table. Message. The number was hidden. "Don't turn around," the text read. My throat tightened and my palms were sweating. His fingers automatically began to type the answer. "Who are you? What do you need?" The answer came instantly. "You know who I am. We're close. Raise your eyes." Daniel didn't listen. Instead, he rushed to the door, jumped out of the bedroom and barricaded himself in the kitchen, slamming the door with a bolt. My heart was pounding, my thoughts were confused. He considered calling the police, but realized that his story about the note and the strange messages was unlikely to be taken seriously. Less than a minute later, the light in the kitchen began to flicker. Then there was a new sound, now not a creak, but a knock. It was clear, measured, as if someone was hitting the glass with his knuckles. Daniel turned slowly to the kitchen window. It opened onto a fire escape. Letters slowly appeared on the glass, behind which nothing could be seen due to the dense layer of dirt, as if someone had written on the glass from the inside. "Open it, or we'll go in ourselves." He staggered back, crashed into the table and, without looking, grabbed the phone. He dialed 911 and pressed the receiver to his ear. The operator answered a few seconds later, but Daniel didn't have time to say a word. The voice on the other end of the line said, "It's getting late, Daniel." He dropped the phone. This couldn't be happening. How did they know? Who are they? In a panic, he grabbed his jacket and keys and rushed to the front door. The lock took an agonizingly long time to open, my fingers trembled, sweat flooded my eyes. When he ran outside, the frosty air whipped him in the face. He ran without taking the road apart. He was afraid to look back, but he felt someone's eyes on him. Finally, he found himself at a 24-hour cafe. Once inside, he sat down in the farthest corner, trying to catch his breath. Daniel called a taxi and went to the only person he could trust, his friend Louis, who once worked in cybersecurity. When Louis opened the door of his apartment, he was shocked by the sight of his friend. "What's the matter with you? It's like you've seen a ghost," he asked. Daniel blurted out everything that had happened. Lewis listened for a long time without interrupting, and then took the laptop. "Show me the website. I'll try to figure out what this shit is," he said. When Lewis opened the darknet through his secure channel, the True Stories of the Darknet site was no longer available. Instead, a black screen loaded with a single phrase, "Are you watching too, Lewis?" Lewis quickly closed the browser and turned pale. "We have to leave," he whispered. "Right now." When Lewis offered to leave, Daniel felt a surge of anxiety. Leave? But where to? He felt like a hunted animal. Wherever they went, it seemed that those who were following him would find them. Lewis pulled him out of his thoughts by grabbing his shoulder. "Get up, Dan. We can't stay here. You don't understand who you're messing with." These words sounded cold and completely knocked him out of his rut. Lewis was not a man who panicked easily. If he was afraid, then the situation was much more serious than Daniel could have guessed. A couple of minutes later, they were walking down the stairs, heading for Lewis's car. The courtyard was deserted, the lanterns illuminated only certain sections of the road, leaving the corners in darkness. Daniel looked around, feeling goosebumps on his neck. Suddenly, he caught movement in the shadows. "Lewis, stop!" he said sharply, stopping. The shadow was moving. A man, if it was a man, was standing nearby, but the darkness hid his face. He didn't move, but Daniel felt that eerie gaze, as if the back of his head had been drilled. "Is that them?" Daniel whispered. Lewis didn't bother to figure it out. He grabbed Dan's arm and dragged him to the car. He started the engine and took off. They drove out of the area at speed, weaving through the streets. The car was speeding, leaving the deserted roads behind. "Where are we going?" Daniel asked, feeling panic creep over him. "Take cover," Lewis said shortly. After driving through several neighborhoods, Lewis turned towards the warehouse area. They parked in front of an abandoned building. "This place," Daniel began, but was interrupted. "You have to trust me," Lewis abruptly opened the door and motioned for him to follow him. They went inside. The building seemed abandoned, peeling walls, dusty floors, remnants of old furniture scattered here and there. But there was a bunker in the back of the room that Daniel didn't even know about. "What is this place?" "What is it?" he asked in surprise. "I keep all the equipment for work here. I think I can figure out who's behind this." Lewis has already started turning on the computers. "We need to figure this out before they get back in touch." As the hours passed, Lewis immersed himself in his work, trying to crack the traces of the site. Daniel was sitting in the corner, nervously gnawing on a nail. His thoughts were confused, and his fear, as if clouded, was replaced by fatigue. But soon the silence was interrupted by a signal. One of Lewis's monitors lit up. It was a pop-up picture. It was a picture of Daniel. At first glance, it was an ordinary photograph, but the background left no doubt. This was the bunker in the picture. "Lewis, that's..." Daniel began, but froze when he heard footsteps outside the door. They were not alone. Lewis rushed to the light switch and turned off the light. They both froze in the dark, hearing only each other's rapid breathing. The footsteps grew louder as they approached their room. "It can't be. I installed motion sensors, they should have warned us," Lewis whispered. "They have access," Daniel snapped. Suddenly there was a thud. Someone was banging on the metal door. Lewis grabbed an iron pipe in the corner and motioned for Daniel to take cover behind the equipment. The knocking was replaced by a loud grinding noise. It felt like the door was being opened. Lewis raised the pipe, preparing to strike, but the door suddenly swung open on its own, as if the burglar was in no hurry to enter. "Go through the tunnel," Lewis whispered, pointing to the trapdoor in the floor. Daniel hesitated. "Leave and leave a friend here?" But Lewis didn't give him time to think, yanking open the hatch. Go on. Daniel went downstairs, and then he heard the door close behind him. The tunnel was long and gloomy, its walls were damp, and there was a musty smell. Daniel moved by touch, hearing distant sounds. Something told him that Lewis might not have been able to handle whoever was upstairs. Once outside, he found himself in another part of the city. It was quiet outside, too quiet. He wanted to call the police, but remembered how strangely the operators had behaved earlier. Daniel hailed a taxi and, without thinking, headed to a hotel on the other side of the city. After entering the room, he closed the doors with all the locks, collapsed on the bed and tried to turn off his brain, but it was useless. The pictures of events replayed in my head over and over again. The sound of vibration interrupted the night. His phone rang. The number was hidden again. He picked up the phone without saying a word. "You left him to die," a cold voice said. "Now it's your turn." Over the noise in the receiver, he heard someone breathing. "Who are you?" Daniel shouted. But there was no response. Only a high-pitched squeak, which suddenly stopped. When he turned around, he noticed something strange. There was a flash drive on the table in the room that wasn't there before. He hesitated, but then inserted it into the laptop. A signed file appeared on the screen, "Last warning." The file opened, showing a video recording. Lewis was on it. He was tied to a chair, his face was beaten, and a voiceover ordered him to name names. Daniel felt as if everything inside him had snapped. He closed the laptop, knowing one thing: they would find him. Wherever he is. Daniel closed the laptop, but his hands were shaking so much that the lid slammed shut with a dull crack. A panicky chill gripped my whole body, as if oxygen had been drained from the air. He sat down on the bed, trying to breathe evenly, but each breath was difficult. I left Lewis there, alone with them, and now his thoughts were ragged, like footage from that damn flash drive. Daniel got up and started pacing around the room. My head was spinning with tension, and every sound in the hotel, the noise of the elevator, footsteps in the corridor, echoed with my heart pounding in my chest. It seemed to him that they were already standing outside the door, waiting for him to relax in order to strike. But fear quickly turned to anger. "The hell with you, do you want me? Take it away." He shouted into the void, realizing that his nerves were giving out. He needed to act. He couldn't just sit and wait his turn. Lewis was still alive, according to the video. And whoever was behind it all, they had weaknesses. All people are vulnerable. He took out his phone, found the old number of his colleague in the hacker community, Emily, whom he trusted. Emily was the kind of person who wasn't afraid to dig in the dirt for the truth. She answered on the second ring. "Dan? Why are you so late?" Her voice sounded puzzled. "Emily, it's urgent. They took Lewis away. I need your help." "Who are they? Are you drunk?" "No." He almost shouted. "I found something on the dark net, and now I'm being hunted." There was a moment of silence, then she sighed heavily. "But if you get me into any shit, I'll kill you myself." He knew he was risking her life, but he had no choice. Emily lived in an old house on the outskirts of the city. Her apartment resembled a command post: monitors, routers, wires and mountains of documents. She met Daniel at the door, eyeing him warily. "You look like someone has already killed you," she muttered. "I'm not joking, Em. They took Lewis away. They have everything: cameras, network access. They know where I've been, and most likely where I am now." Emily sat him down at the table and nodded at a glass of water. "Tell me from the beginning." Daniel outlined everything: the website, the video, the flash drive, the threats. He was talking fast, jumping from one to the other, but Emily didn't interrupt. Her face was getting darker and darker. "Do you understand what you got yourself into?" she finally said. It's not just hackers, Dan. These are professionals who have power and money. What am I supposed to do now? Daniel couldn't hide his despair. First of all, we'll find out who it is. No one is ever that elusive. In the meantime... She broke off and tensed, looking at one of the monitors. What? What did you find? He leaned closer, but Emily motioned for silence. Her face turned pale. She clicked the mouse a few times, then turned to Daniel. They're already here. Where is here? He whispered. She nodded at the surveillance camera mounted at the entrance door. There were people in black clothes on the screen, their faces were hidden by masks. Damn it. They can't just... He began, but Emily interrupted. We're leaving. Immediately. She grabbed the backpack with the equipment and then pulled it towards the fire escape. There was a thud of the door downstairs, they were already being opened. When they reached the roof, Emily led him to a nearby building. She moved confidently, as if she had planned this route in advance. Where are we going? Daniel asked breathlessly. To one place. But if they catch us, she shot him a serious look, you're going to tell them everything you know, okay? No. I can't have them. You don't understand anything, Dan. These people already know more than you think. They keep you in the game because it's convenient for them. His mind was racing, but there was no time to figure it out. After a few hours of traveling, they found themselves in an old hangar outside the city. Emily connected the equipment and started checking the signals. They're not just curious hunters, she said, checking the data. Their system tracks everyone who crosses certain pages. These sites are a trap. They drag you into the game and then... Then what? Daniel interrupted her. She looked at him anxiously. Then you disappear. Or you work for them. Her words sounded like a sentence. But their conversation was interrupted by a deafening crash. The glass in the hangar windows shattered, and in a few seconds the room was filled with black figures. Emily screamed as she was pinned down and Daniel was pinned against the wall. We warned you, a deep voice said. The masked man approached, pulling out a knife. Daniel closed his eyes, but there was no impact. Instead, he was roughly lifted to his feet and dragged to the exit. Emily resisted, but was quickly silenced. Why did you catch us? Daniel shouted, but the only response was a cold laugh. He was pushed into a van. The lights went out, leaving him in total darkness with the only question in his head, what now? Daniel sat in the dark, feeling the van jolt over the bumps in the road. His hands were tied behind his back, and his skin was rubbing against the hard plastic of the ties. On the other side of the cargo bay, he could hear Emily struggling to free herself, whispering curses. Emily, how are you? He whispered so as not to attract attention. Her voice was trembling, but she tried to sound confident. I have a plan. A plan? He laughed a bitter laugh. We're in a van, tied up, surrounded by these psychos. What's the plan? Just trust me. The van stopped abruptly and their bodies were thrown onto the metal floor. The doors swung open and the beams of lanterns burst in. They were dragged outside, roughly pushed against a concrete building. The place looked like an abandoned factory, with rusty pipes and empty windows. They were separated. Emily was taken into one hallway and Daniel into another. He looked around, trying to catch her eye, but she didn't turn around. He was pushed into a room whose walls were painted sterile white. There was a laptop on the only table. One of the masked men nodded at him. Sit down. Daniel sat up, feeling paralyzed by fear. Files appeared on the laptop screen. These were photos, videos, even phone records, everything that concerned his life. Every conversation, every online activity, everything he considered personal was now in front of him. "We know everything about you, Daniel," a voice said from the speakers. It was the same cold voice he had heard in the hangar. "We know where you've been, who you love, who's important to you. Why are you doing this?" His voice broke. "I just wanted to understand." "You wanted too much," the voice interrupted. "Now you have a choice." Two videos appeared on the screen. One showed Emily's face, her hands chained to a chair, her eyes wide with fear. On the other, Louis, exhausted and wounded, sat in the dark. "One of them can leave," the voice said. "You decide who." Daniel froze. My head was ringing. He tried to find a way out, some way to save both of them, but nothing came to mind. "Time is running out, Daniel. Decide, or we'll decide for you." His heart was pounding like crazy. He stared at the screen, feeling his life crumble. He began, but the words stuck in his throat. "Decide." The voice became louder, more aggressive. Tears streamed down his face as he looked at the two people he had dragged into this hell. Finally he closed his eyes and whispered, "Emily." The screen went blank. Daniel collapsed onto the table, his body shaking with sobs. He didn't know if they heard his answer, but a moment later the door swung open. They didn't give him time to realize what was happening. They lifted him up and dragged him through the corridors again. When they got outside, he saw the van driving away, taking Emily away. "Is she alive?" he shouted, but there was no answer. He didn't enroll in this school just like that. Every parent knew that the most promising children were taught here, and the education system itself was strictly classified. Promises of high results overshadowed any criticism, but there were sometimes rumors among parents. For example, that there is a special behavior improvement program at school. Children were forced to participate in strange exercises, and on certain days sounds came from the building that had nothing to do with the educational process. A student named Lauren, the daughter of ordinary postal workers, came to this school as a rare exception. Her parents were offered an incredible discount, explaining that it was an initiative for gifted children from the middle class. Lauren enthusiastically accepted the offer, seeing it as a chance to change her life. Her parents did not ask unnecessary questions, despite the strange requirements of the contract: no calls to a mobile phone, constant wearing of school uniforms even outside of classes, and mandatory residence in a dormitory. From the very first days, Lauren noticed that the school was different from the usual one. Her building was sterile and the smell of disinfection was reminiscent of a hospital. The students barely communicated with each other. Everyone was immersed in textbooks or doing tasks on tablets that tracked every finger movement. There were cameras in every corner, even in the dorm. But Lauren didn't think much of it until one day she noticed that she was being followed. One night, when she went to the bathroom, she heard footsteps in the hallway. Someone was walking too quietly and seemed to be trying not to betray their presence. Peering into the faint light from the window, she noticed a shadow. The figure stood motionless, then slowly moved towards her. Lauren managed to slam the door of her room and lay low. The next day, she tried to tell her neighbors, but they only nodded indifferently. Later, one of them said softly, "Don't ask unnecessary questions. The main thing is not to show that you are afraid." Lauren began to notice oddities everywhere. Some students simply disappeared. The teachers replied that they had been transferred to more advanced classes, but no one had seen them return. Guards in police-like uniforms stood at the entrance to the school and muttered something into a walkie-talkie, looking at the monitor screen every time someone passed by. In the third week of school, Lauren decided to find answers. She spent the night in the library, rummaging through old documents. Among the pile of books, she came across a list of students, which seemed strange to her. Some of the names were crossed out, and there were numbers in front of them: 3, 2, 1. Then she found an old diary hidden behind a closet. It described the life of one of the students who was at school 10 years ago. The girl wrote that she was forced to participate in psychological tests where it was impossible to make mistakes. Any mistake entailed a correction. The last entries of the diary were torn out. Lauren returned to her room with her diary, feeling her heart pounding. She couldn't help but think that the school was hiding something creepy. She decided she had to find out more. The next day, pretending to be ill, she stayed in her room to carefully study the diary. Each page revealed horrifying details to her. It turned out that the mysterious improvement program was something much darker. The students were subjected not just to psychological tests, but to something like experiments. One of the entries read, "We were locked in a windowless room. They said that only one of us could come out. The rest will stay. We didn't realize what that meant until they took out the knife. My hands are still shaking, even though it's been 2 days. I did what I needed to do, but I don't know how to look in the mirror now." Lauren felt a wave of horror sweep over her. It was not just a diary, but a confession written in a trembling hand. But why didn't anyone talk about it? Why did parents keep sending their children here? That evening, Lauren tried to share her discoveries with her classmates. She showed the diary to one of the girls, Madison, who seemed to be the only one she could trust. But Madison turned pale and quickly returned it without saying a word. Later that night, Lauren heard strange noises in the hallway. Her door opened and Madison appeared on the threshold. "You need to leave. They know you found it. If you stay, they'll make you." Her voice broke and she ran away. But how to leave this school if the exits were closed? Lauren remembered that in the backyard of the school, behind the gym, there is an old door leading to the technical rooms. She decided to try to get to her. When Lauren went out into the hallway, she realized that something was wrong. There was a strange tension in the air, as if someone was watching her. She tried to walk quietly, but the footsteps seemed to echo in the void. When she reached the gym, she heard muffled voices. Hiding behind a cabinet with balls, Lauren cautiously peeked out. 2 men in uniforms that looked like guards were discussing something. "This girl is Lauren. She knows too much. If she talks, everything could collapse. We can't let her go. As soon as we find her, we'll send her to the doctor." Lauren froze. They were looking for her. She barely made it to the technical door, but there was a surprise waiting for her: the door was locked. She remembered seeing the janitor carrying a bunch of keys. Maybe he had them. The janitor always seemed strange. A middle-aged man with gray hair and a look that seemed to penetrate you. Lauren had always tried to stay away from him, but now she had no choice. She went to his office. The door was ajar, and the creaking of an old radio could be heard from inside. Lauren looked inside and froze. There were pictures of students on the walls. Some of them were crossed out with a red marker. Among them, she recognized her classmates, those who suddenly transferred. There was a box of personal items in the corner. There she noticed tablets, phones and school badges. All this belonged to those who were no longer at school. Lauren almost screamed. She noticed a bunch of keys on the table. Summoning all her courage, she sneaked inside and grabbed them. But, leaving the office, she ran into the janitor himself. His face was contorted with rage. "You shouldn't have come in here," he said, grabbing her hand. He dragged her to the basement of the school, where, as it turned out, the biggest secret was located. There was an entire room filled with monitors monitoring every corner of the building. "Did you think you could find out the truth and leave? No one leaves this school without my permission." Lauren realized that this man was not just a janitor. He was part of something bigger. "Why are you doing this? Stop it," she screamed. The man just grinned. "Children are a resource. Your fears, your emotions, all this feeds what we are building here. And you know too much." Lauren looked around, trying to figure out what kind of terrifying mechanism was behind this school. Monitors on the walls showed every corner of the building, including the students' bedrooms. Some screens displayed empty classes, but others. Lauren noticed something that made her heart beat faster. The camera in the basement, which the janitor glanced at from time to time, showed rows of locked cages. There was a man in each cage. "You're just another attempt," he continued, standing in a threatening pose next to the control panel. "We are looking for those who are willing to do anything for the sake of survival. People who understand that in this world you have to sacrifice others in order to survive yourself." Lauren felt her hands clench into fists. She has to do something. At that moment, the janitor pressed one of the buttons, and an image of her room appeared on the monitor. Her roommates, Carrie and Jessica, were sitting on the bed. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were wandering around, as if they had heard something. "If you're smart, I'll let them live," he said. "You're a monster." Lauren resisted the urge to scream. She couldn't let him continue. Lauren knew that her only chance was to use the keys, which she had managed to hide unnoticed in her pocket. She needed to come up with a plan. "Why are you doing this?" She decided to distract him by talking. "Is this normal for a human?" The man laughed, but there was an ominous note in his laughter. "Is it okay? What is the norm? This whole place was created to remove the weak and leave the strong. You're not the first to realize this, but you may be the first to survive. If you show that you're ready." "Ready for what?" Lauren felt her voice tremble, even though she was trying to look confident. He nodded at the screen, which now showed an empty room with a metal table. There was a knife on the table and a bound student on the floor, who was desperately trying to free himself. "Are you strong enough to prove it?" She remembered the pages of the diary she had read that day. These scenes were described there. "One of you can come out." These words echoed in her head. Lauren gritted her teeth. She knew that killing was not an option. She had to find another way. "I'll do it," she finally said, trying to sound confident. The janitor grinned, clearly pleased with her answer. "Good. Then go." When he turned to look at the monitors again, Lauren took advantage of the moment. She abruptly snatched the keys out of her pocket and hit him on the head with a bunch. The man gasped and fell to the floor, but did not lose consciousness. "You're going to regret this," he croaked, clutching his head. Lauren jumped out of the room and ran to the basement where the cages were. She opened them one by one, freeing the students. Most of them were too scared to move, but a few people quickly came to their senses and began to help the others. "Does anyone know how to get out of here?" "What is it?" she asked, looking back at the exit. One of the students nodded. "There is an old tunnel behind the technical room. I saw him when we were brought here." "Then let's run," Lauren commanded. When they reached the technical room, Lauren heard the sound of footsteps behind them. The janitor caught up with them. He had a knife in his hand, which he grabbed on the way. "You're not going anywhere," he shouted, rushing forward. One of the students, a big guy named Tom, rushed at him, trying to disarm him. A struggle ensued, but the cleaner was faster. The knife flashed in the dim light of the lamp, and Tom collapsed to the floor. Screams echoed down the corridor. "Hurry up! Let's go!" Lauren shouted, dragging the others towards the tunnel. They finally found the tunnel and started down the narrow stairs. The tunnel was dark and the air was heavy. The footsteps of the janitor could be heard behind him, who did not seem to be going to give up. Lauren bumped into a lever against the wall and, without hesitation, pulled on it. The entrance to the tunnel began to close. "Run!" she shouted to the others. When the door slammed shut, the sound of footsteps faded behind them. They got out, finding themselves in the woods behind the school. Breathing heavily, Lauren turned around. Lauren walked through the dense forest with the surviving students. Their feet were tangled in the roots, and the faint light of the moon only barely illuminated the path. No one spoke. Everyone was consumed by their pain, fear, and guilt. Especially Lauren. She couldn't get Tom's face out of her mind, his hoarse exhalation before falling. We could have saved him, that obsessive feeling haunted her like a shadow. Suddenly one of the students, a girl named Megan, stopped. "We don't know where we're going," she whispered. "Any place is better than there," snapped another student, Jake. "Maybe," Megan replied, her voice trembling. "But don't you notice anything strange? He knew that we would get out through this tunnel." These words made everyone freeze. Lauren remembered how the janitor said that, "No one will leave." But why didn't he stop them earlier? Why did you let them see this tunnel? You're thinking. Is he on purpose? Lauren asked, feeling the cold creep under her skin. Megan nodded. Maybe. The whole place, the whole school, is some kind of game for him. The thought hung in the air, heavy as concrete. After several hours of wandering, they came to a small house lost among the trees. The light in the window was on, but it didn't seem cozy. Rather, it resembled a distress signal. "Maybe there's a phone in there," Jake suggested. "Or another psycho," Megan muttered. Lauren, despite her fear, went to the door and knocked. There was no answer. She pressed her ear to the door and heard a strange sound, as if someone was walking on the gravel behind the house. "Someone's out there," she whispered, stepping back. Jake didn't wait. He pushed the door with his shoulder, and it creaked open. There was a mess inside, overturned chairs, broken dishes on the floor, and a smell that made Lauren want to hold her nose. "This is not normal," Megan muttered. Lauren walked deeper into the house, her gaze fell on an old framed photo. She was wearing a man in a janitor's uniform. "That's him," she breathed, showing the photo to the others. "How is this possible?" Jake grabbed the frame. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the room. Everyone froze. Lauren picked up the sharp object closest to her, a broken bottle. A man stood in the doorway. But it wasn't the janitor. His face was alien, but his clothes were the same uniform. "Are you lost?" "What is it?" he asked in a calm voice, tilting his head. "Who are you?" Lauren shouted. The man chuckled. "Someone who wants to help. But help has a price." Lauren felt the adrenaline rush back into her blood. The man took a step forward, but suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on Megan. "You," he said, smiling. "You're a good fit. Let's go." Lauren screamed, rushing forward. But the man was faster. He grabbed Megan's hand, his fingers clenched with such force that the girl screamed. "Let her go." Lauren swung the bottle, but the man just laughed. "You're all part of this game," he said, dragging Megan deeper into the house. The others were left in a stupor while Megan screamed. Lauren knew it was a trap, but she couldn't just walk away. "What now?" Jake asked, his voice trembling. "Maybe," Megan replied, her voice trembling. "But don't you notice anything strange? He knew that we would get out through this tunnel." These words made everyone freeze. Lauren remembered how the janitor said that, "No one will leave." But why didn't he stop them earlier? Why did you let them see this tunnel? You're thinking. Is he on purpose? Lauren asked, feeling the cold creep under her skin. Megan nodded. Maybe. The whole place, the whole school, is some kind of game for him. The thought hung in the air, heavy as concrete. After several hours of wandering, they came to a small house lost among the trees. The light in the window was on, but it didn't seem cozy. Rather, it resembled a distress signal. "Maybe there's a phone in there," Jake suggested. "Or another psycho," Megan muttered. Lauren, despite her fear, went to the door and knocked. There was no answer. She pressed her ear to the door and heard a strange sound, as if someone was walking on the gravel behind the house. "Someone's out there," she whispered, stepping back. Jake didn't wait. He pushed the door with his shoulder, and it creaked open. There was a mess inside, overturned chairs, broken dishes on the floor, and a smell that made Lauren want to hold her nose. "This is not normal," Megan muttered. Lauren walked deeper into the house, her gaze fell on an old framed photo. She was wearing a man in a janitor's uniform. "That's him," she breathed, showing the photo to the others. "How is this possible?" Jake grabbed the frame. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the room. Everyone froze. Lauren picked up the sharp object closest to her, a broken bottle. A man stood in the doorway. But it wasn't the janitor. His face was alien, but his clothes were the same uniform. "Are you lost?" "What is it?" he asked in a calm voice, tilting his head. "Who are you?" Lauren shouted. The man chuckled. "Someone who wants to help. But help has a price." Lauren felt the adrenaline rush back into her blood. The man took a step forward, but suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on Megan. "You," he said, smiling. "You're a good fit. Let's go." Lauren screamed, rushing forward. But the man was faster. He grabbed Megan's hand, his fingers clenched with such force that the girl screamed. "Let her go." Lauren swung the bottle, but the man just laughed. "You're all part of this game," he said, dragging Megan deeper into the house. The others were left in a stupor while Megan screamed. Lauren knew it was a trap, but she couldn't just walk away. "What now?" Jake asked, his voice trembling. "We're going to save her," Lauren replied, although deep down she knew it could cost them their lives. Lauren took a quick look at Jake and the other survivors. Their faces were pale, and the fear in their eyes overwhelmed all confidence. But she knew that if they left now, they would not be able to live with this decision. "We won't leave her," she said firmly, and her voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Are you crazy?" Jake held up his hands. "Don't you see what's going on here? This house is like the school, this whole place is one huge trap. If you're afraid, go ahead," Lauren snapped. "But I won't leave her alone." She took a candle from the table, lit it and moved towards where the man took Megan. Those who remained behind her were whispering, but the footsteps behind her showed that they had decided to follow. The house smelled of damp, rot and something metallic. There were a lot of strange objects scattered on the floor, old toys, books, photographs, but it all looked like someone was collecting other people's things to create the illusion of life. "What kind of place is this anyway?" one of the girls behind whispered. "We'll find out soon enough," Lauren replied glumly. The sounds grew louder. Megan was screaming, her voice was strangled, as if she was being strangled. Lauren pushed open the door that led to the basement. It opened with a long creak. The smell became unbearable, as if the whole room was covered in blood. The faint candlelight illuminated the steps leading down, and at the bottom, the figure of a man standing over Megan tied to a chair. Lauren shouted, holding the candle in front of her. The man turned around, his face lit up by fire. A smile that promised nothing good appeared on his face. "You're always so stupid," he said. "Do you think you can fix it? Look around you. This place has written you off long ago." Lauren took a step down, trying not to look at the dirty stains that covered the stairs. "Why are you doing this?" "What is it?" she asked. The man tilted his head. "Because I can. Because people like you are always ready to believe in salvation until they find out that it requires sacrifices." He walked over to Megan and put his hand on her shoulder. The girl jerked, but couldn't pull away. "You can take her place," he suggested. There was silence for a few seconds. Jake shifted nervously from one foot to the other behind Lauren. "What does that mean?" Lauren asked, trying to buy time. Very simple, the man pointed at the others. Some of you are staying. The others are coming. But only one. Your friendship, your principles. Are you willing to sacrifice them for salvation? Megan sobbed, her face wet with tears. Don't listen to him. Stop it, she screamed. Lauren looked at the others. No one moved, and there was horror in their eyes. This is wrong, she said, her voice breaking. You're just playing with us. The man just shrugged his shoulders. The choice is yours. Lauren knew this was another trick. But she also knew that if they didn't make a decision, the man would kill Megan, and then the others. Jake stepped forward. Take me, he said, trying to sound confident. Jake, no. Lauren exclaimed, trying to hold him back. Someone has to finish this, he whispered, pushing her away. The man grinned, his eyes glinting in the candlelight. Good choice, he said, and without hesitation grabbed Jake's arm. Everything happened quickly. The man led Jake to the side, and as soon as they disappeared through the door, the light in the basement flickered. Lauren rushed to Megan to untie her, her hands shaking with fear. We have to run. Megan whispered as Lauren removed the last ropes. But as soon as they went upstairs, everything changed. The house was different, the walls were stained with blood, bones lay on the floor, and the school building was visible again outside the windows. It's impossible, Lauren whispered. Where's Jake? Megan asked, her voice breaking. They heard the sound of footsteps outside the door. Lauren turned abruptly to the door, where footsteps were heard. Something snapped inside, my body instinctively tensed, preparing for the worst. Megan clutched her arm, breathing hoarsely. The door slowly opened. Jake was standing in the doorway. His face was cold and calm, but there was no spark left in his eyes. They stared unblinkingly, as if he saw them but didn't recognize them. Jake? Lauren called cautiously. He took a step forward, holding a bloody knife in his hand. We have to stay, his voice was low, but it sounded unnatural. This is the only way out. What are you doing? Megan screamed, hiding behind Lauren. He's right, the janitor's voice rang out from the darkness. The man appeared behind Jake, putting his hand on his shoulder. He understood what was needed to save himself. Now it's your turn. Lauren wasted no time grabbing the nearest object, a piece of broken wooden leg from a chair. You're crazy, Jake. It's not you, she screamed, holding out her hand to keep him at a distance. But he had already rushed forward, swinging the knife. Lauren dodged, feeling the cold blade almost graze her skin. She hit Jake on the arm with a wooden leg, and the knife fell to the floor. Megan, run, she shouted. Megan ran for the stairs, but the janitor blocked her way. He grabbed her by the hair, pulled her towards him and forcefully pushed her back into the room. No one's leaving, he growled. Lauren saw Jake get to his feet. His face contorted as if he was struggling with himself, but then he moved towards her again. You're not my friend, Lauren whispered, her eyes filling with tears. She picked up the knife that was at her feet, and as he approached, plunged it right into his chest. Jake stopped, his breathing became ragged. I'm sorry, was all he managed to whisper, falling to his knees. Lauren felt the world freeze around her, but she didn't have time to mourn him. She rushed to Megan, who was screaming, trying to escape from the janitor's arms. You're going to pay for this. Lauren screamed, stabbing the man in the side with a knife. He screamed in pain as he released Megan. Lauren shouted, grabbing her friend's hand. They flew out of the basement and raced down the corridor, but the building had changed. The stairs were gone, and the doors led to dead ends. He won't let us leave, screamed Megan. But Lauren kept running until they were at the main entrance. They crashed into the door, knocking it out with all their might. Finally, it gave way, and the girls jumped out. To their surprise, it was already morning outside. The school was left behind, dark and menacing, but they didn't dare look back. They ran until they saw the first passers-by, who looked at them in surprise. When the police arrived at the school, they found an empty building. There was no sign of Jake or the janitor. Lauren and Megan tried to explain what happened, but the records showed that no cleaner had ever been hired. Their stories were recognized as hysteria against the background of their experiences. A few months later, Lauren was sitting at home, flipping through old newspapers. She tried to put that night in the past, but every time she found hints that would not let her rest. There was a note on one of the pages: the missing school staff was found after 20 years. The identity of the killer remains a mystery. Lauren was startled when she saw the photo attached to the article. The janitor was there. She closed her laptop, feeling a cold fear sweep over her. The bell rang in silence. She got up to open the door. A man stood in the doorway with a mop in his hand and a grin on his face. "We're not done yet, are we?" He was a second-year college student and often worked as a babysitter. She considered it an easy job. You come, watch so that the children don't do stupid things, put them to bed and watch TV shows all evening. Almost always, her clients were quiet families from the suburbs, where cozy houses hid behind high fences. No one asked unnecessary questions, because Maggie gave the impression of a reliable girl, and her parents paid her a good sum for peace of mind. One evening, a woman named Mrs. Harper called her. She said she was looking for a babysitter for one night. The voice sounded calm, but somehow tense. She added that the matter was urgent. They had a family evening, and their 8-year-old son Jake could not stay alone at home. Maggie agreed, although the call itself made her a little tense. But the money the woman offered was too good to refuse. Mrs. Harper met her at the door of a small but cozy 2-story house. She briefly explained the rules. Jake has already had dinner, he needs to brush his teeth at 8:30 and go to bed no later than 9. When leaving, the woman gave Maggie a phone number and said they would be back late. Everything looked ordinary, even boring. Maggie met Jake, a quiet boy with big eyes and a wary look. He was sitting on the couch, staring at his tablet. She thought that the evening would not be difficult at all. The child seemed calm, and the whole house was perfectly clean. Time passed slowly. Jake sat silently in the living room, and only occasionally glanced at Maggie. Around 8 o'clock, she decided it was time to occupy him with something else. "Jake, what do you like to do?" "What is it?" she asked. The boy looked away from the screen and shrugged his shoulders. "I can show you the house," he said quietly. Maggie agreed. Jake took her around the house, telling her little things about each room. There were cups with logos of children's parties in the kitchen, his parents' bedroom was in perfect order, and his own room was decorated with posters of superheroes. But one detail in his behavior seemed strange to her. As they passed the basement door, Jake suddenly stopped talking and walked faster, as if he didn't want her to notice her. "What's in there?" Maggie asked. "This is the basement," the boy replied shortly, without stopping. "Can I see it?" she suggested, but Jake turned around abruptly. "No. You can't go there." Maggie hesitated. The boy's tone was too serious, and she decided not to insist. By 9, Jake was already in his bed. Maggie stayed in the living room, sitting comfortably on the couch. The TV was on, but she couldn't concentrate. Her thoughts went back to the basement. Why did the boy react so strangely? Perhaps the parents keep something there that they don't want to show the children. But that's okay, all families have their secrets. An hour later, there was a faint noise, as if something had creaked. Maggie shuddered. It was the sound of a door. She looked around, the front doors were locked. Maybe Jake got out of bed? She went upstairs, but the boy was asleep in his room. His breathing was even, and the tablet was lying on the bedside table. Returning downstairs, she noticed that the door to the basement was slightly ajar. My heart stopped beating. Maggie cautiously approached the door and lit up the dark steps with her phone. She wasn't going to come down, she just wanted to make sure no one was there. But something strange caught her eye. At the very bottom of the steps was a small, childish shoe. It was dirty, as if it had just been pulled out of the ground. She felt a chill run down her spine. Her phone vibrated, snapping her out of her daze. It was an unknown number. A message appeared on the screen: "Don't come down. Stay upstairs." Maggie froze, but plucked up the courage to go down anyway. At the last step, she stopped, looking around. It was an ordinary basement with shelves filled with boxes. But her gaze caught on the dirty shoe again. A little further away, there was another pair. My heart started pounding harder. Suddenly Jake's voice came from behind. "I told you that you can't come here." She turned around. Jake was standing on the top step, holding a kitchen knife in his hands. "You're lying like them, too," he said. Maggie staggered back, but slipped and fell. She felt a sharp pain in her leg. Jake didn't move. He just stood there and looked at her. "It's you. Killed them?" "What is it?" she asked, gasping in pain. "No. I helped him. He said you should leave. Or you'll be next." There was a noise from behind. A man's figure appeared in the shadow of the basement. It was their neighbor, the same good-natured man who had helped Mrs. Harper fix the plumbing the day before. "What did I say?" "She found us," he said calmly. "Well, Maggie, it's your turn now." Maggie felt the blood rush to her head. Fear gripped her, and every movement seemed unreal, as if it were happening in slow motion. A man with rough features walked slowly down the stairs, his shoes creaking on the wood. He was holding something like an iron hook in his hands, which he brandished with frightening confidence. "I told you to just watch, Jake. Why did you let her come down here?" The man turned to the boy, without taking his eyes off Maggie. Jake frowned, but took a step back, clutching the knife to himself as if defending himself. "She climbed on her own." "It's not my fault," he said softly. Maggie was panting from the exertion. The man came closer, his figure blocking the passage. She tried to back away, but she hit an old wooden shelf, and a box fell off it, slamming loudly on the floor. This made the man freeze, and Jake shrugged nervously. "You could just watch TV," the man said calmly. "But now you've seen something you shouldn't have." Maggie glanced at the dirty boots lying next to her. At that moment, she realized that they didn't belong to Jake. The shoes were too small. A little to the side, she noticed another detail, a small plastic container, tightly closed with a lid. There was a strange glint inside, like wet hair. "What did you do?" She breathed out. The voice trembled treacherously. The man grunted as he squatted down. "This is a house where secrets are hidden," he said. "And I'm just protecting them. Everyone who works here understands this. And you? Would you understand?" Maggie didn't know what to say. She tensed, preparing to make a dash. The man noticed this, but, to her surprise, made no attempt to stop her. Instead, he pointed to a door that led to a narrow tunnel deep in the basement. "If you want to survive, run there. You wanted an adventure, didn't you? Here they are. Let's see what you're worth." Maggie glanced at Jake. He didn't move, but his hands were visibly shaking. The man came closer, took the knife from the boy and, without taking his eyes off Maggie, pointed at the door again. "You have 5 minutes before we start hunting." She wasn't thinking. "I just ran." The cold air met her in the narrow tunnel, and the footsteps of her opponents echoed behind her. The tunnel was long and low, and after a few dozen meters she could barely breathe from fear and fatigue. Turn by turn, she searched for a way out, but it seemed that the walls were narrowing, trapping her. There was a muffled sound from behind. The man and Jake followed her, their footsteps getting closer. She found an old door covered in rust and yanked on the handle. The door gave way, and she found herself in a room filled with old metal cabinets. There were battered notebooks and someone's personal belongings on the floor, children's toys, shoes, photo albums. She pressed herself against the wall, trying to slow her breathing. In one of the photos lying next to her, she saw a smiling family. The man in the photo was the neighbor. There were children standing around him, the same ones whose shoes she saw in the basement. The door slammed open. The man entered, holding a hook in his hand. Jake stood behind him, looking scared but obedient. "I found you," the man said, and a sickly smile appeared on his face. "No one leaves this house until I want them to." But before he could get any closer, Jake suddenly lunged at Maggie, grabbing her arm. His eyes were filled with horror. "Run!" he shouted. "Run while you still have a chance." The man grabbed the boy's shoulder in a rage, but Jake resisted, distracting his attention. Maggie took advantage of the moment and rushed out of the room. She ran without looking back until she reached the stairs leading outside. Her hands were shaking when she finally managed to open the heavy door leading to the courtyard. She ran out of the house and, without remembering herself, stopped a car passing by. The terrified driver called the police. When the police arrived, no one was at home. The basement turned out to be empty, with no traces of dirty shoes or containers. They didn't even find any photos. The neighbor who was supposed to be in his house turned out to be registered on a completely different street. The Harper family just disappeared as if they had never existed. And the house's database had a completely different address. The police continued to investigate, but the evidence seemed to evaporate. Every time Maggie tried to describe events, her testimony was viewed with disbelief. The next day, she got a call from the nanny agency to ask a strange question. "I'm sorry, miss, but are you sure you gave the address correctly? The Harper family is not registered in our database. We never sent you there." Maggie froze. She checked the text she received before starting her shift and felt a chill inside. The message from the agency has indeed disappeared. The panic was growing. She began to wonder if she had been deliberately lured into this house. But who? And why? Trying to find at least some answers, Maggie went to the city archives. She needed to make sure that the house existed, that it belonged to someone at all. When the archivist, an elderly woman with a tired face, found the necessary notes, she was silent for a long time before saying, "This house is listed as demolished. 15 years ago." Maggie was stunned. "This is a mistake. I was there yesterday," she exclaimed. The woman shook her head. "The only thing I can show you are the old reports. There was a fire. 2 families died. The house was never restored." Even more confused, Maggie left the archive. But she knew what she saw. The house was standing. People were there. She decided to come back. At sunset, Maggie drove back to the place where, according to her memory, the house should have been. But she was horrified. In the place where the 2-story building stood yesterday, there was only a grassy wasteland. No signs of life. She walked around the area as if in search of something that could prove the reality of her experience. And suddenly, among the tall grass, she noticed a small, dust-covered object. It was the same plastic box she had seen in the basement. Her hands were shaking when she opened it. There were old photos inside, of children, adults, family pictures. And on each of them stood a man she recognized. The same neighbor who drove her into the tunnel. There was another item in the box, a small piece of paper. On it, in a sprawling handwriting, was written, "You shouldn't have come back." Maggie felt her blood freeze in her veins. A slight rustle came from behind her. She turned around. On the horizon, in the thicket, the silhouette of a man was slowly approaching. His face was in shadow, but she knew who it was. When the police responded to the call later that night, only a box was found in the wasteland. Neither Maggie nor any signs of a struggle were found. The case has joined the list of unexplained disappearances. Maggie's family, her friends, and colleagues were all shocked. Over time, the story was forgotten, and only the closest sometimes remembered her on the anniversary of her disappearance. And in the neighboring city, on a quiet street, a man who looked very much like that neighbor was calmly trimming bushes near his house. There was a plastic photo box on his porch. Maggie couldn't shake the feeling that someone was constantly watching her. At night she had nightmares, dark corridors, children crying and ominous laughter. But the oddities didn't end there. A few days after her visit to the archivist, she found an envelope on her doorstep. Inside was a black and white photograph. The picture was of herself standing in a vacant lot where, in her opinion, the Harper house had recently stood. The picture was taken from a great distance, but the angle of the shot was as if the photographer was standing there all the time, watching. There was only one word on the back of the photo: back. Maggie, overcome with fear, went to the police. But the detective she came to see was just frowning. "This could just be a prank, miss," he muttered, scanning the photo. "This is not a prank," she exclaimed. "This house, this man, they are real. We checked your call. You called from a neighborhood where there hasn't been a house in a decade. Whatever you see there, it doesn't exist." Maggie shook her head stubbornly. "I'll go back there," she muttered. "This is a bad idea, miss," the detective warned. "But she's already decided." That night Maggie came back to the wasteland. This time she took a flashlight and a small pepper spray with her. She knew it wasn't the best weapon, but it was something. Looking around the place, she noticed something strange. There were fresh footprints on the ground. They led directly to what used to be the basement of the house. In a place where the grass grew less thickly, she found a metal manhole cover. Opening it with difficulty, Maggie saw a narrow descent down. Her heart was beating so loudly that it seemed to echo. She turned on the flashlight and slowly began to descend. It turned out to be cold and damp underground. The narrow hallway was filled with old trash, cracked cans, torn blankets, scraps of newspapers. But then she saw the door. There were deep scratches on its surface, as if someone was trying to get out. Maggie pushed open the door, and it opened with a high-pitched squeak. There was a room inside, and in the center was an old wooden table. There were photographs on it. They were the same pictures she'd found in the box: children, families, and that man again. But this time she noticed something new. She saw herself in the background of one of the pictures. Shocked, she recoiled. How is this possible? These photos were taken a long time ago, long before she was born. She began to feverishly sort through the pictures until she came across one particularly ominous one. It depicted a girl who strongly resembled herself. Her hands were tied and her face was frozen in horror. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. Maggie turned around and saw a man. The one she considered a neighbor. This time, his clothes were stained with dried blood. "I knew you'd be back," he said softly, blocking the exit from the room. "Who are you?" she shouted, backing away. The man chuckled. "My name is John. Just John. I clean up what people like you leave behind." She didn't understand what he was talking about, but the next second he rushed towards her. Maggie grabbed the nearest object, a rusty pipe, and hit him on the head. The man staggered, and she rushed to the exit. But the corridors of the dungeon seemed endless. There were forks and dead ends everywhere, and soon she realized that she was lost. There were footsteps behind her. "You won't escape," he shouted. "No one hears the screams here." Maggie noticed a light ahead. She ran, struggling to keep her balance. The light led to the stairs. Climbing it, she found herself in an abandoned school building. This place looked like it had been abandoned decades ago. But for some reason, everything here was familiar to her. She noticed an old blackboard on the wall, on which it was written in large letters. "One day you will become a part of history." A voice came from behind her. "Welcome to the place where everything ends." She turned around. The man was standing in the doorway, holding something that looked like a knife. When the police arrived at the call, they were met only by a cold, abandoned corridor. At the end of a long passage, they found a metal box. There were photos inside. The last picture taken on film showed a woman. Her face was contorted with horror. Maggie was never seen again. And a few weeks later, a new candidate appeared at the nanny recruitment agency. A young girl with a big smile and great hope of finding a job. School on the outskirts of the city has long been considered a place where no human foot has set foot. The front door was boarded up, the windows were covered with wooden shields, and the yard was overgrown with grass. Local residents said that after the school was closed, strange sounds began to come from it, rustles, metal creaks and seemingly footsteps. However, it all seemed like children's horror stories, until one day a group of teenagers decided to get inside. The official reason for the closure of the school remained a mystery. The archive said that the building was recognized as an emergency, but many knew that long before that, the educational process was strange. Teachers were fired one by one, students were transferred to other schools, and the last months of work were accompanied by constant checks. Parents complained about the deterioration of children's behavior. Some teenagers started talking about a room where you can't go in. No one knew exactly what it was about, but the rumors spread quickly. Liz, her brother Evan and their friend Mark used to go to this school. They often joked about how ominous the atmosphere in the building seemed. But it was after its closure that their interest peaked. What really happened outside these walls? Why didn't any of the former school staff want to tell the truth? Their guesses did not give rest until they decided to check everything themselves. One night, armed with flashlights and cameras, teenagers entered the school grounds. The fence surrounding the building was broken in several places, making entry easy. The front door was ajar, as if someone had already been inside. "Do you think it's a guard?" Liz asked, feeling her voice tremble. "If there's a guard here, he's obviously not in a hurry," Mark replied, putting the camera in his pocket. Evan turned on the flashlight and illuminated the hallway. The floor was covered with thick dust, and the air was heavy, with a smell of dampness. The walls were decorated with children's drawings, but their bright colors had long faded, and the paper began to tear at the edges. "You know, this place is more like a museum," Mark giggled nervously. "Or a scene for a horror movie," Liz added. As they went deeper into the building, the silence became increasingly tense. The corridors were long and narrow, with classrooms that went into darkness. In one of them, teenagers found old desks with initials and strange symbols carved on them. "Are these pentagrams?" Mark asked, examining the scratched lines. "Come on, it's just a scribble," Liz said, although her voice sounded uncertain. They continued their research until they came across a door with a sign, "Technical Staff." The door was locked, but Mark easily dealt with it using a screwdriver that he had brought from home. Inside was a small room with shelves filled with dusty folders and tools. There was an old magazine on one of the shelves. Liz took it and flipped through the pages. Most of them were filled with repair records, but the last ones looked unusual. One of the teachers, judging by the signature, complained about problems with students. "Children are getting too nervous." 5 students complain of nightmares. 4 of them started skipping classes without explaining the reason. Their behavior changes and they refuse to talk to adults. I consider the intervention of specialists necessary. There was a short note on the other page. It is necessary to restrict access to room number 15. It's important for their safety. Evan frowned. Does anyone remember this room? No, Liz replied. But if it's important for their safety, then maybe we should check it out. Evan looked at the magazine, rereading the entry about room number 15, and froze. Are you sure you want to go there? Liz tried to look confident, but there was fear in her voice. We came here for a reason, he replied, putting the magazine in his pocket. If there was something in room number 15, we will find it. The corridor leading to the indicated room was long and narrow. The linoleum underfoot crunched with age, and the ceiling panels had collapsed in some places, exposing pipes and wires. The teenagers' lanterns picked out peeling walls and cobwebbed corners from the darkness. The number 15 was written on a rusty metal plaque. The door did not open immediately. Evan and Mark leaned on it with their shoulders, and it creaked open. Inside, chaos reigned, overturned desks, scattered notebooks and a rusty metal cabinet lying on the floor. But the strangest thing was that there was a big old castle in the middle of the room. Someone seriously wanted to lock this place up, Mark said, bending down and examining the broken device. Liz was looking around the room. There were maps and posters on the walls, but many of them had been cut with a knife or torn. One of the desks caught her attention. It was covered with brownish-red spots, long dried and ingrained in the wood. This blood? She whispered, taking a step back. Mark came closer and ran his finger over the stain. I'm not sure, but it looks like it. Evan, looking around the closet, came across a stack of old notes. Many of them were ruined by moisture, but one was almost intact. He began to read aloud. The experiment is over. The children won't be able to talk about it anymore. Do not approach the room unless absolutely necessary. What kind of experiment? He muttered. Before they could discuss what they had read, a piece of plaster fell from the ceiling, crashing into the center of the room. There was something strange underneath it, like a box or a secret recess. Mark was the first to rush to dig out the garbage, exposing an old hatch closed with a rusted bolt. It looked heavy, but after a little puffing, the guys managed to open it. The hatch smelled cold and musty. What is it? A cellar? Liz asked, looking down. More like a basement, Mark replied. The stairs down were made of metal, but some of the steps were rusted, threatening to collapse underfoot. One by one, the teenagers descended into the dark tunnel. The basement turned out to be a maze of concrete corridors with low ceilings. What do you think? Why do you need such a basement? Evan asked. A shelter? Or a warehouse? Liz suggested. The corridors were getting narrower, the air heavier. Lanterns picked out doors with massive bolts from the darkness. The word "closed" was written on one of them in red paint. That's a great sign, Mark muttered, pushing open the door. It creaked as it opened a small camera. There was a dirty metal chair in the corner with straps attached to it. A cracked helmet lay on the floor, with black liquid dripping from inside. Is this torture? Liz asked, startled. Mark looked around the room until his hand accidentally pressed a lever against the wall. There was a screeching sound, and a second later something massive fell with a crash in the corridor behind them. What was that? Liz screamed, turning around. They ran out of the room and saw the collapsed ceiling blocking the way back. We're stuck, Evan whispered. Then the corridor went into darkness. They had no choice but to go forward. After a few steps, Mark suddenly screamed, slipped and fell. What's the matter with you? Evan shone the flashlight on his hand. There was a deep cut wound on his palm. There's glass everywhere, be careful, Mark said, squeezing his hand. But before they could catch their breath, a metallic knock sounded from the depths of the basement. "Who's here?" Liz screamed, trembling. There was no response. But the knock was repeated. Evan clenched his fists and pointed the flashlight in the direction of the sound. They saw something quickly disappear around the corner. "Is this a man?" Liz whispered. "Or something worse," Mark replied. The knocking in the basement was getting louder, as if someone was deliberately trying to get their attention. Liz clutched the lantern so tightly that her fingers turned white, and Mark, clutching his injured hand, walked behind the others, looking around. "We need to get out of here. This is the place, wrong," she whispered. But as they turned the corner, they froze. Ahead, illuminated by the dim light of their lanterns, stood a man. He didn't move, but his eyes glittered in the dark, as if he had just seen his prey. "Who are you?" Evan shouted, trembling with tension. The man stepped forward, his boots echoing loudly on the concrete walls. It was the thin, tall school janitor they had seen earlier. He was holding a heavy metal pipe in his hands. "I should have known which one of you was stronger," he said in a cold, even voice. "What are you talking about?" Liz blurted out. "You like to think that you are brave. But here's the question, what are you willing to do to survive?" Evan felt a chill run down his spine. This man was clearly not going to help them. "You won't get out. This basement is my territory. And there are rules here," the janitor continued, slowly walking around them. Mark rushed forward, trying to grab the man by the pipe, but he was faster. The pipe whistled down on his arm, there was a crunch, and the guy screamed in pain. "No, no, no, not so fast. No one leaves here for nothing," said the janitor, wiping the blood from the pipe on his dirty apron. "What do you want?" Liz cried out, hiding her tears behind a trembling voice. "I want to understand which of you is ready to kill to survive." The teenagers were silent, stunned by the words. "You three. One of you has to stay. This is the rule. We won't play your games." Evan shouted, snatching the pipe from Mark's hands and rushing forward. But the cleaner was faster. With one sharp movement, he hit the guy in the chest, causing him to collapse to the floor, writhing in pain. "Run away!" Evan screamed, clutching at a broken rib. But there was nowhere to run. There was a landslide behind, only concrete walls and death ahead. Liz rushed to the nearest door, yanking it open. There was another cell behind it, but there were chains and hooks on the walls. The blood dried on the floor in dark pools. "This is your future if you don't make a choice," the janitor said, coming closer. He threw a rusty knife on the floor. "Decide who stays. You have 3 minutes." Liz, Evan, and Mark froze. Their breathing echoed down the hallway. We can't do this," Liz cried. "We can all get out," Mark replied, but his voice was shaking. The janitor was watching them like he was studying lab rats. 2 minutes, he said, swinging the pipe. Evan gripped the knife, his fingers sliding over the bloody blade. "He won't let us live. Even if we choose, he will kill everyone," he said, looking straight into the janitor's eyes. "Maybe. Or maybe I'm a man of my word. Do you want to check?" "We have no other choice," Mark whispered, grabbing Liz's hand. "I'm sorry, but it needs to be done." Liz looked at him, her eyes wide with horror. "Are you serious?" Mark nodded, and before she could react, he snatched the knife from Evan. The blade flashed, but Liz managed to push it away, stumbling over the pipe. "That's enough," she screamed, her voice echoing in the silence. "If we start killing each other, we've already lost." The janitor chuckled. "Time's up." He stepped forward, swinging the pipe. Liz screamed, Evan rushed forward, and everything plunged into chaos. The basement was filled with the sounds of fighting, blows, and screams. When silence finally fell, the floor was covered in blood, and only one of the teenagers got out of the tunnel to the surface. After the basement floor was once again plunged into dead silence, Liz stood in the middle of a bloody scene. Her hands were shaking, her breathing was ragged, and there was an expression of utter despair on her face. Her body ached from her wounds, but the fear outweighed any physical pain. She leaned heavily against the wall, pressing her hand to the wound on her shoulder, and slowly moved down the corridor, leaving bloody footprints behind her. The janitor's words echoed in my head like the echoes of some perverted echo. The corridors of the basement seemed endless. Liz started to lose her bearings, but suddenly noticed a door ajar to the side. She pushed it with her shoulder, and the faint light of the lantern picked out something strange inside. It was a small room with several old drawers, a table, and a pile of papers. There were pictures of students, teachers, and school staff on the walls. Liz came closer and saw that the faces in the photos were crossed out with red paint. There was a battered notebook in the center of the table. She took it with trembling hands and began to leaf through it. Number 47. The fear of death is partially manifested. Continue monitoring. Number 48. Broken after pressure. He showed an interesting reaction. Leave a note. Number 49. The mental breakdown occurred faster than expected. I cleaned up on my own. These notes looked like the diary of some sadist watching someone else suffer. The pages were littered with random phrases and comments, as if the janitor was ticking off his experiments. Liz fought back the urge to vomit, but the last entry caught her attention. The last group. We need to complete the experiment. There is no way back. She dropped her notebook and tried to get out of the room. My gaze caught on a large closet in the corner. There were dents on the outside, as if someone had tried to break it out from the inside. Gathering her strength, she tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. She searched around and found a rusty crowbar on the floor. A few blows and the door opened with a screech. There was an eerie sight inside, the folded bodies of several students. There were rope marks on their wrists, and their faces were distorted with horror. Liz felt her legs give way. But she couldn't stop. She had to figure out who this janitor was and why he was doing this. When she reached the next staircase, Liz heard a voice from above. He sounded calm and even friendly. "Take your time, you deserve a little break," came a voice from above. It was him. The janitor was standing at the top of the stairs. His hands were covered in blood, but his face remained calm, almost satisfied. "Why are you doing this?" Liz screamed. "Who are you anyway?" The man chuckled. "Nobody. Just a janitor. Everyone has their own hobbies, right? Someone collects stamps, someone does sports, and I do. I study people." Liz felt her insides tighten. "You're sick." Oh, how corny it is. Everyone likes to put labels on when they don't understand what's going on. But honestly, I don't need your excuses or explanations. You survived. That's all that matters. His voice was full of mockery, but there was something cold and frightening behind it. They'll find you. Everything you've done will be revealed. Liz shouted, stepping back. The janitor laughed. Will they find it? Oh, I'd like to see that. He went down a few steps, and Liz, gathering all her strength, rushed up. She almost reached the exit, but something strange stopped her. At the exit, she was met by school guards. They immediately called the police, and Liz thought it was finally over. But a few hours later, while sitting in the hospital, a detective approached her. We checked the database. We don't have any record of this cleaner. Moreover, the surveillance cameras did not record his appearance at the school. Are you sure you saw him? Liz froze. Her mind was gripped by fear. Did all this really happen? And then she remembered the photos, the notebook, the closet. Everything was real. But now it's left there. Subscribe so you don't miss new stories. Jennifer first went to this school. It seemed to her that she had come to the best place on earth. Spacious classrooms, tall windows that let out a lot of light, and sports fields that amazed with their scale. Her parents insisted on moving to the area because of the high ratings of the educational institution. They wanted Jennifer to get the best education possible. At first glance, the school really seemed perfect. Teachers greeted students warmly, and high school students talked about extracurricular activities. There was a spirit of friendliness and progress in the air. But something still made Jennifer feel strangely uneasy. At the old west wing of the building, which was rarely visited by students, the walls were covered with cracks, and the windows were often boarded up. No one mentioned this place much, as if it simply did not exist. But Jennifer couldn't shake the feeling that something was going on there after all. High school students sometimes talked in whispers about Wing 13, as it was called, although officially such a name did not exist. Her new friends told her that they once conducted experiments on animals there, that the room was closed due to an accident that happened many years ago. These rumors seemed like childish horror stories, but one day Jennifer noticed that even teachers avoided this part of the school. A few weeks after starting her studies, Jennifer found herself in the library looking for materials for an essay. There she met Evan and Lisa, two students who were considered a little strange because of their closeness. Evan said that there are reports in the school's archive about mysterious events related to the West Wing. "Have you heard about the fire?" "What is it?" he asked, pointing to an old faded article in the school newspaper. Jennifer read the headline, "Tragedy in the West Wing, Students and Teachers in Danger." The article talked about a fire that started under strange circumstances in a laboratory. Officially, the cause was called a malfunction of the equipment, but Evan did not believe it. "Something happened there, and the school's management is hiding something," Lisa added. Jennifer was interested. She was always curious and couldn't miss the chance to get to the truth. The next day, after school, the three went to the locked wing. Going to the old doors, which were lined with metal sheets, Evan pulled out a screwdriver. Lisa looked around nervously, afraid of being noticed. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Jennifer whispered. "If we don't find out the truth, then who?" Evan replied, removing one of the panels. They went inside. There was a smell of damp and dust in the air. The walls were covered with old wallpaper, of which only scraps remained in places. They walked down a narrow corridor, lighting the way with flashlights from their phones. The rooms in the West Wing looked like they were frozen in time. There were desks in one of them, covered with a thick layer of dust. There are remnants of chalk on the board. They found filing cabinets in another room. "Look!" Lisa called, pulling out a thick folder. There were protocols with student names and grades on the first pages, but towards the middle, entries began that looked more like reports. "The testing has been completed. The subjects showed the expected reaction. The program continues." "What does this mean?" Jennifer whispered. Evan continued flipping through the pages. He found blueprints that clearly did not belong to school projects. "It's not just a school. They tested something on the students here," he said. At that moment, a noise was heard. A door slammed somewhere ahead. They looked at each other, trying not to make any noise. "Maybe it's the wind?" Lisa suggested, but her voice was shaking. Evan whispered to hide. They huddled in an old closet, closing the door tightly. A few seconds later, footsteps were heard. Heavy, measured, they were approaching the closet. "There's someone here," Jennifer whispered, fighting back tears. Suddenly the footsteps stopped. There was a dead silence. Evan slowly opened the door, but there was no one in the hallway. "We have to leave before it gets worse," Lisa insisted. But Jennifer insisted that they continue the research. They found another door leading to the laboratory. The room was filled with old medical equipment, and there was a magazine on the table. Subjects 7 and 8 failed the test. Further isolation is recommended. "Is this about the students?" Lisa asked in horror. Jennifer froze. She found a photo in a magazine showing a group of teenagers in lab coats. There was an inscription on the back of the photo, "The team of the future." There was a loud knock. Someone was trying to open the door to the laboratory. Jennifer and her friends grabbed the magazine and ran to the exit. But when they rushed outside, Lisa suddenly noticed that their bags were left in the laboratory. "We can't go back," Jennifer said flatly. "It's better to lose things than lives." The next day, sitting in the school cafeteria, they discovered that the photos and notes taken in the West Wing had disappeared from all their phones. "Someone erased everything," Evan said. "They figured us out." Suddenly, a message came to Jennifer's phone. It did not contain any text, only a photo of the laboratory. Their abandoned magazine was visible on it. "They want us to come back," she whispered. Lisa shook her head. "It's a trap. We have to tell someone we can trust." "But to whom?" Jennifer, Lisa and Evan had a long discussion about what to do next. The internal conflict was tearing them apart. On the one hand, they realized that they were finding more and more frightening facts that could be dangerous for themselves. On the other hand, keeping it a secret meant that the school would continue its dark activities. "We should come back at night," Jennifer suddenly suggested. "Are you crazy?" Lisa reacted sharply. "This is crazy. Whoever sent us this message clearly doesn't want to do us any good. And if it's the other way around? If it's someone who wants to reveal the truth, but can't do it himself?" Jennifer persisted. Evan thought about it and finally said, "Jennifer is right. We've already gone too far. If we don't come back and find out everything completely, we will remain in fear." Lisa reluctantly agreed. They decided to meet outside the school at midnight to avoid the attention of security. The school looked very different that night. Her silhouette, illuminated by the dim lanterns, seemed huge and menacing. Jennifer, Evan and Lisa met at the back entrance. "Are you sure it's worth it?" Lisa asked for the last time, but Jennifer just nodded. The entrance to the West Wing remained ajar, as if someone had been waiting for them on purpose. They went inside, trying to move as quietly as possible. This time they knew where to go. When they reached the laboratory, they saw that there was a magazine on the table that they had left. However, it has now been revealed on another page. Jennifer's attention was attracted by the recording. The experiments should be completed before the end of the school year. Teachers and students participating in the project should not leave the territory. "What does this mean?" Evan whispered as he read the text. Lisa noticed strange footprints on the floor leading deeper into the laboratory. The tracks were fresh, as if someone had recently passed through here. "Someone's here," she whispered, her voice trembling with fear. Evan picked up an old metal tube that he found on the floor. "If someone comes out, I'll figure it out," he said, although there was no confidence in his voice. They followed the tracks carefully. The corridor grew darker and darker, and soon their flashlights became the only source of light. There was a rumble in the distance, similar to the operation of a generator. "Is there still electricity here?" Jennifer was surprised. The corridor led them to a metal door with a combination lock. Evan lit up the panel. "Do you think we can open it?" Jennifer noticed that there was an old piece of paper hanging on the wall nearby. It was a note. "Don't believe what they say. They are only looking for results. You're part of their game." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Lisa whispered, looking around. Jennifer found the numbers written on the back of the sheet and tried to enter them on the panel. The door opened with a dull click. There was another laboratory outside the door. But this one was completely different. She looked new, almost sterile. The walls were covered with tiles, and in the center of the room there was something that looked like medical capsules. "What is this place?" Evan asked, but no one could answer. They approached one of the capsules. Inside was a doll that looked like a human. But the longer Jennifer looked at it, the more it seemed to her that it wasn't just a mannequin. "It's the same. Is this a person?" Lisa's voice trembled. Evan picked up one of the folders on his desk and read. "The project is completed. A successful replacement." "Replacing what?" Jennifer asked, feeling her breathing quicken. At that moment, the hum of the generator became louder, and the lights went out in the room. Their phones started flashing and then went completely offline. "We have to leave," Lisa screamed. But the door they had entered through was now locked. "Someone's playing with us," Evan whispered. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. This time, they weren't heavy, but rather fast and chaotic. The footsteps sounded closer and further away, as if someone was deliberately creating chaos. Jennifer felt her fear grow. They hid behind one of the capsules, trying not to make any noise. "We have to find another way out," she said. Evan lit up the space with his lighter and noticed the ventilation shaft. "This is our chance," he said. Lisa helped open the grate, and one by one they began to climb into the narrow passage. The ventilation was old, the walls were covered with rust. Suddenly Evan froze. "What happened?" Jennifer whispered. "There's someone ahead," he replied. Lisa looked forward and saw the outline of a figure. But the figure didn't move, it just stood there. "This. Is it a mannequin?" Lisa asked, her voice full of panic. Jennifer slowly moved forward and realized that this was one of the dolls they had seen in the capsules. "How did she end up here?" she whispered. But before anyone could answer, the ventilation started shaking and they started falling down. They woke up in a large hall full of old equipment. There were screens on the walls that suddenly started turning on one by one. Faces appeared on the screens, the faces of those replacements. "You shouldn't have come here," an electronic voice said from the speakers. Evan stood up and shouted. "What do you need?" "Answers," the voice replied. A photo appeared on one of the screens, the three of them near the school. "They've been watching us all this time," Lisa whispered, trembling with horror. Jennifer, Lisa, and Evan stood there, exhausted and stunned. The screen in front of them showed their photos, one after the other, from different angles, at different times. They were surveillance photos, but some looked like they were being filmed from a hiding place. "How did they get it?" "We just got here today," Jennifer said, trying to keep the tremor out of her voice. Evan rushed to the nearest table covered with folders and tablets. He feverishly flipped through the documents until he finally found one that made him turn pale. "What's in there?" Lisa asked. Evan read it slowly. Object 17, Status, Surveillance. Purpose, Testing the response to stressful situations. Candidates, Test subjects from Group A. Test subjects? Jennifer grabbed the paper from Evan's hand. "Is this about us?" Lisa went to one of the screens, on which data appeared, name, age, photo. Her heart sank when she saw her own information. "They know everything, where we live, who our families are, even what subjects we took at school." Suddenly, a bright light came on in the room, blinding them. The door, which they hadn't noticed before, slowly opened. "It's a trap," Lisa said, stepping back. But Jennifer didn't listen. She stepped inside, attracted by a faint, almost imperceptible sound, a child's crying. The room beyond the door was empty except for a large screen on the wall and a table with a microphone. But the crying continued, getting louder. Jennifer turned around, but none of her friends were behind her anymore. The door slammed shut, separating them. Evan and Lisa tried to open the door from the outside, but it wouldn't budge. "Jennifer!" Evan shouted. But her voice was not heard. Inside, Jennifer went to the microphone. "Who's here? Who arranged all this?" The screen came to life. A recording of the old school corridor appeared on it. There were children in the same uniform in the frame, their faces pale and lifeless. They were silent, but their eyes seemed to be looking directly at Jennifer. "This is some kind of mockery. Stop it," she screamed. But the screen suddenly switched to a live broadcast. The camera showed Lisa and Evan trying to kick down the door. A timer in the corner of the screen lit up, counting down 5 minutes. "The choice is yours," a voice rang out. "What's the choice? What do you want? Save your friends or yourself. Only one door will open." Outside, Lisa and Evan found another door leading to a dark hallway. "We need to find another way out," Evan said, looking around. They walked forward, lighting the way with flashlights. The corridor seemed endless, and soon they realized that their footsteps sounded strange, as if someone was walking behind them. "Do you hear that?" Lisa whispered, squeezing Evan's hand. He nodded, not taking his eyes off the darkness. Suddenly, a bell rang out of nowhere, loud and sharp, like a school bell for recess. Lisa screamed. "It's impossible. The school is abandoned." But the call was repeated. A faint light appeared ahead, and they walked towards it, although inside each of them there was a growing feeling that it was a mistake. Jennifer, meanwhile, watched as the timer on the screen continued to decrease. She couldn't find any button or lever to change anything. Damn, how can I make a choice if I don't know what to do? The screen switched back on. Images of the corridor Lisa and Evan were walking along appeared on it. "The choice is yours," the voice repeated. "The timer has reached the last minute." Jennifer screamed, banging on the table. "Tell me what to do." But there was no answer. Lisa and Evan walked over to the light source. It was another laboratory. There were tools and strange metal devices on the tables that they couldn't recognize. There was a note on one of the tables. "You didn't come here by accident. Your actions will determine the outcome. Don't even trust each other." Evan pushed the note away. "It's all a game. They want us to panic." But Lisa looked at him doubtfully. "And if it's not a game? What if they're really trying to prove something to us?" Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind them, and the room began to fill with smoke. "Evan! We have to do something." Evan rushed to the door, but it was locked. Jennifer saw it on the screen. She screamed, banging on the glass, but no one heard her. The timer reached 0 and the screen went off. The door opened behind Jennifer. She turned around and saw a man in a white coat, whose face was hidden by a mask. "Who are you? What have you done to my friends?" The man was silent, only pointing to another corridor. "I'm not going until I find out what's wrong with them," Jennifer said, but her voice was shaking. The man stepped closer, and Jennifer felt a surge of panic. The masked man silently approached Jennifer, forcing her to retreat. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "You were part of the experiment. All this is just a test of what a person is capable of in critical conditions. Where are my friends?" "Stop it," she screamed. He didn't answer, just pointed at the screen, which turned on again. Lisa and Evan were on it, suffocating in the smoke, their bodies weakening. Lisa fell first, her face frozen in horror. Evan stretched out his hand to the camera as if asking for help, but a second later he collapsed to the floor. "No! No!" Jennifer screamed, tears streaming down her face. The man leaned closer and whispered, "All this could have ended differently if you had made the right choice. "It's all your fault," she shouted, but her voice was already weak. The man turned to the door and left, leaving her alone in the cold, empty room. Jennifer's strength left her. She sank to the floor, staring into space, as the screen came to life again. The experiment is over. The object survived. A few weeks later, the abandoned school was demolished. No traces of experiments were found, and the families of the missing teenagers did not wait for answers. The story of the school turned into an urban legend, which frightened children so that they would not go to abandoned places. But there is something left. Videos recorded on cameras inside the school began to appear on the internet. They were Jennifer, Lisa, and Evan. The last moments of their lives went viral, causing shock and disgust among viewers. No one has ever found out who posted these recordings. Thank you for reading to the end. If you liked the story, don't forget to subscribe so that you don't miss the new scary stories. Your support helps to release even more such stories. And, of course, happy Friday the 13th. Let your day be full of riddles, but only pleasant ones. The school stood off the main road, hidden behind ancient trees whose branches blocked the sun. It was an old brick building built at the beginning of the last century, with long corridors and stairs creaking with every step. Despite its age, the school continued to work, but its reputation left much to be desired. In recent years, several students have transferred out of it, and there were rumors that the administration was trying to hide something terrible. However, no one could say exactly what it was. It all started with an incident 10 years ago. One of the students disappeared right during class. There were no records, witnesses, or traces. It was as if he had simply disappeared. After weeks of fruitless searches, the case was closed, blamed on the escape. But years later, teachers and students noticed oddities, missing things, doors that opened on their own, and noises that came from enclosed spaces. Some students claimed to have heard muffled footsteps in the empty corridors. There were reports of these cases in the school archive, but the administration categorically forbade anyone to study them. Against the background of these rumors, a group of high school students decided to find out the truth. Each of them had their own reason to participate. Emily, a quiet, excellent student, wanted to protect her younger brother, who had recently become afraid to go to school. James, the captain of the basketball team, was looking for thrills, and Laura, who was interested in journalism, dreamed of writing an article that would shock everyone. But the main engine was Mike, their friend, who had lost his sister in the same building in the past. It seemed to him that her disappearance was connected with the school. The group gathered in the evening when the school was already empty. Everyone had a flashlight, and Laura took an old map of the building she found in the library. Mike insisted that they start in the basement, a place where access was strictly prohibited. He suspected that that was where the answers were hidden. The basement was littered with old boxes and broken furniture. Dust hung in the air, settling on the clothes. In the far corner they found a closed door with a faded sign, "Office Space." A crowbar from the workshop helped with the lock, and a narrow room filled with metal cabinets opened up in front of them. Mike pointed the flashlight inside, and folders with documents appeared in the light. Most of them were reports on academic achievements and old repairs, but one folder stood out. On its spine was written, "Archive. 1975 to 1980. The documents inside described the disappearances of several students. Each time, the reasons remained unclear. In one of the reports, someone made a note, "Check the ventilation shafts." Emily looked at her friends, "Do you think it's important?" James shrugged, but Laura took a picture of the document on her phone. They started looking for the ventilation shaft in question. Finally, they found a closed grate in the corner of the room. James unscrewed it with difficulty, and they looked inside. The shaft led down to where they thought nothing should be. Suddenly Laura noticed something strange. Someone had written numbers on one of the walls of the mine, 21-07. Mike pulled out a notebook and wrote them down. Gathering their courage, they decided to go down. They took turns climbing into a narrow passage that led into a dark, dank tunnel. The floor was damp, and the smell of dampness was in my nose. Old wires were visible on the walls in places, and in some places even rusty metal plates were visible. Suddenly, the tunnel split into two. The group stopped, not knowing where to go next. Suddenly, a barely discernible noise was heard from one of the tracks, as if someone was moving there. Could it be rats? James suggested, but his voice sounded uncertain. Mike, on the other hand, looked determined. "We have to find out what's in there," he said, and headed towards the noise. When they reached the end of the tunnel, they saw a room. It looked more like a laboratory, with tables covered in dust and old equipment. There was a battered diary on one of the tables. Laura picked it up and began to read it aloud. Experiment number 5. Purpose: to assess the psychological impact of isolation. Her voice was trembling. The following entries were even scarier. Test subject, student. Age, 12. Result, negative. A second attempt is necessary. Emily felt her legs give way. They were conducting experiments on the children? Mike grabbed the diary and started flipping through it further. The last entry was handwritten. The tunnels under section B are closed. The object is isolated. Access is closed. Is this about those who are missing? Emily whispered, and her voice trembled. They had no time to discuss what they had read when a rumble was heard in the distance. Someone or something was moving towards them. "We need to get out," James shouted, and the group rushed back to the exit. However, when they came to the place of bifurcation, they realized that the tunnel had changed. An iron door appeared in their path, which had not been there before. Mike noticed the scratched inscription on the door, 21-07. He remembered the numbers from the ventilation shaft. "It's a code," he guessed. With trembling hands, Emily entered the numbers on the old mechanical lock. The click was too loud, breaking the silence. There was an exit outside the door. They ran until the school was far behind them. It was only later, when they were able to catch their breath, that Mike realized that they had left the diary in the tunnel. It was their only clue. Upon returning home, each of them felt both relieved and worried. The diary they had left was haunting. Laura tried to call Mike several times, but he didn't answer. Emily was sitting in her room and flipping through the photos she had taken in the tunnel. On one of them, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a dark silhouette in the corner of the lab, looking like a man. She hurriedly sent the picture to the group's general chat. Mike answered first, "It's just a reflection. Don't screw yourself up." But his words sounded like he didn't believe in what he was writing. The next day, they gathered at Laura's house to discuss what had happened. James suggested that we forget about everything. "We did everything we could. This school should have been closed long ago, let the adults deal with it." But Emily couldn't calm down. "Have you seen the recordings? These are not just old experiments. Someone continued them. Maybe even now. And what do you suggest? Go back there?" Mike snapped in a harsh tone. His gaze was strange, as if he knew something but didn't want to say it. Laura spread out the photographs she had taken in the laboratory on the table. One of them had a close-up image of the diary. There was a date in the corner of the page, the month and year that coincided with the disappearance of Mike's sister. He turned pale. "You think she is? Could she be one of those subjects?" His voice was trembling. Emily stared at him in silence, not knowing what to say. The next morning, a strange incident was reported on the news. One of the school's employees, a caretaker, is missing. His car was left in the parking lot, and only his keys and phone were found in the building. Laura was reading the news aloud when Mike abruptly stood up. "It's a sign. We missed something." We have to go back. Are you crazy? James jumped up. It's not safe there. But Mike had already made up his mind. He knew that the answers to all his questions were hidden in those tunnels. They returned to school at night. This time they had lanterns, ropes and even pepper spray with them, for the sake of complacency. The building seemed even darker than on their first visit. The walls whispered with drafts, and the creaking of the floorboards echoed. When they went down to the basement, they noticed that the tunnels now looked different. Some of the passageways were littered with debris, as if someone had deliberately tried to close them. There was a strong smell of rot in the air. Mike walked ahead, holding a lantern in his hands. Suddenly he stopped and pointed at something on the floor. It was an old wooden box with withered papers and photographs inside. Laura picked up one of them and gasped. The picture showed a class of children, but most of the faces were crossed out. The year was written on the back of the picture, as well as a note, isolated. They've known all along, she whispered. Further down the tunnel, they came across a new door made of heavy metal. There was a red inscription on it, "Access is denied." This is no longer a school zone, James remarked. Something is clearly wrong here. Mike found a key card on the floor and attached it to the panel. The door opened with a loud creak. There was another lab inside, but this one looked new. The computers were still running, and the screens displayed graphs and lists of names. Laura went to one of the monitors and was horrified to find out Mike's last name. This can't be true. Emily overcame her fear and opened one of the file cabinets. There were medical records. She recognized one of them as Mike's sister. Mike, they used her. But why? Suddenly the door slammed shut behind them. James rushed to the panel, but it no longer reacted. Someone wants to leave us here. Stop it, he shouted. Mike noticed a camera in the corner and realized they were being watched. Footsteps sounded from the far room. They were heavy, measured. Someone's here, Emily whispered, clutching James. A man in a lab coat came out of the darkness. His face was half hidden by a mask, and his gloved hands were holding what looked like a syringe. You shouldn't have come here, his voice was cold. Mike stepped forward. Who are you? What have you done to my sister? The man tilted his head as if considering the answer. Then he nodded at the monitor. She was one of the first. The rest are after her. But you won't leave to tell. He pressed a button on the wall, and acrid gas began to flow from the ventilation shafts. Laura screamed, rushing to the other door. They barely found a way out, but Mike lingered. He couldn't leave without knowing the whole truth. The last thing the friends heard was his scream. The school was closed the next day. The official news said there was a gas leak, but only 3 people knew what really happened. Mike's diary was found on the floor of the tunnel a few months later. There was one word in it, alive. Mike, who remained in the lab, stood motionless, his breathing quickened with a mixture of fear and determination. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind him, and gas began to fill the room. He barely covered his face with a t-shirt, trying not to inhale the poisonous fumes. At that moment, he noticed an emergency lever in the corner, which, in his opinion, could turn off the gas supply. He lunged for the lever, but felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The stranger who had just been watching them struck him with something heavy. Mike fell, his face contorted in pain, but he was still struggling. The stranger bent over him, pulled out a syringe and coldly said, "You're getting too close to the truth, boy." But Mike suddenly kicked him, knocking him down. He crawled over to the lever and pulled it. The gas stopped flowing. However, this did not save him. The stranger quickly recovered and hit Mike on the head with all his might. Laura, Emily, and James made their way out of the building, breathing gusts of fresh air. Their faces were pale, and their eyes glittered with terror. He's still there. We have to go back for Mike. Laura screamed. But James grabbed her arm. There's nothing we can do. You've seen what's going on there. If we go back, we will die. They hesitated. Emily looked at the school, her eyes filled with tears. She knew Mike probably wouldn't make it out. Inside the school, the situation was getting worse. Mike was lying on the floor, his head was bleeding. The stranger bent over him, checking his pulse. He then dragged Mike's body into another room filled with strange equipment. Mike opened his eyes. He came to his senses with difficulty and realized that he was tied to a metal table. There were medical instruments around him, and most of them were clearly being misused. Do you think you won by pulling that lever? The stranger said. You just accelerated the inevitable. Mike tried to pull away, but his arms and legs were firmly fixed. The stranger raised a huge scalpel over him. Everyone who finds out the truth stays here forever. The next day, police received an anonymous call about missing teenagers who were seen entering the old school. When law enforcement agencies arrived at the scene, they found an open door in the basement. There was an oppressive silence inside the tunnels. One of the officers came across a metal table with medical instruments scattered around it. There were traces of blood on the table, but Mike's body was missing. They found an old diary in the other corner of the room. The last entry in it was made in a shaky handwriting. I know I can't get out. They're still here. If anyone is reading this, run. Otherwise, you will be next. Laura, Emily, and James sat silently in James's room, thinking about what had happened. Neither of them dared to speak first. Suddenly Laura's phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number appeared on the screen. You made the right choice by leaving. But he paid for you. Laura's heart skipped a beat. She showed the message to the others. Who could it be? Emily whispered. James, pale, silently got up and closed all the curtains in the room. The next day, the school was demolished under the pretext of the danger of old structures. Laura and her friends did not go to the scene. They knew that it was better to leave the past in ruins. However, a week later, a small box appeared on Laura's doorstep. Inside was Mike's blood-stained badge with his name and photo. There was a note underneath it. You have forgotten what you missed at the very beginning. The truth will always find you. Laura realized that someone was still watching them. They escaped. It's been a week since Laura found the box with Mike's badge. She kept everything a secret from the others, hoping that this horror would finally end. But, as it turned out, this was just the beginning. One night, Laura woke up to a noise. Dim light from the hallway filtered through the half-open door into her room. Someone had turned on her laptop, even though she was sure she had turned it off before going to bed. My heart started beating faster. She got out of bed and carefully walked over to the table. A program similar to a video chat opened on the laptop screen. In the center of the screen was a dark room illuminated by a faint flashing light. At first glance, Laura didn't notice anything, but suddenly a face appeared on the screen. It was so close to the camera that Laura involuntarily recoiled. You know too much, a cold male voice said. The program closed on its own. Laura remained sitting in total darkness, feeling her body tremble with fear. The next day, Laura decided to meet with Emily and James. She knew she couldn't handle it alone anymore. I think we're still being watched, Laura said, looking at her friends. You're just being paranoid, James said, although his voice sounded unconvincing. No, listen, Emily interrupted. If that's really the case, we can't just sit back. You need to understand what they want. Laura put the box with Mike's badge on the table. Emily screamed, and James turned pale. It was on my doorstep, Laura said softly. And last night, someone hacked into my laptop. Emily took the badge, examined it carefully and noticed something that no one had noticed before, a small engraving on the back. It says room 312 here. This was the room where we found that magazine, wasn't it? They exchanged anxious glances. Despite their fear, the trio decided to return to the ruins of the school. At night, armed with lanterns, they made their way through the fences. The school was in complete disrepair, but the basement remained untouched. If we want to find out what happened to Mike, we need to go all the way, James said, trying to cheer himself up. They went down into the tunnels. It was cold and quiet there, and every sound of their footsteps echoed. When they reached the door with the number 312, James hesitated. "Are you sure we should do this?" Emily asked in a whisper. Laura didn't answer. She pulled on the handle, and the door opened with a soft creak. The room looked as if it had just been abandoned. There were cups with dried coffee remnants on the tables, and documents were scattered everywhere. There were pictures of teenagers on the walls, among whom Laura recognized Mike. There was an old tape recorder in the corner of the room with a cassette inside. James carefully pressed the play button. The man's voice began to speak. "The experiment is over. Subject 3 showed the expected reaction. Eliminate the rest. The program continues. If someone finds this entry, know that you are already on the list." The tape recorder clicked and went silent. "What does this mean?" Emily whispered. Laura moved closer to the wall where the photos were hanging and noticed something that was not visible at first glance. One of the photos showed Mike himself, but behind him was the masked figure that Laura had seen on the laptop screen. "They're watching us," Laura said. "This is not an accident." Suddenly, footsteps were heard from behind. James turned around, pointing the flashlight, but saw only emptiness. "There's someone here," he shouted. The footsteps were getting closer. Laura grabbed the tape recorder and shouted, "Let's run." They ran out of the room, leaving the door open behind them. The tunnel seemed endless now, and the sounds of footsteps were getting closer. They got out, and only then did the footsteps stop. James was out of breath and looked around. "There's no one here," he said, breathing heavily. Laura, James and Emily ran to the car, which they parked a few blocks from the ruins. All three were sweating and breathing heavily. Laura held the tape recorder tightly in her hands, which now seemed to her not just a clue, but a ticket to an even bigger nightmare. "What now?" James asked as he started the car. His hands were shaking on the steering wheel, and his eyes were constantly darting around. "We have to give it all to the police," Laura said firmly. "They have to figure it out." "Are you serious? Do you think they'll believe our stories about some kind of experiments and—" He broke off, noticing how Laura gave him an icy look. "We have a recording, photos." "That's enough to start an investigation," Emily interjected, trying to calm them both down. James nodded reluctantly. The car pulled away, but the tension in the cabin became almost palpable. No one spoke, but everyone felt that they were being followed. Even as they drove out into the lighted street, Laura couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched from every shadow. They arrived at the police station near midnight. The station was almost empty, except for one officer on duty, an elderly woman with a stern expression on her face. Her gray hair was pulled into a severe bun, and her gaze seemed to burn through. "What do you have?" "What is it?" she asked, barely glancing at the trio. Laura put the tape recorder and photos on the counter. Emily tried to explain everything as quickly as possible, but the words got confused. James looked around nervously, feeling uncomfortable in this place. "Wait here," the officer said and took the things. She disappeared into the room behind them, leaving them alone with the oppressive silence. A few minutes passed, which seemed like an eternity. Laura noticed James and Emily looking at each other, clearly sensing something strange. The heavy sound of footsteps brought them back to reality. The same officer entered the room, but now her expression has changed. It became almost lifeless. "Where did you get this?" "What is it?" she asked coldly, staring at Laura intently. "We found this at the old school," Laura began to explain, but the officer interrupted her. "You'd better forget about it. These items will be confiscated. Now go away." "What?" James stepped forward. "This is evidence. You must." "I said go away," the woman snapped, staring intently into his eyes. Laura noticed her hand slip to the weapon on her belt. She grabbed James by the arm and pulled him towards the exit. "Come on, James," she said softly. "We'll do it differently." When they left the station, Emily said softly. She knew. This woman is hiding something. Obviously, Laura nodded. "We can't trust anyone." On the way home, Laura noticed that their car was not alone on the road again. In the distance, they were followed by headlights, which, despite turns and stops, always remained at the same distance. "We're being followed," she whispered. "I know," James replied, stepping on the gas. He turned onto a side road, hoping to get away from the intruders. "The car behind me also turned off." Laura's heart was beating like a hammer. "James, over here!" Emily shouted, pointing to a narrow path leading into the forest. The car flew into the path, the wheels skidded on the wet ground. James turned off the headlights and turned off the engine. They sat in complete silence, trying not to breathe too loudly. "Do you think they've lost us?" Emily whispered. The sound of footsteps was heard in response. Someone was approaching. "Run!" Laura shouted, jumping out of the car. They ran deep into the forest without looking back. The footsteps of the pursuer grew louder. Branches whipped at their faces, but fear drove them forward. Suddenly, an old shack appeared in front of them. She smelled musty and rotten. Seeing no other way out, they rushed in. The shack was small, with a low ceiling and the smell of death. An old woman was sitting in the corner. Her gray hair was matted, her face was deeply lined, and her eyes were empty and dead. "You found the wrong place, children," she said in a low but threatening voice. "Help us!" Laura screamed. The woman slowly stood up. She had a rusty cleaver in her hands. "No one will help you. You went where you shouldn't have and brought them to me," she said, stepping up to Laura. James tried to grab a chair to defend himself, but the woman was incredibly fast. She hit him with the back of her cleaver, knocking him down. "They've been following me for years, but now they have new toys," she chuckled. Laura grabbed Emily's arm and they rushed to the door. The woman furiously rushed after them, but Laura managed to grab a stick and block the door from the outside. The footsteps behind him did not stop. They ran out onto the road and saw their pursuer, a masked man, already standing in front of the car. "This is the end," Laura whispered, squeezing Emily's hand. The mask slowly turned towards them, and a familiar cold voice rang out behind them. "Welcome home." The story begins with two parallel events that at first glance are not connected in any way. The first is the disappearance of a 17-year-old girl named Emily. She was a student at a local school, and her boyfriend, Zach, was the last person to see her alive. The second is the strange rumors about the old school wing, where, according to the locals, something is wrong. Emily went missing a month ago, and the police still haven't made any progress in their investigation. Her mother, Sarah, sounded the alarm, printed flyers, beat the thresholds of all possible instances. But gradually the attention to the case weakened. The mother, wrapped in pain, was left alone with questions that no one could answer. Zach, on the other hand, showed almost no emotion. He became withdrawn, avoided talking about the missing girl, and even talked less and less with friends. No one knew what was going on in his head, but his behavior suggested strange thoughts. Meanwhile, a group of teenagers from the same school decided to check out the old wing of the building. It was closed 10 years ago after a series of unexplained accidents. It was said that the walls there were saturated with fear and pain. But who would believe that? It was a challenge for teenagers, a great place to test their courage. For brave souls, Liam, Cassie, Jordan and Nick gathered late at night at the side entrance to the school. Liam broke open the old lock and they went in. They took their phones, a couple of flashlights and some snacks with them, as if it was just another outing. The air inside the building was stagnant, smelled musty and damp. The corridors of the old wing were practically destroyed, the walls were cracked, the ceiling had collapsed in some places, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of dust. But the main thing that immediately caught my eye was graffiti. There were strange symbols and phrases painted all over the walls, which seemed to have been left in a hurry. Just don't look out the windows. Shadows come to life. They're watching. Cassie took a picture of one of the inscriptions and jokingly said, "Maybe this is an art project of some former student." But when they reached the end of the corridor, their jokes ended. There was an old bulletin board with old photos of students and a list of missing children on it. All these people disappeared from the school at different times, but one thing they had in common was that they were all connected to this wing. "Hey, do you see this too?" Jordan whispered, pointing to one of the photos. "It's Emily." Her face was indeed in one of the photos. It was not a school card, but a strange, like an amateur photo. It showed her standing in the hallway of this very wing, and her eyes seemed completely empty. "This isn't funny anymore," Cassie muttered, trying to hide the tremor in her voice. At that moment, a thud sounded from the back of the building. Nick picked up the flashlight and pointed it in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing. "It's time to get out of here," Liam said firmly. But when they tried to go back, they found that the door they had entered through was locked. All their efforts to open it were in vain. "Did one of us close it?" Nick asked. "You mean there's someone else here?" Jordan replied, peering intently into the darkness. Suddenly, another oddity caught their attention. There was an inscription on one of the doors to the classrooms, "Open if you want to know the truth." "It's some kind of trap," Cassie said, but her voice was shaking. Liam, ignoring the protests, pushed open the door. There was only one thing inside the classroom, a video camera that stood on the old teacher's desk. Liam turned it on and started watching the recordings. There were shots on the screen of Emily sitting at her desk, looking around in fright. Her lips were moving, as if she was repeating something by heart. In the next frame, Zach appeared. He stood behind her with a stony expression on his face, and then, "Damn it, turn it off." Cassie screamed as the recording suddenly ended with a loud scream. But the camera didn't turn off. She continued to work, although all the records on her disappeared. A new inscription appeared on the screen, "He brought her here." "Who did this?" Jordan shouted. Their screams echoed through the empty corridors. Somewhere in the distance, there was a noise, as if someone had fallen. Nick grabbed a flashlight and ran in that direction, but suddenly stumbled. "What the?" He bent down and saw a note on the floor. Her text was clumsy, written in a hurry. "He made me. I'm sorry." Cassie lit up the note and noticed bloodstains on the edges of the paper. "This. It's her handwriting," she whispered, grabbing Liam's hand. The continuation of events became more and more frightening. The sounds grew closer, the doors slammed shut of their own accord, and there was a loud banging from the windows, as if someone was hitting them from inside. The whole group felt trapped in a trap that could not be understood or explained. And somewhere in the depths of the school, where the darkest corridors began, they heard a familiar voice. It was Zach's voice. "Emily, you know I didn't want this." The silence his voice was sinking into seemed to be the most terrifying part of what was happening. "We have to go there," Liam said suddenly, although it was clear that he was as scared as the others. "Are you out of your mind? We actually want to get out, not..." Cassie began, but was interrupted by a sharp screech of metal. They turned to the sound. The door that led deep into the school slowly opened by itself. A faint light could be seen through the crack in the doorway. "Emily might be there," Liam said, barely able to keep the tremor out of his voice. "If she's alive, we have to try. This is suicide." Nick was on the verge of panic. "Don't you see? There's something wrong here." But no one moved. Liam looked at his friends, and despite their protests, he stepped through the door that opened. Cassie, Jordan, and Nick reluctantly followed him. The thin light they saw from the hallway came from an old TV set on the floor. The screen was flickering, and the same recording was playing over and over again. It was Emily. She was sitting in the corner of the room, hugging her knees with her hands. Her face was pale, with large bruises under her eyes, and words were silently coming out of her lips. Cassie approached the TV, listening. She realized that Emily was repeating the same thing. "He knows. He knows. He knows. Who knows?" Cassie whispered, though the answer was unclear. Suddenly, the screen went blank, leaving the room in pitch darkness. At that moment, a loud knock sounded behind them. They turned around, but saw no one. "It's a dead end," Jordan said in a strangled voice. But Liam wasn't going to stop. He fumbled for the door handle and yanked it open. Emily's belongings lay on the floor of the next room, a torn backpack, a torn jacket and a notebook. Liam picked it up and opened it. Most of the pages were filled with the same phrases. "Zach is not who he seems. I saw what he did. He won't stop." The last entry was different from the others. It was shorter and looked like a request for help. "If you're reading this, save me. But be careful. You don't know what he's capable of." At that moment, a sharp sound came from the next room, Zach's voice. "You won't find her anyway. No one will find it." The friends rushed towards the exit, but the corridors were completely different now. It seemed that the school had turned into a maze. The doors they had passed through earlier now led to completely different rooms. The walls seemed to move by themselves. Cassie burst into tears, realizing that they might never get out of here. Nick grabbed her arm and screamed, "We'll get out. Just stick together." But no one knew that a figure was watching them in the depths of the corridor. Her face was indistinguishable in the darkness, but the sound of heavy footsteps made everyone freeze. Is that him?" Cassie whispered, afraid to turn around. "Don't stop," Liam shouted, pulling everyone after him. But the figure was already moving faster, her footsteps getting louder. Each of them felt that something would inevitably come closer if they slowed down even for a second. Somewhere in the distance, Zach's voice sounded again. "You all chose the wrong path." The friends ran, stumbling and clinging to the wreckage, trying to find some kind of salvation. The sound of the pursuers' footsteps was getting closer. Their pulse was pounding in their ears, fear was squeezing their chests, and each of them realized that there might be no way out. Liam was the first to notice the light from around the corner. He rushed there, dragging the others with him. There was a large gym in the hallway around the corner. Old basketball hoops hung from the collapsed ceiling, and the floor was strewn with debris. There was a man standing in the center of the room. Zach. He was holding what looked like a long metal rod in his hands. His eyes were empty, and his face was frozen in a grim smile. "I knew you would come," he said in a calm, almost peaceful voice. "You're always looking for the truth. But are you ready for her to destroy you?" "Zach, what did you do to Emily?" Liam shouted, struggling to control his panic. Zach didn't answer. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pointed to the corner of the gym. There was something under the old netting. Liam took a step forward, but Cassie grabbed his arm. "Don't go there," she whispered. "I have to know." Liam barked and pulled away. He came closer and saw that it was Emily. Her body. It was wrapped in an old curtain, and her face was frozen in horror. The note was still clutched in the girl's hand. Liam pulled it out with shaking fingers and read it. "He said he loves me. But it was a lie. He's not human. He's..." The note was torn off, and the blood on its edges made the text almost indistinguishable. "What did you do?" Liam turned to Zach, his voice cracking with rage. "She deserved it," Zach replied indifferently. "Just like you." Zach took a step forward and then froze. Suddenly, the lights went out in the gym. There was complete darkness, broken only by sounds, heavy breathing, rustling and banging, as if someone was moving around. "Who's here?" Cassie screamed, trying to turn on the flashlight, but it refused to work. Emily's voice was heard in the darkness. "Quiet, brittle. You shouldn't have come here." Liam froze. My heart stopped beating. His hands were clenched into fists, but he couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. "Emily? Are you alive?" "What is it?" he asked, peering into the darkness. But the only answer was a shrill scream that tore through the air. At that moment, the friends felt someone or something running past them. Panic overwhelmed everyone. Someone grabbed Cassie's shoulder and she screamed, but when she turned around, there was no one there. Nick was muttering incoherently, trying to find a way out, but all the gym doors were closed. Meanwhile, Zach disappeared. He was neither seen nor heard. "We can't stay here," Liam shouted, groping for the wall in an attempt to find something. But the darkness seemed to consume them. Footsteps, rustles, and muffled moans surrounded them from all sides. At that moment, Zach's voice rang out from behind one of the corners again. "You'll never get out of here." And then, the door at the far end of the gym burst open. There was a bright light behind it. Without hesitation, everyone rushed there. Liam ran first, shouting for everyone to stay behind him. But as soon as they crossed the threshold, the light disappeared. They found themselves in a new corridor. The same musty smell, the same cracked walls, and only one inscription on the floor. "You chose the wrong path." Liam looked around, gasping for air. The walls around seemed endless, and even the friends standing nearby seemed distant, as if space had warped. "This... a trap?" Nick asked, his voice trembling with fear. "No, it's not just a trap," Cassie replied, peering at the inscription. "It's a game. And we are a part of it." "What kind of game?" Jordan shouted, clutching his head. "We have to get out before he finds us." "Hush." Liam held up his hand, trying to focus. "If this is a game, then there are rules. And there's definitely a way to win." But before anyone could answer, the ceiling of the corridor cracked and dust fell from above. The whole building seemed to start moving, as if some giant was going to crush them in his fist. "Let's run," Liam shouted, dragging everyone with him. They raced down a corridor that seemed endless. Doors flashed to the left and right, but they were all locked. The friends didn't know where they were going, but they couldn't stop. Finally, they reached the end. In front of them was a massive steel door with a digital lock. A screen glowed on its surface, on which the words were written. "Coming out requires sacrifice. Which one of you is worthy of freedom?" "What kind of nonsense is this?" Cassie whispered, peering at the screen. This must be some kind of test," Liam mused. "We have to choose something. We don't have to do anything." Nick shouted, banging on the door with his fist. "We'll all go out together, or no one." But at that moment, the screen changed again. Now there are photos on it, the faces of all four. There was an inscription under each photo, "Choose." Cassie took a step back, her eyes wide with horror. "They want us to sacrifice someone? This is crazy." Nick continued to knock uselessly on the door. "We'll find another way out." "There's no time," Liam said quietly, pointing to a small timer in the corner of the screen. 59 seconds. 58, 57. "Liam, don't you dare!" Cassie shouted, realizing what he was thinking. "Someone has to do it," he replied, trying to stay calm. "Otherwise we will all die. We'll find another way out." Nick tried to protest again, but it was too late. The timer was rapidly decreasing. Liam pursed his lips and, without waiting for consent, clicked on his own photo. The screen blinked and the door began to slowly open. "Liam! What did you do?" Cassie screamed in horror. "It's the only way," he replied, looking into her eyes. "Go away." Live. But as soon as the door swung open, they heard raucous laughter coming from everywhere. It was Zach. "Did you really think this was the end?" At the same moment, the floor caved in under Liam's feet. His friends only had time to shout his name before he disappeared into the darkness. The door closed behind them, leaving the remaining three in front of the exit. Cassie, Nick, and Jordan froze. They could have left. But could they leave a friend? "What should we do?" Cassie whispered, looking at the dark doorway where Liam had just stood. Cassie took a deep breath, her hands shaking. She was looking at the door, which had closed again, leaving them outside. Nick grabbed her by the shoulders and, almost shaking her, said, "We can't leave him there." "But how do we get him back?" "What is it?" she asked, her voice trembling. "This man, Zach. He arranged it all. It's all his game. We need to understand why." Jordan looked around the hallway, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Debris fell from the wooden beams, exposing old electrical wiring. He picked up a piece of metal from the floor and carefully checked one of the doors. "There may be clues here. We won't get out if we don't figure out what it all means." Cassie wanted to object, but noticed a strange stain on the wall. It looked like a faded inscription. She came closer and ran her fingers over the plaster, exposing the text. "They knew. They always knew. But you have to remember, this is not an accident." "What does this mean?" she muttered, showing the inscription to the others. "Who are they?" Nick frowned. "School? Teachers? This. It's crazy." Jordan squinted at the text. "This is not just nonsense. This is the key." They continued to move along the corridor, carefully examining everything around them. After a few minutes, they went out into a large room that looked like an archive. The shelves stretched to the ceiling, and each was lined with folders and boxes. "Damn, there's decades of information here," Nick breathed. Cassie noticed something strange. One of the shelves was covered with a thick layer of dust, except for a few boxes that looked like they had recently been touched. She pulled one of the boxes, and a folder with the inscription, "Experimental Group," fell out of it. 1987-inch. "Look," she said, opening the folder. There were old photos and documents inside. She noticed a familiar face in one of the photos. "This is Zach," she breathed out. "But it's impossible." The photo showed a teenager in a school uniform surrounded by other students. At the bottom was the caption, "Object Z-15. Surveillance has begun. The test continues." "A test?" Nick grabbed the document, trying to read on. The text was dry and scientific, describing some experiments on a group of students who were used to study the human psyche in conditions of isolation and stress. "This is a school," Jordan muttered. "They did it here. They were doing experiments. And Zach was a part of it," Cassie finished. "But why is he still here?" Nick shook his head. "Maybe he survived. Maybe he's crazy. Or—" "Stop," Cassie interrupted, pointing to the text. "It says here that Group Z has been taken out of control. They were unable to complete the experiment. So he ran away?" Jordan asked. "Or stayed here," she replied softly. At that moment, a strange grinding noise was heard in the room. Nick turned around, grabbing the nearest metal pipe. "Who's here?" But instead of answering, a boy of about 10 years old came out from behind the shelves. His clothes were dirty and his face was covered with dust. "Have you come for the truth?" "What is it?" he asked in a low voice. "Who are you?" Cassie asked warily. "They took me here." "Just like you," the boy said, avoiding their gazes. "But if you want to get out, you have to finish what you started." "Finish what?" Nick took a step forward, but the boy stepped back. "A test. This is all a test. Only one of you can leave." With these words, the boy suddenly ran to one of the doors. Nick rushed after him, but it slammed shut right in his face. "Damn it!" he swore, slamming on the door. "Stop, Nick, it's useless." Cassie stopped him. "He showed us something. We need to understand what this means." They started rummaging through the documents until Jordan found the school's plan. He pointed to the underground level. "There's something here," he said. "Some kind of zone marked as Zone B. We have to go there," Cassie said firmly. "It's our only hope of finding Liam and finding out the truth." They headed for the stairs leading down, not even suspecting that someone was watching their every step. As they descended the stairs to the basement, they felt the air getting heavier, as if the walls were pressing down on them with their history. Nick walked ahead with a pipe in his hand, his muscles tense and his eyes constantly scanning the dark corners. It was cold below, and their every step echoed through the concrete space. When they reached the metal door marked Area B, Staff Only, Nick stopped and looked back at the others. "Are you ready?" he asked. Cassie nodded, though her hands were visibly shaking. Jordan didn't say anything, just looked at the door as the last barrier they had to overcome. Nick pushed the door open, and it gave way with a terrible creak. Beyond it was a long corridor with rusty lamps that flickered, creating an oppressive atmosphere. They walked past several rooms until they came across one with broken windows. There were shards of glass on the floor, and a faint smell of rot came from inside. "There was something here," Cassie whispered, pointing to the pieces of rope on the walls. "It looks like an interrogation room or observation room," Jordan added quietly. There was another folder on the table with "closed" written on it in big red letters. "Transferring to the central facility is not possible." Cassie opened it and began to read. The reports described how a group of students who participated in the experiments became aggressive and began to exhibit unusual behavior. One of the students, Zach, turned out to be unstable. He was placed in isolation, but due to a technical malfunction, he was able to escape. Then there were chaotic recordings of attempts to evacuate staff. "It's because of him," Jordan whispered. "Zach caused havoc. And he's still here," Cassie added, lowering the folder. "He did all this." "No, that's not true," Nick said, shaking his head. "It's too easy. He was a child. How could a child have planned something like this?" At that moment, a metallic clang sounded behind them. They turned around and saw a man in dirty clothes with a knife in his hands. His face was distorted, his eyes looked with insane confidence. "You've come to the wrong place," he whispered, smiling. It was Zach. Nick lunged at him with a pipe, but Zach dodged with frightening ease, and then stabbed Nick in the side with a knife. Nick fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Cassie screamed, but Jordan grabbed her arm and pulled her away. "Let's run." "Stop it," he shouted. They ran down the corridor, hearing heavy footsteps and hoarse laughter behind them. The corridor led them to another door, which, as it turned out, was locked. "Damn it!" Jordan swore, turning around. Zach was approaching, his steps measured, as if he was enjoying their fear. "I've been waiting for you," he said, licking his lips. "All these years I've been waiting for someone to come back. To finish what you started. You. Were you part of the experiment?" Cassie asked in a trembling voice, pressing herself against the wall. Zach paused for a moment, his face serious. "I was not part of the experiment. I was his target." And in that moment, Cassie understood. It was all a mistake. They didn't find the documents and stumbled upon Zach. Zach found them. He left clues, he lured them here. They became part of his game, just as he had once been part of an experiment. "We missed it from the beginning," Cassie whispered, realizing they had no control over anything. Zach raised the knife, his face twisted into a creepy smile. "You came here voluntarily. You are mine now." With that, the light in the hallway went out, and their screams were drowned out by silence. The school in question was on the edge of a quiet, almost abandoned neighborhood. It was once a prestigious educational site, but over time the fame faded with the advent of new buildings. The old wing of the school, which housed elementary classrooms and a pair of toilets, was closed several years ago, officially due to outdated infrastructure. However, there were rumors among the residents of the area that the matter was different. There were children missing, an elderly woman from a nearby store whispered. And then the school was just hushed up. It was these conversations that attracted the attention of a group of teenagers. Mike, Sarah, Jacob and Rachel, ordinary high school students who love thrills, decided to spend the night at school. Their interest was fueled by rumors of strange noises that came from the old wing at night. Mike brought a camera to record the evidence, Sarah brought flashlights, and Rachel brought a survival kit with food and water. Jacob, as always, joked that he was going to become a documentarian of their nightmares. That evening they met at the side entrance to the school. Mike cracked an old lock, more symbolic than functional. The heavy metal door creaked open, exposing the darkness of the hallway. The air inside was damp, with a taste of mold and something metallic. The group exchanged glances, but no one wanted to show fear. "It's just old school," Jacob said with a mocking wink. "There's nothing to be afraid of." They moved deeper into the building, heading towards the old wing. Lanterns illuminated long corridors, the walls of which were covered with cracks and graffiti. There were signs of flooding on the floor, muddy streaks left over from long ago rains. "Can you imagine how cool it used to be here?" Rachel said, pointing to an old framed photograph. On it, the children were smiling happily, surrounded by teachers. "I wonder what happened to them," Sarah said quietly. Their conversation was interrupted by a dull sound, as if something had fallen at the end of the corridor. Mike turned on the camera, his hands trembling slightly. They followed the sound, trying not to make too much noise. Ahead was the bathroom door, which someone had opened a crack. Sarah shone her flashlight there. "It's probably just the wind," she muttered. But they found something strange inside the toilet. There were faint marks on the mirror, as if someone had run a finger over it, leaving indistinct lines. It didn't look like graffiti, more like random scribbles. One of the toilets was gurgling softly, as if the water in it had just come down. "Maybe someone else is here," Mike suggested, taking off the mirror. "No kidding, it's not funny." They came out of the bathroom, deciding to search the old classrooms. As they advanced, the sounds became more distinct. It wasn't just footsteps, it was like someone was banging on pipes. In one of the classrooms, where there were broken desks, they found something strange, an old notebook. On its cover were the initials AB. Inside there were neat notes about homework, lists of students and strange, as if written in a hurry, notes. They come at night. Don't look in the mirrors. If you hear footsteps, hide. What kind of nonsense is this? Jacob said, laughing nervously. Someone was obviously trying to scare us. But suddenly, somewhere behind the wall, there was a crash, as if furniture had fallen. Sarah screamed, and Mike and Rachel rushed to the door. The corridor was empty, but the air became thicker, as if the pressure had increased. We have to leave, Sarah said. Right now. However, Jacob suggested going to the old gym. He claimed to have heard someone whispering his name from that direction. Despite Sarah's protests, the group followed him. The gym was huge, with a high ceiling where the remains of basketball hoops were still visible. The floor was covered with dust, but there were traces of it in some places, as if someone had recently walked here. In the corner, they noticed an old doll lying face down. Jacob picked her up, but immediately dropped her when dead insects fell from her torn torso. Sarah screamed, and immediately there was a sound like a door slamming behind her. Everyone turned around, but they didn't see anything. We're leaving. Rachel screamed, grabbing Mike's arm. This place, there's something wrong here. Their journey back became a real nightmare. The sounds of footsteps followed them, doors slamming on their own. The corridors seemed to lengthen, and the path became more and more confusing. Mike continued to shoot, even when his hands were shaking so much that the footage became blurry. When they reached the exit, they found that the door they had entered through was closed. Jacob began to panic, desperately trying to knock it out. But the door wouldn't budge, as if someone was holding it from the other side. Suddenly, a new sound was heard in the air, like a child's laughter coming from an old wing. This can't be happening," Sarah shouted. The group froze, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. Children's laughter echoed through the empty corridors, causing icy goosebumps. Mike whirled around, pointing the camera in the direction of the old wing. "Did you hear that?" "What is it?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Of course I have," Rachel whispered. "But I don't want to find out where it comes from." "It's just the wind," Jacob muttered, though his face was pale. "Or a recording. Yes, one of the local jerks decided to prank us." But Sarah was different. She stood motionless, staring into the darkness, her eyes wide with horror. "There's something here," she said softly. "We have to leave. Right now." But before they could take a single step, the light bulb on the ceiling, one of the few still working, began to blink, and then exploded with a loud bang. Shards scattered across the floor, causing everyone to jump back. At the same moment, the laughter became louder, and another sound was added to it, scratching, as if someone was running his nails along a concrete wall. "Run!" Mike shouted, finally losing his courage. They rushed towards the stairs leading to the first floor. Flashlights darted from side to side, illuminating only moments of the surrounding nightmare. Dark spots began to appear on the walls, as if blackness was emerging from within. A door suddenly slammed in the hallway in front of them. Jacob slammed his shoulder into it, but it wouldn't budge. "Damn it! Stop it," he shouted. "We can't get out." Mike turned abruptly, filming what was happening, but suddenly his camera caught something at the end of the corridor. It was something. The silhouette of a child standing in the distance looked at them. He was holding something resembling a doll in his hands. His eyes glowed with a dim red light. "Who is this?" Rachel whispered breathlessly. "It's not a baby," Sarah said, grabbing Jacob. "It's not a child. The creature began to move slowly towards them. Every step was accompanied by a crunching sound, as if the bones inside him were breaking. It raised its hand, pointing directly at Mike. "This is your camera." Rachel screamed. "It's coming for her." Mike threw the camera on the floor in a panic. The creature stopped, but only for a moment, before it tilted its head as if studying them. Then it turned around and disappeared, disappearing into the darkness. The group froze, afraid to even breathe. "We need to go downstairs," Jacob finally whispered. "Maybe we can find another way out." They ran to the opposite flight of stairs. There was a disgusting smell of rot in the air, which was getting stronger. Every shadow on the walls seemed alive, and every rustle made them shudder. Finally, they reached the basement. It was even darker there, but it was their last hope. "Maybe there's a window or an emergency exit," Sarah suggested, grabbing a flashlight. But there was another surprise waiting for them in the basement. Circles and symbols were drawn on the floor, scratched into the concrete surface. In the center of one of the circles was the same doll they had seen in the gym. Her empty eye sockets stared straight at them. "Someone is doing strange things here," Rachel whispered, her voice trembling. "We need to." But she didn't have time to finish. The lights of the flashlights began to flicker, and the basement was filled with whispers. It was dozens of voices speaking at the same time. They didn't understand the words, but the intonation was frightening, ominous, hungry. The floor cracked under their feet, and one of the circles began to glow with a dim red light. "Get back!" Jacob shouted, grabbing Sarah's hand. But it was too late. The floor beneath them began to cave in. Mike lost his balance and fell. The camera flew out of his hands, hitting the wall. At that moment, all the flashlights went out, plunging them into absolute darkness. Silence surrounded them, broken only by rapid breathing. Then, something cold touched Rachel's shoulder. She screamed, but her voice stopped abruptly. Sarah felt something grab her wrist, squeezing it with an iron grip. "Don't leave me!" She screamed, but her voice echoed in the darkness. Mike, in a panic, trying to find at least some way out, groped for his camera on the floor. Turning on his night vision, he finally saw what was around them. They were figures. Dozens of figures. Tall and short, they stood in a circle, looking straight at them. Their faces were blurred, as if erased by time. Neither screams nor attempts to get out saved them. When the school doors were opened in the morning by the local authorities, there was not a single soul there. Just the camera lying on the basement floor. Her recording showed the last moments of the night: horror, screams and silence. When the police found the camera, it was quickly handed over to specialists. The recording was damaged, but it was possible to restore part of it. Chaotic movements could be seen on the screen, the light of flashlights falling on the cracked walls and floor. But the most frightening part began towards the end of the video. The camera, lying on its side, recorded someone's feet slowly passing by. They were barefoot, with broken nails, covered with dirt and blood. Then a doll appeared in the frame, the one that the teenagers had seen. She was lying in the center of the symbol, but now her head was turned directly towards the lens. The eyes, empty and dark, seemed to reflect what was behind the camera. Then the sound started. The whispers grew louder and merged into a single ominous chorus. The voices repeated one word, but no one could make out its meaning. The last moment of the recording showed someone leaning towards the camera. The face was blurred, as if it had been deliberately erased. An expert who worked with the recording described this feeling as if the image itself is afraid to show what was there. A few days later, the police sealed off the school, citing an investigation. The locals, who had previously only whispered about oddities, now began to be openly afraid of this place. People said that shadows are visible near the school at night, although no one enters or leaves. And one night, the guard assigned to monitor the building disappeared. His car was found nearby, with the engine running and the door open. But there was no trace of the man himself. Meanwhile, the camera has become a source of new rumors. She was kept at the police station, but even there strange things began to happen to her. One day, an officer checking the evidence noticed that the device turned on itself. The screen, which had not worked before, lit up, showing a black and white image. It was a picture from the camera, but it was not a school, but a completely different place. The screen showed a dark corridor with high ceilings, the walls of which were covered with symbols. Faint footsteps could be heard from outside the frame. The officer tried to turn off the camera, but it did not respond. Then he picked it up, and at the same moment the screen went off. An hour later, his colleagues found him in the archive room, sitting on the floor. The officer's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was whispering something soundlessly. He did not respond to questions, only pointed to a dark corner of the room where there was nothing. Rumors about the camera and the school reached local journalists. One of the brave souls, a reporter named Caitlin, decided to break into the building to film a report. She believed that all these stories were just a way to draw attention to an abandoned school. She sneaked in through the back door, armed with a flashlight and a dictaphone. The first thing she noticed when she entered the school was the silence. It was so dense that my ears felt like they were blocked. The light of the flashlight illuminated old desks covered with a thick layer of dust. Caitlin walked down the main hallway, her footsteps sounding too loud, bouncing off the walls. She turned on the recorder, starting to take notes. "I'm inside the old school. Nothing unusual at the moment," she said, trying to keep her voice calm. But her voice faltered as she approached the old wing. The air seemed denser here, as if saturated with something invisible. The flashlight picked out blurred silhouettes from the darkness. There were claw marks on the walls, long, deep scratches. They started at floor level and rose almost to the ceiling. When she entered one of the classrooms, she found toys scattered on the floor. Dolls with gouged out eyes, teddy bears with torn bellies. There was a blackboard in the corner. There were new lines on it, among the old chalk, as if someone had recently written something. "You came too late," it said on the board. Caitlin froze, her hand trembling with the flashlight. She felt something cold slide down her leg. Startled, she whirled around, but there was no one behind her. She took out her phone to take a picture of the board, but the screen went blank. The phone didn't turn on, as if its battery had run out in a second. Suddenly, there was a soft sound. It was laughter, the same childish laughter that teenagers heard. It came from everywhere, echoing through the room. Caitlin rushed to the exit, her breathing becoming ragged. But the corridors seemed to be changing. She rushed from side to side, trying to find a way back, but the walls became unrecognizable. Dark spots appeared on them, as if blood was seeping from the inside. And then she saw them. Silhouettes of children standing in a row at the end of the corridor. They were motionless, but their heads turned, following her movements. One of them, the one who was taller than the others, raised his hand and pointed at her. Caitlin screamed, but her scream was drowned out by the sounds of laughter, which became deafening. The flashlight light began to blink, and then went out completely. She fell, feeling something pulling at her leg. The next day, she was found in the police building. She was alive, but in complete shock. There were deep scratches on her body, and her clothes were torn. No one ever found out how she got out of school. When asked what happened, she whispered only one thing: "They don't want you to find them." After this incident, the school was decided to be demolished. But on the night before the demolition, a fire broke out in the building. The fire destroyed everything, leaving behind only charred ruins. But even now, locals claim that children's laughter can be heard at night in that place. And the camera that recorded everything disappeared from the police station. Always considered myself a skeptic. Ghosts, the supernatural, urban legends, It all seemed to me like children's fairy tales that are told to cause goosebumps. But one day everything changed. This story is not a fiction, but what happened to me. It all started when I moved into an old house on the outskirts of the city. It was a cheap offer, and I couldn't refuse, given my financial situation. The house looked dilapidated, but it had its own atmosphere. Creaky wooden floors, high ceilings and windows with worn glass gave it character. Nothing unusual happened in the first few days. I was tidying up, unpacking and trying to get used to the new conditions. But soon minor oddities began to appear. At first it was sounds. Light footsteps, barely audible on the second floor when I was on the ground floor. I explained it with old floors or the wind blowing through the house. One evening I was sitting at my laptop and working on a project. Suddenly I heard something fall in the kitchen. The sound was loud, as if someone had thrown a pot off the shelf. I hurried there, but found nothing. All the things were in their places. I grinned nervously and returned to the table. The next incident made me tense up even more. I was sleeping and suddenly woke up with the feeling that someone was looking at me. When I opened my eyes, I noticed a shadow in the corner of the room. She didn't move, but her presence was so real that I couldn't ignore it. I turned on the light and there was nothing there. I decided to install cameras. Maybe it was a stupid idea, but I needed to know what was going on in my house. The next day, I set up cameras in the living room, kitchen, and bedroom. Everything was going as usual until I started going through the recordings. On one of them, at 3:15 a.m., a strange silhouette appeared in the living room. He was barely noticeable, but he was moving around the room. I watched the recording several times, trying to find an explanation. Maybe it's a trick of the light or a camera defect? But the more I looked, the less rational explanations I had left. The next night I stayed in the living room to wait for this moment. When the clock showed 3:15, the room turned cold. I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end. And then I heard a voice. A whisper, barely audible, but frighteningly close. "You shouldn't be here." I jumped up and turned on the light. No one. I wanted to run, but something inside was holding me back. This is my house, and I wasn't going to leave it because of some strange noises. The next morning I found a note on the floor. She hadn't been there before, I was sure. It read, "This is not a joke. Go away." My hands were shaking as I held her. The handwriting was neat but cold, as if every letter had been cut out with a knife. I decided to tell my neighbor, an elderly man who lived across the street, about this. When I mentioned the address of the house, his face turned pale. "You didn't know? A family used to live there, but they disappeared. No one knows what happened to them. The police never found anything." After that, the house stood empty for a long time. I couldn't sleep that night. Every sound, every movement of the shadow seemed to be a threat. And then I heard a knock. It came from the basement, where I had never gone down before. With a candle in my hand, I went downstairs. The basement door was ajar, although I was sure it had always been locked. As I descended the steps, I felt the thick, musty air. The candlelight picked out old furniture and drawers from the darkness. And then I saw it. There was another note on the floor, but this time the text was different. "It's too late." There was the sound of footsteps from behind. I turned around, but there was no one there. And then the candle light went out, and in the complete darkness I heard a familiar whisper. I froze in the dark, holding a charred candle in my hands. There was silence all around, so thick that it seemed to press on my ears. But the whisper, that whisper kept coming. He was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The voice was dry, as if someone was scratching with a rusty nail on metal. "You are superfluous here." I took a step back, trying to find the steps. My foot slipped on the uneven floor and I almost fell. At that moment, something moved behind me. A soft sound, like claws scraping on concrete. "Who's here?" My voice sounded hoarse, trembling with fear. There was no answer. Only the feeling is heavy, sticky, like the gaze of an invisible predator. I frantically searched my pocket, hoping to find a phone or at least a lighter. Finally, his fingers encountered metal. Lighter. With shaking hands, I struck the wheel, and a faint light illuminated the basement. And then I saw it. On the far wall, directly in front of me, someone had scrawled in large letters, "He knows." The word was deep, as if it had been carved with something sharp. The fresh furrows were still oozing dark liquid. "Who is he?" I whispered, although I hardly needed an answer. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from above, as if someone had slammed the front door. The house shook, and I felt dust falling from the ceiling. Then there were footsteps, fast, heavy, as if someone was walking around the house, looking into every room. It definitely wasn't the old floors. It was someone, or something. Summoning all my remaining courage, I headed for the stairs. When I went upstairs, I saw that the door to the basement had closed by itself. On the back of it, right on the old paint, new words appeared. "He's getting close." My skin was covered with goosebumps. In a panic, I jumped out of the basement and tried to run out of the house. But the front door wouldn't open. The castle, which had always been old and flimsy, now seemed rooted to the tree. I pulled the handle, hit it with my shoulder, but nothing happened. And then I heard him. A quiet, muffled voice that started talking right behind my back. "You opened the door. You can't leave now." I turned around. A silhouette stood on the floor, as if assembled from smoke. He didn't have a face, but I could feel him looking right at me. The figure stretched out, almost touching the ceiling. The hands, if you could call them hands, slowly rose and reached out to me. I rushed towards the window. Even if you have to jump out, it's better to crash than stay here with this, whatever it is. But the glass, which was dirty and thin, was now resistant to impact. It was as hard as steel. The silhouette was slowly approaching. In desperation, I screamed. "What do you want? Why are you following me?" But there was no answer. Only sounds, whispers, footsteps, and creaking, as if a knife was being driven through the wood. And then I heard another voice, quiet, barely distinguishable, but definitely human. "Run, to the room with the mirror, that's the only way you can get out." I didn't know where it was coming from. But there was no choice. I rushed down the corridor, looking for at least some kind of mirror. I remembered, there was an old bathroom on the second floor, where there was a cloudy mirror. As I climbed the stairs, I felt the dark figure getting closer. She didn't follow me. It was as if she was still there, one step away from me. When I got to the bathroom, I rushed inside and slammed the door. My gaze fell on the mirror. It was strange. Instead of my reflection, there was something else there. A dim, boundless void, from which something shapeless but eerily familiar stared at me. "Come in." A voice rang out. "Go away, or he'll find you." I didn't have time to think. The figure was already banging on the door, making terrible noises, screeching mixed with growling. Without thinking, I touched the glass. And a moment later, everything was gone. I was standing in the middle of the street, right in front of the house. It was dark and quiet, as if no one had ever been inside. But on the window, on the fogged glass, there was an inscription. "What do you want? Why are you here?" I stood in front of the house, breathing heavily and not understanding how I got outside. There was a night silence around, broken only by occasional gusts of wind. But my legs gave way, and I sank down on the sidewalk, feeling a tremor spread throughout my body. One question was spinning in my head: what was it? But there was no time to reflect on what had happened. I noticed a shadow moving in the house. A faint glimmer of light appeared on the window behind which I had just been standing, as if someone had lit a candle inside. And then I realized, I'm not alone. Gathering the last of my strength, I ran to my neighbor, an elderly man with whom I had recently talked about the house. When I got to his door, I started knocking, forgetting all decency. The seconds seemed like an eternity until I finally heard the creaking of the floorboards inside. "Who's there?" The hoarse voice of the old man sounded from behind the door. "It's me, from the house across the street," I shouted, looking back at the dark window of my house. "Please open it." The door opened a crack and the neighbor looked out, a mixture of annoyance and anxiety on his face. "What happened?" "What is it?" he asked, squinting against the dim light of the street lamp. I started to tell him. About the whisper, about the silhouette, about the inscriptions on the walls. But the more I talked, the darker the old man's face became. "You need to get out of this house," he said, interrupting me. "Today. You said that the family was just missing. What really happened there?" I almost shouted, feeling that the answer would be important. The old man slowly shook his head and, looking over his shoulder, whispered. "They found bodies in that house. A man, a woman, and 2 children. They were dismembered. The police said it was a domestic conflict, that the father killed the whole family and then committed suicide. But their bodies..." He paused, nervously running his hand over his face. "They were not found immediately. The neighbors complained about the smell. When they entered, it looked like the family was just having dinner. But in the basement..." The old man suddenly slammed the door shut, as if afraid of his own words. He said only one thing through the door. "Don't go back there. Never." I stood in front of his house, feeling the fear turn into an icy realization. Whatever it was, it didn't end. It didn't leave me. The next morning, I decided not to return to the house. I took the phone and called the real estate agent to terminate the contract. But his words made me feel cold. "I'm sorry, mister, but you didn't sign any contract. We don't keep houses at this address," the agent said. "How did you not sign it?" I felt the adrenaline pumping into my temples. "I was there. You gave me the keys." "Mister, you're wrong. If you want, we can check everything again, but this place has been abandoned for a long time, we don't rent it out." I dropped the call, trying to comprehend what I had heard. If I didn't sign the contract and didn't get the keys, then how did I end up in this house in the first place? I spent several days at the hotel. I couldn't get the house out of my head. Something was pulling me back, forcing me to go back and find answers. I convinced myself that it was fear and stress, that everything could be explained by logic. On the 5th day, I decided to return. This decision did not come easy to me, but the more I delayed the moment, the stronger the feeling that I was missing something. I rented a car and parked in the same place where I was standing that night. It was bright outside, but the house looked as gloomy as it did then, as if the shadow of night had never left it. As I approached the porch, I noticed that the door was ajar. This alerted me. I didn't remember leaving it open. The interior smelled damp and faintly metallic. I took out my phone, turned on the flashlight and took the first step inside. Nothing seemed to have changed. An old furniture set, dust, cracked paint on the walls. But something was wrong. I heard a faint sound, as if someone was breathing heavily in the back room. My heart started pounding, but I forced myself to walk forward. The room from which the sound came turned out to be a kitchen. There was a note on the table. Black, gnarled letters were written on a piece of old newspaper. "Why did you come back? You're next." I felt nausea rising in my throat. The note was fresh. Someone left it here The sound of heavy breathing became louder. I turned my head and saw that the door to the basement, which I remembered closed, was now open. A faint light was coming from it. "Damn," I whispered to myself. Every cell in my body begged me to leave, but I took a step toward the stairs anyway. The light was getting brighter. I froze, listening. The breathing stopped. There was absolute silence below. When I came down, I noticed that the basement was not as dark as it was that night. In the center was a lamp connected to a long wire. There were tools on the floor, a saw, a knife, something that looked like a scalpel. It looked like a makeshift operating room. And then I saw it. There was a man lying on the floor. His face was covered with a cloth, but I could make out his hands tied to the frame of an old armchair. His skin was pale, as if he hadn't seen the light in a long time. The words written in blood appeared on the wall opposite again. "Leave him alone, or take his place. Can you hear me?" I called, pointing the phone's light at the body. But the man did not move. I came closer, slowly reached out and removed the cloth from his face. It was me. My own emaciated, disfigured doppelganger. The eyes opened. They looked at me, full of horror. "Help!" The cracked lips whispered. I staggered back, my heart pounding as if it could burst out of my chest. Something moved behind him. I turned around sharply, but there was no one there. Only the creaking of the floorboards, as if someone was moving up the stairs. "It can't be true," I whispered to myself. "It's just a hallucination." But the doppelganger continued to look at me, more words escaped his lips. "Go away. They're waiting for you upstairs." I turned around and rushed upstairs, almost tripping. As I ran into the hallway, I heard a soft laugh coming from somewhere above. The laughter didn't stop. It was getting louder, getting under my skin. It was a woman's voice. Tall, unnaturally cheerful. "Don't run away," came a voice from behind me. I turned around. There was a woman standing on the stairs. Her face was distorted, as if someone had squeezed it with their hands, leaving deep hollows where her eyes should have been. She stepped forward, and I noticed that her hands were covered in blood. "You chose the wrong door," she said, her voice echoing. I rushed to the exit. The door was closed, but without thinking, I knocked it out with my shoulder. Outside, the air felt icy. I didn't stop until I was on the other side of the street. The house was silent again. It's been a few weeks. I left the city and settled in another place. But something is following me. Sometimes the same face flashes in the mirror. I can hear breathing at night. And sometimes I find notes. On the last one it was written, "You didn't run away. You just gave them a head start." Every night since then has been torture. I tried not to sleep, but it turned out to be worse than nightmares. In the dark room, it seemed that something was moving beyond the light of the desk lamp. The shadows on the walls twisted, taking on shapes I couldn't understand. And the scariest thing is, I knew it wasn't ending. One morning, after a particularly creepy night, I noticed another note. It was lying on the table, although I knew for sure that I had put it away in the evening. This time the text was written in black marker. "Time is running out. We're close." I felt a cold sweat break out on my hands. It wasn't just a threat. It was a warning. Something was going to happen, and I didn't know how to resist it. By evening, I decided that I could no longer live in constant fear. I had to find answers, even if it meant going back to that damn house. I took a flashlight, a knife, and some food with me to calm myself down. The car was driving, and I felt the air getting heavier with every kilometer. The house greeted me with absolute silence. The door was closed, but I had no trouble opening it. Inside, everything looked exactly the same as the day I ran out of it. Only this time it was even worse. the walls seemed to exude an unnatural cold. I went to the basement. This time it was empty. No tools, no trace of my doppelganger. Only the walls are covered with mold and musty air. I stood in the middle of the room, illuminated by the faint light of a flashlight, and tried to figure out why I had come here at all. "What are you looking for?" A voice came from the darkness. I froze. The voice was quiet, but every sound seemed to hit the nerves. I turned around, but I didn't see anyone. Only a shadow moving along the wall, as if alive. "Did you think that everything would end?" "What is it?" the voice asked. "This is just the beginning." At that moment, the flashlight light went out. I was left in total darkness. My hand found the knife, and I gripped it so tightly that my fingers turned white. Footsteps sounded from behind. I turned around, but there was no one there again. And suddenly it dawned on me, this house was not just filled with horror. He fed on it. This place is a trap that draws in those who dare to come here. "What do you want?" I shouted into the darkness. "Why me?" The answer did not come immediately. Instead, chaos began all around me. There were screams, laughter, whispers, sobs. All the sounds merged into one unbearable cacophonous sea. The walls were shaking, the floor seemed alive underfoot. I was panting with fear, but I couldn't move. And then the voice said, "You made a choice. We are here to finish what we started." The light flashed on again. I was in the basement, but now everything has changed. There were bodies on the floor. They didn't move, but I knew they weren't just images. They were the ones who came here before me. Their eyes were open, staring into the void. I realized that I would not leave here. This house is not a place. This is the essence. And she won't let go. At the last moment, I heard the door creak upstairs. Someone came in. The footsteps approached, stopped at the stairs. "Hey, is anyone there?" An unfamiliar voice rang out. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. The footsteps began to descend. The AGS were getting closer, louder with each impact on the concrete stairs. The stranger finally appeared in the doorway. He was a young guy, barely over 20. He was holding a phone in his hands, turned on to the camera, and his eyes were burning with curiosity. "Wow," he said, looking around the room. "I never thought this place was so creepy. The internet doesn't lie." The guy pointed the camera at me. I wanted to warn him, tell him to run, but my body wouldn't obey. He stepped closer, ignoring the shadows that moved behind him. Are you stuck here too?" He leaned closer. "It's like you're..." His words were cut off. The air in the basement was thick as syrup. He took a step back, but it was too late. Shadows swirled around his legs. He screamed, but the sound was drowned out by a wild whisper that filled the entire space. I watched his body disappear into the darkness as if he had never existed. And then I realized that this was my chance. I do not know where the idea came from, but I felt that the house wanted to pick up a new guest. He could let me go if he got something in return. I struggled to my feet. The shadows around me fell silent, as if waiting. I took a step towards the stairs. They didn't move. The second step. The same silence. My heart was pounding, but with every step I took, I felt something change. The house was no longer hostile to me. I went upstairs and ran out the door. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was in the car. He started the engine and drove away without even looking in the rearview mirror. A few days have passed. I was living in a hotel again, trying to forget about everything. But this time it was different. The dream has returned. The nightmares are gone. Even thoughts of home were gradually erased from memory, like a bad dream. One day I opened my laptop and decided to check the news. The headline on the first site made me go cold. A young blogger has gone missing. He was last seen at an old house on the outskirts. The photo was of the guy who entered the basement. My heart sank. But instead of feeling guilty, I felt strangely relieved. Several years have passed. I moved to another city, found a job, and started a new life. Sometimes I thought of home, but only as a distant nightmare that was in the past. One night, when I was sitting at my computer, my eyes fell on the table. There was a note there. A white sheet with black text. "Did you think you could escape?" I froze. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, although the windows were closed. The computer screen went blank. And in the reflection of the dark monitor, I saw something dark rising behind me, writhing as if alive. Not me. However, in the evenings he found solace in his hobby of documenting strange stories. Robert collected information about missing people, mysterious events, and unexplained incidents that he found in old newspapers, forums, and police reports. He was sure that almost all of these cases had a logical explanation: poor travel preparation, police mistakes, accidents. But one story had been bothering him for months. This was the case of the missing Peterson family. The Petersons were an ordinary family that the neighbors loved. One day they disappeared without a trace, leaving all their possessions untouched. The only thing the police found in their house were strange handwritten notes attached to the mirror in the living room. The notes talked about constant nocturnal sounds like someone was walking around the house, and about strange people seen at their door. Robert studied all the materials he could get to, but each time he ran into a blank wall. One night, while browsing online forums, he came across a topic about the disappearance of the Peterson family. One of the users under the nickname Silent Witness claimed to know what happened to them, but warned that the information could cost lives. Intrigued, Robert contacted him. A few hours later, he received a reply with instructions and GPS coordinates. Silent Witness claimed that Robert had to visit one abandoned place to understand everything. The next day, Robert packed up, bought a flashlight, charged his phone and drove there, not knowing what was waiting for him. The road to the indicated coordinates was gloomy and breathtaking. Robert rode through a dense forest where the trees seemed to loom over him, forming a tunnel of branches. His phone periodically lost its signal, and the car became unbearably quiet. Finally, he saw the ruins of a house surrounded by thickets of bushes. This place looked as if there had been no life here for many years. Windows were smashed, doors hung on one hinge, and the roof partially collapsed. Robert noticed a strange thing: there was not a single trace on the ground in front of the house, as if no one had entered it since its construction. With a flashlight in his hand, he went inside. The smell of dampness and rot hit him in the nose, and the floorboards creaked ominously under his feet. In the center of the living room was an old wooden table with a lot of scattered papers. Robert lit them up and noticed that they were the same notes as in the Peterson house: "They are watching at night, you can't escape," and "They are nearby." There was a soft knock behind him. Robert turned sharply, but saw only a swaying curtain. My heart started beating faster. He lit up the corners of the room, but found no one. On the second floor, a faint light coming from one of the rooms caught his attention. As he climbed the stairs, the floor suddenly creaked treacherously, and Robert barely had time to grab the railing to keep from falling through. The room in which the light was on was frighteningly empty, except for one object: a mirror. It was a large, antique mirror with cracked glass. There were palm prints on its surface, as if someone had recently tried to break out from the inside. Robert felt a cold sweat break out on the back of his neck. He saw his reflection, but for a moment it seemed to him that someone was standing behind him. He turned abruptly. No one. A whisper came from behind: "Why did you come here?" Robert froze. He was absolutely sure that there was no one in the room, but the voice sounded like someone was talking right behind him. "Who's here?" he shouted, but his voice echoed through the empty walls. He tried to pull himself together and return to the first floor, but now the door through which he entered was closed. What scared him even more was that the wooden door was locked from the inside with a lock, which he definitely did not close. The knocking came again, but it was louder now and came directly from the wall next to him. Robert slowly pointed the flashlight there. Wet spots began to appear on the old wallpaper, which grew larger by the second, forming the outline of a human figure. Not understanding what was happening, he took a few steps back and bumped into something warm and soft. Turning around, he saw that there was a doll in an old-fashioned dress in the corner, which had not been there before. There was a note taped to her face. Robert felt a shudder run through his body. His breathing became uneven, and the hands holding the flashlight trembled slightly. He took the note from the doll, as if hoping to find a clue or explanation, but the back was empty. Something creaked on the floor. Robert lowered the flashlight and saw the doll slowly falling forward. She collapsed face down, revealing a rusted metal key that was hidden under her dress. "What the hell is going on here?" he muttered and took the key. Robert looked around. There was another door in the room where he found the doll, which he hadn't noticed before. It was half open, which was why a faint light was shining through the crack. He realized that he had no choice. With each step on the creaking floor, the feeling of anxiety increased. When he opened the door, he found himself in a narrow hallway that seemed to lead deeper into the house. Old photographs were plastered on both sides of the walls. Robert took a closer look. They were portraits of people looking directly into the camera. But the look of each of them was different, empty. And the scariest thing was that all the photos looked like they had just been printed out. As he walked on, it began to seem to him that the eyes of the people in the photos were following him. The lantern blinked, and for a moment in the darkness he caught a silhouette at the end of the corridor. "Hey! Who's here?" Robert shouted, but his voice echoed into the void. The silhouette disappeared. When he reached the end of the corridor, he found himself in front of another door. It was massive, with a rusty iron surface. Robert attached the key, and it fit perfectly. The lock opened with a loud click, and the door slowly swung open. Behind it was a room filled with old monitors, computers, and servers. The screen of one of the monitors was on, showing streaming images. Robert held the flashlight closer and saw what was being shown on the screen. He himself. The camera, judging by the angle, was somewhere behind. He turned around, but saw nothing but darkness. Lines of text suddenly began to appear on the monitor. "You came here. Now there is no way out. They're watching." "Who are they?" Robert shouted. The screen blinked and changed to another image. The Peterson family was captured on video. They were sitting at the kitchen table, but they looked depressed. Their faces were haggard. Suddenly, someone behind the scenes came up to them and turned off the light. The frame changed to complete darkness, and a timer appeared in the corner of the screen, which began counting down the minutes. "No, no, no. It can't be real," Robert whispered, backing away. A loud crackling sound came from the dark corner of the room. He lit up the place, but saw nothing. And then, abruptly, the sound of approaching footsteps rang out. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut with such force that shelves collapsed from the impact. Robert rushed to the door, but it wouldn't budge. Whispers continued to come from the monitors, as if many voices were simultaneously uttering incoherent phrases. "You were warned," a voice said from behind him. He turned around and saw something that made his blood run cold. The voice sounded as if it came from somewhere out of thin air, as if someone was standing nearby, but Robert couldn't see that someone. The room became colder, and despite the fact that he was fully prepared, his body was suddenly seized with an icy shiver. His gaze darted around the room, trying to catch at least some signs of what was happening, but everything was just as empty and dark. The monitors were dimly lit, but there were no images on the screens anymore, only static noise. Robert turned to the door in a panic, trying to open it again, but it still wouldn't budge. He pushed her with his whole body, then desperately returned to the table, where some paper documents lay, as if someone had left them especially for him. In one motion, he opened one of the files. His eyes barely caught the lines before the thought flashed through his head: this is impossible. It's simple. It's impossible. The documents contained detailed descriptions of himself, what he did, where he was, how he looked. Some of them even indicated his personal experiences, his secret thoughts, which he never shared with anyone. The feeling that his life was under complete control squeezed his chest. He quickly unfolded another sheet. It read, "They're watching you through all the screens. You can't change anything. You can't leave." The door suddenly opened abruptly, and a figure appeared in the darkness, but Robert did not have time to react. He felt himself being pulled inside, as his legs became heavy, and his heart contracted with fear. The voice coming from the darkness said again, "You still don't understand, do you?" And then, in the shadows, Robert finally made out the outline of what stood in front of him. It was not a human being, but something much more strange and menacing. There were no features on his face, just a smooth surface, like an empty canvas on which any shape could arise. Robert felt his thoughts begin to get confused. He took a step back, but immediately felt his back hit the wall. Trapped, he tried to find a way out, but all paths seemed closed. A voice suddenly sounded from behind his shoulder again, "You've always been a part of this. You're just another part of their game." Robert's heart was pounding like crazy, but his body was paralyzed with terror. He saw new figures appear on the mirrored surface on the opposite wall, but they were not real people, they were just empty images, figures without faces, like photographs on the walls. They were all slowly approaching him, their every move synchronized. He abruptly grabbed a glass cup from the table and threw it to the floor with a loud sound. The cup broke into many pieces, but they did not leave a single trace. No noise, no sound, not even the glass shattered. A heartbreaking silence filled the room. Robert felt his eyes begin to lose focus. He was lost in this unimaginable void, unable to understand what was happening, what was being done to him. And so, as if the world around him disappears, he hears the voice again, but now the words are spoken without the slightest hint of emotion. "You have already been here. You've always been here." And the screen went dark again. The monitor screen remained black, but a faint outline of something familiar suddenly began to appear in its center. Robert stared, trying to figure out exactly what he was seeing. Gradually, the image became clearer. It was him. On the screen, Robert was standing in the same room where he was now, looking directly into the camera. But his copy on the screen behaved differently. She didn't move, just stared at him intently, as if studying him. The real Robert took a step back, but the image on the screen remained motionless. Finally, it slowly raised its hand and pointed somewhere to the side. Robert involuntarily followed the direction of his double's finger with his gaze. It was a dark corner of the room that he had previously ignored. Suddenly, a faint but piercing sound was heard from the darkness, as if someone was scratching with nails on metal. "Who's here?" Robert choked out, feeling cold sweat roll down his temples. The noise stopped, but then the footsteps started. At first they were quiet, slow, as if someone was moving carefully, but then they became louder, faster. Robert illuminated the corner with a flashlight, but instead of answers, it brought even more horror. The beam of light seemed to be lost in absolute darkness, illuminating nothing. Then everything happened at the same time. The monitors began to blink, the images changed chaotically, strange faces, scenes of violence, endless rows of data. The silence was broken by the deafening sound of a siren, and then a loud voice rang out, "There is no going back." At that moment, something darted out of the darkness right at Robert. He instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, but felt nothing. The darkness swallowed him up, and he found himself in a complete void. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, and after a few seconds he realized that he was standing in a completely different place. It was a huge hangar filled with dozens of people like him. Everyone stood in the same position, like mannequins, not moving, their eyes were empty. "What is this place?" Robert whispered, looking around. One of the people suddenly turned his head and looked at him. This face was familiar, his own. "Welcome home," the doppelganger said, and the other figures began to slowly turn towards Robert. There was the sound of footsteps from behind. He turned around, but it was too late. Something attacked him, and everything went dark. When he woke up, he couldn't move anymore. He stood among the other figures, completely paralyzed, and his consciousness seemed to float somewhere in the distance. A screen flashed in front of his eyes, showing the house he had been in before. Someone new was standing on the threshold, hesitantly opening the door, and Robert realized that this was the next victim. Robert stood motionless, his muscles as if frozen in an uncontrollable shell. But his consciousness screamed, demanded an answer. Why? Who is doing all this? And what do they want from me? A new scene was playing out on the screen in front of him. A young guy, maybe 20 years old, appeared in the frame. He looked around awkwardly, holding the phone in his hand and trying to find a signal in an unusually dark place. Robert tried to scream, to warn him, but instead he felt only a dull silence surrounding his body. Suddenly, voices began to sound in the room where Robert was. Whispers, muffled and unintelligible. They came and went, but at some point they became clear. "Move," one of the voices said, low and almost commanding. "You're not done." "It's not over yet," added another, cold and impassive. The light flickered for a moment, and Robert felt his body regain control. But freedom did not bring relief. A figure appeared in the doorway of the room. A man, tall and thin, fully dressed in black, with a face covered by a mask. He was holding what looked like a hunting knife in his hand. "You're here to finish your business," the stranger said, and his voice sounded as if it was heard right inside his head. Robert realized that this game has more cruel rules than he had imagined. He wasn't just being watched, he was being used, turned into a tool for something terrible. "What do you want from me?" Robert choked out, finally able to speak. "A choice." "Your choice," the man replied shortly. A new scene appeared on the screen. That same young guy was now in a locked room. Robert saw him frantically trying to open windows and doors, but all in vain. "If you don't do it, we will." "But you're not leaving." "Never," the stranger said, handing Robert the knife. Robert looked at the weapon in horror, then at the screen. He didn't want to kill, couldn't get over himself. But the thought of what would happen if he didn't comply was even more terrifying. "Why me?" "What is it?" he asked, trying to buy some time. "You opened a door that should have remained closed. You're part of it now. We know all about you, Robert. About your life, about your weaknesses. About those you love. Make a choice. Or we'll do it for you." Another frame was shown on the screen. It was Robert's house. His family could be seen in the windows, unaware that he had fallen into this trap. "You kill one and they'll be safe," the voice said calmly. "Either you refuse, and we're done with them." Robert had no choice. His feet led him to the door leading to the next room, where the victim was. But every cell in his body resisted, screaming that he couldn't do it. He opened the door and saw a young guy. The man immediately noticed him and, seeing the knife in his hand, froze in panic. Hey, wait. What are you doing?" "I do not know who you are, but we can explain everything." The guy backed away, bumping into the wall with his back. "I don't want to, but I have no choice," Robert whispered, but his hands were already shaking, clutching the knife. The guy rushed forward, trying to knock the weapon out of his hands. A struggle ensued, and at some point Robert felt a sharp pain. He saw the blade of the knife sinking into the flesh, but not into the guy, but into his own side. He fell to the floor, clutching at the wound. The guy pulled out a knife, but instead of running away, he stood frozen, looking at Robert. "This is not my game," Robert whispered before consciousness began to fade. At the last moment, he heard the door of the room open again. The masked man came inside, stepping soundlessly on the floor. "Don't worry, Robert," he said. "We know you're not strong enough. We will bring this to an end ourselves." The guy screamed, but that was the last sound Robert heard before the darkness completely engulfed him. The last thing Robert felt before he finally lost consciousness was a pungent smell, a mixture of metal and something bitter. The darkness swallowed him completely, but only for a moment. He woke up to a bright light hitting his eyes. The room was different. Its walls were snow white, and the air was like a hospital. Robert raised his head with difficulty and realized that he was lying on a metal couch, fastened with leather straps. Even worse, there were 3 people standing in front of him, dressed in medical gowns. Their faces were hidden by sterile masks, and their eyes coldly studied him. "Where am I? What's happening?" He groaned, trying to free himself. "You're part of an experiment, Robert," said one of them, a woman with a low, monotonous voice. "You were chosen." "An experiment? What kind of experiment?" The woman nodded, and one of the men pressed the button on the laptop next to her. A familiar website appeared on the screen, the one from which this whole nightmarish story began. A video of someone playing a survival game has started up again. "We track the participants from the moment they log in. You entered voluntarily," the woman explained. "No one forced you to click on that link." Robert remembered that moment, how he hesitantly, but still pressed the button, attracted by the promise to reveal forbidden secrets. "But it's simple, the website. I didn't think it would go this far." "You didn't think? That's the point. We were looking for those who are curious enough to take a chance. Those who will go to the end." "Did you kill all those people? The guy, and the others?" Robert growled, feeling his anger rising. The woman laughed, but the laughter was cold, without a drop of human warmth. "No, Robert. They were just like you. They thought they were playing, too. Until they realized that they are a tool. We are watching. We analyze it. And we find the best candidates for the next level." Robert shook his head. "What level?" She pointed to another part of the room. There was another camera behind the glass. Inside was a man who looked like Robert, but with a blank, burned-out look. "This. Is that me?" "No," the woman said with a slight smile. "This is what you're going to become." With that, the door to the room opened, and the same guy Robert had seen earlier entered. His eyes no longer expressed fear or human warmth. He walked slowly towards Robert with a knife in his hands. His movements were mechanical, as if he was acting on someone else's will. "You can't force me," Robert croaked, trying to pull away. The woman just grunted and whispered. "They've already made me." Every step he took, every action he took, was planned. Even the moment when he decided to go to the site was their job. The guy approached, and everything went dark. When Robert opened his eyes again, he was already standing in front of the camera. On the screen, he saw a strange room in which a man was sitting at a computer, clearly hesitating before clicking on some link. "Welcome to the game," he whispered, not recognizing his own voice. Forced her to try something new. Colleagues at work had long advised her to register on a dating site, where many found their love or at least company for dinner. After much thought, she finally made up her mind by uploading some of her old photos and writing a couple of lines in the questionnaire about her love of traveling and good coffee. The first person who caught her attention was John. He looked like a calm and confident man, whose messages were friendly but not too intrusive. After a couple of weeks of correspondence, they agreed to meet at a local cafe located near her house. Against the background of this date, Emily's life continued to flow in the usual rhythm. Her work in the clinical laboratory of a local hospital did not leave time for her personal life. Frequent night shifts, the smell of disinfectants and the cold light of fluorescent lamps have long been part of her daily routine. The hospital seemed to be a separate world with its own rules and laws, in which there was a place not only for patients, but also for dark secrets. One of these incidents occurred a couple of weeks before her meeting with John. An undocumented man appeared in the emergency room, claiming that someone was following him. His whisper and haunted look aroused the curiosity of the entire shift, but the strangest thing began later. A few hours after his admission, he simply disappeared, leaving behind only an overturned gurney and several bloody bandages in the ward. The surveillance cameras did not record anything unusual, which gave rise to even more rumors among the staff. But at work, Emily tried not to think about the oddities. She controlled herself, because her new life began with this date. John offered to pick her up by car, but she insisted on meeting him at a cafe. This place was located in a busy part of the city, which added to the sense of security. The evening of the meeting came. Emily chose a simple but elegant dress and, looking in the mirror, tried to convince herself that everything would be fine. The cafe was almost empty when she went inside. John was already waiting for her at a table by the window. He was taller than she had expected, with a slight streak of gray at his temples that added to his solidity. They spent a pleasant hour discussing movies, work, and future plans. But something about his behavior made her a little uneasy. Sometimes he spoke in too general phrases, as if he was trying to avoid specifics about himself. "Did you come by car?" he asked towards the end of the meeting. Emily replied that her car had broken down and she planned to call a taxi. John offered her a ride, and after a moment's hesitation, she agreed. As soon as they hit the highway, Emily began to notice the oddities. John drove confidently, but his gaze was too focused, as if he avoided looking at her. The tension grew when he turned off the usual route, explaining that it would be faster this way. Meanwhile, at the hospital where Emily worked, there was talk of a missing man. One of the staff claimed to have seen him in the basement of the old building. This building has not been used for a long time, but sometimes homeless people got there. Shortly after this message, disturbing messages began to arrive from security guards about strange noises coming from the basement. Meanwhile, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that she had made a mistake by getting into John's car. The highway was getting more and more deserted, and she couldn't tell where he was taking her. "Are we really going there?" she asked cautiously. John shot her a quick glance, but didn't answer. The events of the previous month, the mysterious disappearances, the fear that increasingly gripped her at work and outside the hospital, all seemed to be woven into a single knot. And now she felt like she was becoming a part of something terrible. Her thoughts were interrupted by the headlights of another car flashing in the distance. John abruptly turned aside, saying that he knew a shortcut through a country road. She was panicking now. When the car stopped at a sagging building in the middle of the forest, Emily realized that she had to do something. Emily could feel her heart pounding in her chest as the car stopped on the gravel driveway in front of the building. In the headlights, she could see the dilapidated facade, the windows of which were boarded up. No signs of life. Just a thick silence. John turned off the engine and turned to her. His gaze was strange, assessing. "Wait here, I'll just check something inside," he said with such calm confidence that it made it even scarier. He got out of the car, slamming the door. Emily rushed to her phone to call for help, but there was no network. "It's too far from the city. It's too isolated." Footsteps sounded outside, but it wasn't John. She quickly bent lower to hide behind the dashboard. Through the fogged up window, she noticed a figure, a short man in shabby clothes, who was slowly walking towards the car. Emily froze. The stranger stopped abruptly in front of the driver's side door. He tried to open it, but the door was blocked. His hands, dirty and bloody, began to drum on the glass. John's footsteps sounded behind him. He was shouting, "Damn it, you should have stayed there." His voice sounded angry, as if he was fighting with someone. Emily took advantage of the moment to jump into the driver's seat. She tried to start the car, but there were no keys. The decision came suddenly. She opened the glove compartment, hoping to find something useful. There was a bunch of old wires lying there. Maybe it was a chance. The footsteps were getting closer, and now she could hear John cursing loudly. He had a desperate, almost panicked tone. It gave her some time. She quickly twisted the wires, trying to close the ignition. Sparks flashed, and the engine rumbled. Emily slammed on the gas pedal. The car lurched forward, leaving behind screams and the sound of gravel flying from under the wheels. She didn't know where to go, but she knew one thing: she needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. After a few kilometers, she saw a sign pointing to the nearest town. The road was getting smoother, and she was relieved. But not for long. She saw the headlights in the rearview mirror. Someone was following her. She reached the hospital, barely managing to slow down at the entrance. Emily abandoned the car in the parking lot and stormed inside. She hoped that they would help her here. But something was wrong. The reception area was strangely empty. The lights were flashing, but there was no one at the reception desk. "Hey! Is anyone here?" Her voice echoed through the halls. There was no response. Just a creepy feeling that someone was watching her. She ran to her department, hoping to find her colleagues. But what she saw made her freeze. There was a note on the floor, stained with blood. It read, "You know more than you should. They're coming for you." Emily grabbed the note and looked around. The door to the old hospital building, which was considered abandoned, was ajar. There was a faint creaking sound coming from behind it, as if someone was trying to get out quietly. She knew it was a risk to leave alone, but curiosity welled up inside her. All the staff couldn't just disappear. Maybe there was a clue explaining everything that was going on. Emily approached the door slowly, clutching a heavy metal flashlight tightly in her hands. The old building looked even darker than she had imagined. Long corridors, peeling paint on the walls and cracked tiles on the floor. Half-broken wheelchairs lined the walls. She heard a rustle from around the corner and froze. It could have been John. Or someone else. Emily stepped forward, straining her ears. The rustling became louder. She raised the flashlight, illuminating the path ahead of her. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared out of the darkness. It was the same man who had recently been seen in the hospital. His eyes were bloodshot, and his arms were stretched out as if he wanted to say something. "Please help." His voice was weak, almost a whisper. But before she could respond, he fell to the floor, followed by quick footsteps in the darkness. She rushed back to the exit, but realized that the way was blocked. Emily slowly retreated, feeling the sweat trickle down her forehead. Fear froze her movements, but she couldn't allow herself to stop. In front of her lay the man who had recently been seen in the hospital, and behind him, heavy footsteps could be heard from the dark corridor. The sounds were getting closer. She turned abruptly and ran in the opposite direction, trying not to trip over the debris scattered on the floor. Looking at her hands, she realized that she was still holding the bloody note. "You know more than you should." My thoughts were confused, but one thing was clear: this is not an accident. Everything that is happening is connected with the hospital, with John, with the fact that she got into this abandoned building. She saw a fire exit around the corner. The rust-covered metal door was slightly ajar. She rushed to it, but as soon as she tried to push it, the door wouldn't budge. There was an old but strong lock on it. The sound of footsteps grew louder. Emily began to look around for something to break the lock with. There was a fire shield on the wall, and a small axe lay behind the glass. She grabbed the metal frame and hit the glass with all her might. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the hallway. Grabbing the axe, she swung it and hit the lock. One punch, two. The lock loosened, but did not budge. The footsteps stopped behind her. She turned and froze. John was standing in front of her. His clothes were dirty, his hair was disheveled, and he was holding a long steel pipe in his hand. "You're too nosy, Emily," he said with a cold grin. "I told you to just sit in the car." She didn't answer. All her attention was focused on the castle. She punched again, and finally, the lock flew off the door. John stepped closer, lifting the tube. Emily abruptly pushed open the door and ran outside. The fresh air burned her lungs, but she couldn't stop. She ran along the wall of the building, dodging piles of garbage and old construction equipment. There were quick footsteps behind him. John was catching up with her. Running out to the road, she stopped and tried to catch at least one car. But the highway was empty. Only a few headlights flashed in the distance. She saw the light of a flashlight ahead and ran towards it. It was a security guard from the hospital who was patrolling the area. When he saw her in such a state, he hurried to meet her. "What happened?" "What is it?" he asked, but Emily didn't have time to answer. John came around the corner of the building. He still had the pipe in his hand. The guard, not understanding what was happening, turned to him. John acted with lightning speed. The blow landed right on the guard's head. He fell to the ground without making a sound. Emily ran on, but her strength was running out. Her legs took her back to the hospital, but now to the central building. Still empty, it seemed to her a little safer than the street. She went into one of the offices and locked the door. There was a computer in the office. Emily turned it on, hoping to call for help or at least understand what was going on here. Files with the hospital's internal documentation were open on the desktop. Among them, she found a list of patients and reports of strange experiments. It turned out that illegal research had been conducted at the hospital for several months. Patients from the street were used to test new drugs. Most of them died, but those who survived suffered from serious mental disorders. The man she had seen earlier was one of those test subjects. Her gaze caught on one name on the list, John McCarthy. He was a participant in the experiment and was also supposed to die. But somehow he had escaped death and was now connected to these events. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Light, slow strokes. Emily froze, clutching the axe she was still holding. "Emily, open up. You've already realized that you have nowhere to go," John's voice rang out. She didn't answer. Her hands were shaking. "You've seen what's going on. The hospital doesn't belong to you and your colleagues for a long time. This place is just a screen. We're doing what needs to be done." Emily realized that he wasn't going to leave. She abruptly opened the window, which was located directly behind the table. It was the second floor, but she had no choice. She climbed out and jumped onto the lawn. Pain shot through her legs, but she was able to get up. Despair gripped her. The hospital building towered behind her like a huge monolith, hiding many secrets. She knew she couldn't go back there anymore. Her footsteps took her to the road, where she finally saw the car. It was an ambulance that was returning after a call. Emily ran out onto the road, waving her arms. The driver stopped, but looked wary. "Please take me to the police station," she begged. "Terrible things are happening here." The driver nodded curtly. When she got into the car and the door slammed shut, her heart finally slowed down. She tried to explain everything that had happened, but the driver was silent. It wasn't until a couple of minutes later that she noticed that there was no name or hospital logo on his uniform. He looked at her through the rearview mirror and said, "You shouldn't have meddled with your own business, Emily." Her scream was drowned out by the sound of the ambulance doors closing. Emily froze in place, realizing that she had made a huge mistake. The man behind the wheel looked calm, but his words sounded like a death sentence. She looked at the car doors. They were locked. "Who are you?" Her voice was shaking, but she tried to hold on. The man only smiled slightly and looked in the mirror again. "Just a driver who will take you where you belong." Emily frantically searched for a way out. Her hands found something under the seat. It turned out to be a medical briefcase. She opened it and found a set of syringes, some of which were already filled with clear liquid. "Don't touch it," the driver said, his voice strained. Emily didn't listen. She grabbed one of the syringes and squeezed it in her hand. "Stop the car or I'll hit you." The man looked at her with narrowed eyes. The car continued to move along the deserted road. The forest belt was dark outside the windows. "You don't know what's in there," he said, pointing to the syringe. Her fingers tightened. "Then stop it. Now." The man chuckled slightly and slammed on the brakes. Emily was thrown forward, the syringe slipped out of her hands and fell to the floor. The driver immediately turned around, grabbed her arm and tried to pull her out of the car. But Emily wasn't going to give up. She kicked him, opening the door lock, and climbed out. The man followed her, but she was already running towards the forest. The forest was dense, cold, and covered with a thin layer of fog. Emily stumbled over tree roots, trying to get as far away from the road as possible. Heavy footsteps could be heard behind them, but gradually they subsided. Pausing to catch her breath, she looked around. The darkness was almost absolute, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the treetops. In the distance, she noticed a faint flicker of lights. Thinking it might be a house or a campground, she headed there. The closer she got, the clearer it became that this was a small camp. A man, who looked like an ordinary tourist, was sitting by the campfire. "Help me!" she screamed, running out of the forest. The man by the campfire turned around and immediately jumped to his feet. "What happened? Are you okay?" Emily recounted everything that had happened, stumbling and gasping for breath. The man looked puzzled, but seemed to believe her. "Okay, calm down. I'll help you. There is a hunting base nearby, where you can hide and call the police." Emily felt relieved. The man put out the fire, took a flashlight and led her along the path. As they approached the base, she noticed that the building looked abandoned. Doors creaked, windows were smashed. "Is it safe?" "What is it?" she asked, looking around. "No one lives here, but I'm sure there must be a connection." He pointed to the radio station on the table in the corner. Emily rushed to it, turned it on, but all she heard was static. "It's broken," she whispered. The man looked at her and then at the window. "We have a problem." She turned around and saw several people approaching the building. There was an ambulance driver among them. "They found us," the man said. "Hide." Emily ran up the stairs to the second floor, trying to find shelter. She ran into one of the rooms, closed the door and propped it with a chair. There were screams and bangs outside. The pounding downstairs stopped, but then footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs. She noticed another note on the table. It said, "They always know where you are." A cold dread gripped her. She realized that everything that was happening was not accidental. This is an organized group that uses people for its own purposes. The footsteps were getting closer. She pressed herself against the wall, holding a wooden chair leg in her hands. The door began to slowly open. The door creaked as the unknown man began to come inside. Emily froze, trying to breathe as quietly as possible. In the moonlight, she saw a hand reaching out to open the door even more. At that moment, her adrenaline took over. She slammed the wooden leg of the chair sharply against her arm. There was a thud and a strangled cry of pain. The man staggered back, stumbled and fell. Emily looked out of the room. She saw that it was a stranger, not an ambulance driver. The man was holding onto his broken arm, his face contorted in pain. You don't know where you're in," he croaked. She wasn't interested in his words. Emily ran out of the room, brushed past him, and went downstairs. Everything on the ground floor was smashed. The front door was open, but there were no more people in sight. She jumped out, looking around. There were no sounds. No footsteps, no voices. She needed to get as far away from this place as possible. She decided not to return to the road, but to go deeper into the forest, hoping to find help. The trees were getting thicker and thicker, the light of the lantern hardly penetrated through the dense crowns. The silence was eerie, with only her footsteps and rapid breathing filling the air with sounds. It seemed like several hours had passed when she reached the old railway line. It looked like a rescue. The rails led somewhere, perhaps to a station or at least to a work settlement. She walked along the tracks, trying not to make too much noise. Suddenly, she heard a faint metallic sound. She turned around, but saw nothing. The steps became faster. The sound was repeated, closer this time. It was the clang of metal, like a screech. Suddenly, lights appeared behind them. Emily turned around, expecting to see a train. But the light didn't come any closer. Instead, she realized that they were lanterns, in the hands of people. "Stop," a voice called from afar. She took off running across the tracks. Branches whipped at his face, and his lungs burned from lack of oxygen. Soon she was back at the wooden building. It was a guardhouse, obviously long abandoned. She ran inside and tried to close the door, but the lock was broken. The booth was filled with old tools and iron parts. She found a heavy pipe and decided to use it for protection. Outside, the footsteps grew louder. Emily pressed herself against the wall, waiting for them to enter. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "We know you're here. Come out." She was silent, trying to figure out how to get out. "We just want to talk. Don't force us to use force." The word sounded strange, almost polite. She realized that their game was manipulation. Emily realized that she had been betrayed. The footsteps grew louder, echoing off the walls of the warehouse. Her heart was pounding so hard that it seemed like it would deafen her before anyone else could. She darted behind the nearest crate, trying to hide in the shadows. Her eyes frantically searched for something to use for protection. Nothing. There's only dust and old wooden boxes around, which won't help against those who clearly outnumber her. The voices were getting closer, the voices were getting closer. "We know you're here. Don't hide, it only delays the inevitable," one of the men said. Emily quietly retreated to the other side of the warehouse, trying not to make a sound. But her foot got caught on a metal bar. He hit the concrete floor with a thud. There was a loud shout. Emily jerked toward the door, which she hoped would lead her outside. She opened it with force and ran into a long narrow corridor. The footsteps of the pursuers were very close. The corridor seemed endless. The peeling paint walls pressed down on her. There was another door at the end, this time with a heavy iron lock. She gripped the door handle, turning it with all her strength. But the door wouldn't budge. "Well, did you get caught?" The voice sounded right behind her. Emily turned around. The man standing in front of her was the ambulance driver. His face was expressionless. He looked at her with absolute confidence. She darted to the side, but he caught her by the arm and roughly pulled her to him. "You knew it was useless. She struggled, screamed, but his grip was too strong. He dragged her back to the warehouse. The others were already waiting there. Emily was dragged into the central hall of the building. Strange tools were laid out on the floor, soldering irons, pliers, even an old cutter. "It will be our last copy this week," the driver said. "We'll finish it quickly if he doesn't resist," another added. She understood that her life now depended only on her cunning. "Wait! Stop it," she shouted, hoping to gain at least a minute. The men stopped. "Why are you doing this? You don't even know who I am." "We don't care who you are," the driver replied, getting down on one knee in front of her. "You're just a number. Just like everyone else before you." He opened one of the drawers, took out a thick folder and showed her some photos. They showed the terrified faces of other people. They all looked the way she did now, scared, helpless. "This is an archive. Everyone who passes through us stays here in our collection." Her eyes darted around the room. She was looking for something she could use, but all the items were out of reach. "We'll start with something light," one of them said, picking up a soldering iron. Emily screamed, but no one heard. No one came. The sound of pain, her own screams, and the smell of burnt skin filled the air. Her consciousness began to fade. "Hey, you're losing her," one of the men said. "She can handle it. We need to finish everything." They continued until her body stopped showing signs of life. The next day, her remains were thrown into an unnamed forest. Her personal belongings were burned, and no one remembered her name. To those who hunted her that night, she was just part of the game. And when the police found her remains months later, it became another unsolved story. The ambulance continued its work, tracking down new customers.